Hey all. Um, hello, mancost.com. Oh, hi. I am late, indeed. That is an accurate statement. I am late. But, it happens. Whatevs. Alright. Let's get to it. Let's get this done. Alright, we're gonna do every roundtable. Just a sec. Thanks for being here, Mana Cost, and anyone else who might happen to be here as well.
Particularly looked like when I clicked on it on Twitter was that you were asking, this person for, I don't know, a peer-reviewed study
Exactly.
for them, going diving into a freezing cold water. Know the benefits of it. I guess she's probably a lot more awake, having dipped in.
No, she has that. It's her business. It was not an Instagram moment. That's her engaging in marketing her business. That's a marketing practice.
Well, how about that? Well, there you go. Oh, hi, Prime.
Hello.
I've just appeared on the screen.
I do have high expectations of people that if they're going to, exploit their scientific credentials, I'm going to hold you to it. Just as if you want to hold me to that, I will absolutely step up to the plate.
Based.
Did you know I'm technically a doctor, Corey?
Yeah, but I would hope no one is coming to you for any sort of medical advice, except for essential oils. I know you're a doctor of essential oils.
I got them right over there. Sweet orange. It's very good for fibromyalgia.
Are you a doctor of law? Is that how that works?
He's a big fan of the.
He can technically use that title.
Heavy lactoid, right?
Dr. Lactoid Esquire. Thank you very much.
Which means now my position has changed. Banning all credentials. That's my new position.
What's your view on cold therapy?
Wait, what'd you say? You're super quiet.
What's your view on cold therapy?
You should check out my Twitter. I engaged with someone. There's a recent publication on the Wim Hof method saying there might be some benefits, but research is limited.
Oh, if you jump in the water, is that good for you when it's cold?
Yeah.
Yes, that is.
That's what I've heard. I used to do that. I used to go into a hot tub for a while, and then I jumped into a cold pool, and I felt healthier.
Interesting. Two doctors versus Corey.
That's his doctor. This is doctor's training, right? They felt healthier.
That's all that matters. The subjective experience.
Have you ever? Okay, are you talking? Because if you are, then we can't hear you. You're cutting in and out if you're talking. I don't want to be rude and be talking over you. But have you ever used it to impress women? I'm technically a doctor.
Whenever I say it, I'm always well, technically I'm a doctor, and then that always leads to a further question of technically, what is that supposed to mean?
I hope after that you don't ask them to take off their clothes. That's very
to play doctor.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know.
I need to inspect. Thank you.
Technically, I'm a panty inspector, obviously.
Okay, a fairy queen. Go on the Discord.
Okay.
That is her institute.
Her institute.
Her institute.
What do you mean, her institute? What does that mean? The institute for jumping into freezing cold water?
Why don't you follow my words into the Discord?
Okay, I'm looking at the Discord. There's nothing in the side chat. You can't post in the side chat.
No. It's
so where
in the of the group, the Reverie.
Oh, the group. The Reverie group. Okay.
Is this better?
See.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Anybody can start an institute. It's pretty based.
Yeah.
What is this?
That's why I said this is a marketing practice. Okay, that's why it wasn't an Instagram moment. This is her saying, "Hey, come to my institute. Give me money. All my benefits of cold therapy.
Money now me give."
Yeah. Maybe you should be more enraged, like I was. Fairy Queen.
Oh my god.
There's a bunch of libertarians with institutes. All should be taken seriously.
Fairy Queen, do you actually?
I agree. Libertarians should be institutionalized.
Fairy Queen, do you not get that mad about somebody using credentials to try to like make profit off of them, even if they're not really like actively using those credentials to like verify what they're trying to profit off of?
I do. I just have never heard of this before. This is news to me.
I'm very aware of all the quacks out there. That's why, okay, this came my attention. Yeah, wow.
This really is a business. Jeez Louise, for spas and clinics, scholarship about
looks all very sciencey and legitimate, and you know they have the credentials to back it up. Sadly, and that's why, like, yes, okay, even though I take umbrage with being framed as raped over the coals. If you want to frame it that way, absolutely, I would love to figuratively rake this person over the coals.
Wait. That's not what I said. Okay.
Let me be explicitly clear. Rake this person over the coals.
Okay.
Well, as long as they're being explicit.
Corey, in your scientific opinion, is there anything to the idea of washing your hair in cold water and it having better results? Because I've heard that, like from the barber.
I don't know if he's had lots of time to experiment with that. So
it depends on what you mean by beneficial. Like it would be like what is the specific claim that you're like whatever hairdresser or hair person?
I've heard it's good for retention of hair. Like you lose less hair if you wash in cold water. I have not seen anything to like actually prove it, but.
Also, like if you have curly hair, like you're supposed to like use like hot water to like rinse out the oils because your hair gets oilier, and then you're supposed to like put like conditioner in your hair, like this part of your hair, and then you use cold water to wash it out because less of the product slides out of your hair. So you retain more conditioner in your hair, so your hair looks better. And yes, as FK said, you don't lose as much hair.
Oh, so the hair loss thing, I can't speak with any confidence. And obviously, I don't think there's actually much research. You know, I'm hoping not a lot of funding is being wasted on the. Let's see how effective these conditioners are based off of these varying temperatures of water. But let's just say, depends on what the specific claim is. But let's just say if your concern probably is, let's say, hair damage. Okay, you want to, let's say, minimize hair damage. Probably, in all likelihood, cold water is beneficial since hair is a protein. Hair is the protein of keratin. And generally speaking, proteins don't like harsh or hot conditions. And so minimizing heat exposure is probably beneficial. Now, adding conditioner and like how that affects the combination of conditioner, shampoo, and temperature is probably a little more complicated. But like as a guiding principle, cold water is probably less harsh on your hair overall. But whether it's actually in the context of a shampoo or conditioner, like I don't think it makes that much of a difference.
Admiral Gibbs is a beautiful mane. When he came into frame and I was just staring at his hair for a little bit.
Yes, always. I need to get this this thing trimmed up tomorrow though. Can't be going to Easter looking like a woolly mammoth.
I know Easter is upon us. It's next week. It's almost here.
Does that mean Jesus is coming back? That was a holiday, right? It was.
Well, if you believe that red
he
calf
died, and then at the end he came back.
Yeah, if you know that, yeah, well, yeah, it's technically. But if you're ready for the red, have you heard the red calf conspiracy?
Dude.
No.
Oh my God, I'm about to send y'all in the group chat.
Could you?
That's insane.
Gibbs, could you explain?
Yeah, so they built for like Passover, right? They usually don't do it in this area, I guess, but they built a red calf Passover sacrifice altar like right next to the Dome of the Rock. So a bunch like Arab countries are saying that this is the prerequisite for them going in there to destroy the Dome of the Rock and like start the end times, and it's going to be because they're going to sacrifice the red calves at the Dome of the Rock before destroying.
Yeah, there's this whole theory that the Jewish people, in order to like get salvation or something, are like looking for a very specific red calf that meets all of these criteria. It's like literally a whole South Park episode.
Yeah, it's like
it meets all these criteria. That has like a perfect red coat. There's not a single blemish on it. It was born like at a certain time, at a certain weight, certain year, all this shit.
So they're saying
a hyper crazy one.
Because they like built this thing next to it right now, I guess. And like so everybody's like freaking out.
I saw an insane one on the TikTok of Sneeko, where in the comments somebody's like, they've actually I figured out that they cloned the red calf and they've been using it as sacrifices for the past few years now.
So like what calves are red? Like, is that like a thing? Are there red calves or
there's like natural colors. The theory goes that they bought it from Texas. But there's natural colors of red cows out there.
Okay. Yeah.
They're not like crimson red, but they're gonna be
Yeah.
like, you know,
Yeah,
the
I got
orange
it.
red, dark red.
I'll post
Okay.
one in the Discord.
Okay.
So, Fairy Queen, do you now understand where I was coming from when I was posting?
Well, I do, but I would just like to point out, per our conversation afterwards, it seems a little bit of cold therapy doesn't seem to be BS, okay? I will stick to my cold therapy, thank you, every
Well,
evening,
yeah,
okay? For
okay,
the
well,
stress benefits upon the
what I would-
follicles on my hair,
Sure.
okay? The keratin, okay, requires the cold stress, all right?
So I take no issues with that. But if you open the Fairy Queen Institute, okay, and open up a line of
Don't
hair
tempt
care,
me.
even though whatever, I'd be more amenable to that institute. But like, yeah, and if you open up a line of hair care products, and now making a bunch of claims, and now it's in your vested monetary interest, okay, to have people come to your Fairy Queen Institute. Yeah, I'm going to take a real close look at what your institute is doing, especially.
Well, you
if
better,
have-
because the tagline is going to be endorsed by Corey Campbell at the bottom. And then I'm going to tell them that I'm currently in school to become a doctor. So you can definitely trust me and the efficacy of these products.
No, yeah, exactly. And for some people will actually fall for that, as in like when you get your PhD and have that doctor. It's like, yeah, some people, as long as they see that doctor term, like Dr. John Campbell on YouTube or Dr. Lactoid on a Prime panel, it's like, oh yes, then they're qualified to talk about everything, and therefore just shove it down my throat.
So I posted a link in there about the Texas red calves that are going to cause the apocalypse in Israel. So just so y'all know, Texas is causing the apocalypse, as I expected it would.
Makes sense.
As it always does.
Have you ever questioned why Texas has such strong ties with Israel?
Because we are the best.
Lactoid?
You right now on the Universal Life Church, you can go and for $19.99 order a Doctor of Divinity, if that's something you're interested in. I was thinking about becoming a doctor in naturopathy. What do you think about that, Corey?
So what I would say, for what it's worth, as of right now, like, believe me or not, I do actually have quite a bit of respect and regard for you. Absolutely. Okay. I respect your intelligence and competence. But yeah, exactly. But you do that, and like, yeah, I'm throwing it all out the window.
I'm going to become a doctor of naturopathy, of chiropractic care. I'm going to engage in a practice of chiropractic care. And
you should do archaeology too, because dinosaurs aren't real.
Why not?
And I actually have no doubt that you can do those things, because I believe you have the intelligent competence.
Because anybody can, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, anybody can.
Imagine
and especially with enough money.
Dig for bones.
Wait, what is this doctorate called? Doctorate of Divinity?
Yeah, Doctor of Divinity. There's also there's a Doctor of Divinity, and there's a Doctor of Metaphysics. You can get like a metaphysics degree from there as well for $19.99 plus shipping and handling.
I'm a minister there. I did the ministry thing.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I'm back since like 2016 or something, 15.
Yeah, like a long time ago I did that. But then after that you have to do like a lot of work as to actually be able to like officiate a marriage. And then that's like where it ended. You got to like register yourself as like at the clerk's office, like you're a county clerk or something. And I didn't feel like doing any of that, so that was exactly where that ended. I got to print out, so there you go.
So I know you don't like chiropractic care, Corey, but like I really want my back popped. So why is that bad? Could you explain?
I mean, it's technically it's not bad if you don't care about walking or future mobility or being able to like use your back at all or preserving your
From what I've seen, you can correct me. Chiropractic care has been shown to be somewhat effective for back pain. That's like, now some people will go further and say that it cures cancer. There's limited, as in no research for that, but back pain, right, seems kind of useful.
Okay, so this is a much larger conversation, which I'm more than happy to have. But okay, here is where it gets tricky. Where like, yes, it depends on like when you survey and like the timeline in which you track these treatments. Okay, just as like if a patient goes to a doctor of chiropractic, okay, and they receive treatment, okay, probably within, assuming they haven't broken their neck, and they survive the treatment, okay, they will report, okay, probably decreases in pain, and they'll report a subjective benefit. That is different over the long term, as in, are you actually, that's not a testament to the treatment or that you're actually treating anything at all, where you can get the same effect in the short term of like if you just go to a massage. Like pretty much, I'm sure if you survey people after they just get a massage, they will report lower levels of just about everything when it comes to pain and discomfort. But if you're actually tracking over time in terms of chronic low back pain specifically, you are almost certainly not treating the underlying condition because a chiropractor is not qualified. Really, at the end of the day, like it's essentially whatever a more dangerous massage is what you're getting when you
But
go to
what
a
if you use it in
chiropractor.
conjunction with acupuncture? Does that
Well,
like
same thing with acupuncture. So,
what
like
level would you
acupuncture,
use?
uh, acupuncture is also really, really tricky. And that's also another good example of how, like, immediately after an acupuncture session. So I've never had acupuncture personally, but as most people know, there's insertion of needles during acupuncture. Now, how painful that process is, I don't know, but I assume there is some amount of pain and discomfort associated with an acupuncture session. And so, let's say, to no surprise that anybody that knows whatever basic anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, when you intentionally induce pain in a person, well, then you induce their natural endorphin production. We have our own endogenous pain-killing system. And so, yes, in an acupuncture session, as you know, you're inserting potentially some discomfort or painful needles. You're stimulating the production of endorphins during an acupuncture session. And then immediately afterwards, yes, you will report pretty much a pain-killing effect. Now, does that last over the long term? From what I've seen of the data, the answer is no. And at the end of the day, you're not treating any underlying condition. And also, acupuncture
Corey.
sessions.
So I'm speaking as a technical doctor here. So when you can't tell me that when I pop my back, I don't feel good, right?
You're right. I can't.
You can't. So like, why like that? But other people do it. It seems pretty reasonable. Like I'm laying in bed oftentimes, and I like pop my back, and I'm like, oh my god, like it just feels so good, right? And then it's like you've been like looking to pop it for a long time, and then it finally pops. That kind of situation.
Sure, yeah. I could also, when I inject heroin, it feels good too. I don't know what argument you're making.
Yeah, but if you're treating like opiates could be effective at treating back pain.
They could, yes, and opiates are sometimes used as a short-term. I'm not a clinician, but like, yeah, there are painkillers are prescribed, both opioid-based and non-opioid-based, in the context of back pain. But as far as I know, no actual effective physician is going to recommend that as a long-term strategy to treat or manage back pain.
So, FYI, we are waiting for our friend Ali. He'll be here soon. He's cultural things are holding him back, but he'll be here soon. We're also waiting our friend Aiko. And I don't know. He's just from Texas, so there you go. And
I take medical misinformation very important because, like, as someone with a chronic illness, and I'm involved in some of these communities, like I've seen it do like real damage and ruin lots of people's lives. Where like, yeah, they prey on the vulnerable. Absolutely.
So in the 2018 study that we all obviously know about, that I am reflecting upon after looking at it in Google again for the millionth time, it says that after 6 weeks of treatment, those assigned to receive chiropractic care reported less pain intensity, experienced less disability, and more improvement in function. That's pretty cool. Reported higher satisfaction with their treatment and needed less pain medicine. All those are pretty good things.
Uh, yes, I agree. In the subjective realm, over that treatment duration, again, I can totally see how people perceive a benefit to chiropractic.
I
Are there that particular study? I assume it only relied on pretty much patient-reported outcomes. Was there any MRI, any sort of scanning, or any objective measures? Any clinical data whatsoever, other than we surveyed these patients, they say these felt better on a bunch of criteria.
I'm pretty sure it was probably self-reported, but like experienced less disability. That's pretty big. Like that's, I guess,
Yeah.
potentially
Okay.
subjective, but
Okay, I will use my actually can use my own condition as an example because the treatment of my own condition, okay, has evolved over time where like I've had it for a long time. So about 15, 20 years ago, okay, uh, clinical remission for my disease was defined as so there's an actual survey for individuals with my condition, the CDAI, the Crohn's Disease Activity Index, okay, and you are back then 20 years ago, you were considered in remission if your score was like below 150 or some whatever threshold. Okay, and then as your symptoms increase and above that, you are no longer in remission and we need to treat. But as more data came out, turns out not a great strategy for treating the condition because for my own condition, okay, if I take enough painkillers and I take enough medications, okay, like my symptoms will reduce, okay, but there's an actual pathophysiology to my condition, as in, I have actual inflammation in my GI tract that is doing damage, okay, with enough whatever painkillers, with enough Imodium, with enough other things, I can get my symptomology down to pretty zero, and I can score pretty low on the CDAI when that was used about 20 years ago. And that's why we have moved to more objective measures. Well, we also have better treatments, but it's that particular treatment strategy has pretty much has been abandoned because we recognize that patient-reported outcomes certainly matter and the subjective experience matters. But when it comes to actually treating most conditions, if we have objective measures to go through, we want to look at those rather than just strictly relying on patient-reported outcomes. And so unless you're going to give me a chiropractic study that has, in addition to patient-reported outcomes, also objective measures like MRI or some sort of, let's say, probably some sort of scan that looks at, the musculoskeletal system, then it's I would say I would never want to invalidate subjective experiences and, therapeutic benefits that are perceived by the patient. But that only carries so much weight.
I guess for me, so my frank opinion is I think it really depends on what you're using it for. So you brought up deep massage therapy before. I think everything you just said about chiropractic could also be talked about when it comes to massage, which is that yeah, if you're using it to, I don't know, treat some very specific actual illness that you have outside of the care of a regular doctor, that's probably a mistake. But if you're just in general pain, and you want to get massage therapy and it helps your pain, it seems reasonable. And just in the same way, chiropractic care, if that helps your pain, seems pretty reasonable. I get your frustration when DCs are put in the same group as MDs, but what if we just put them in the same group of massage therapists and that's where they lived? Seems pretty reasonable to me.
So that I'm okay with. And at the end of the day, if someone from of their own volition wants to waste their money, or I guess unfortunately, I believe chiropractic is covered by insurance in the United States, which it should not be. That just lends further credibility to the discipline, which should have no credibility. But it's whatever. If you want to go see whatever a witch doctor, I don't really care about that either. But if the witch doctor starts making claims and starts trying to invoke evidence, I'm going to rake you over the coals, as some would say.
Yeah, chiropractic care is covered by insurance.
You can do other things over the coals too, but yeah, sure, go ahead.
Even massage therapy isn't. And because it's covered by insurance, by the way, it's also legally actionable damages. So if, let's say, you hit somebody with your car and they need a bunch of treatment and they only get chiropractic care, you or your insurance company has to pay for that.
Yeah, that's a problem.
You go. Yeah,
that was a problem.
My I was in a car accident when I was 8, and it's some lady rear-ended the car that I was in, and how should I say this? Well, I mean, the person is dead, so I guess it doesn't matter. But the person who was driving the car, right, made a big effing deal about how hurt they were. Sorry, the person the car that I was in, right, the car that got hit, made a big deal about how hurt they were, and talked about having to go to a chiropractor and billing for that, right? Like, I feel like it was a bit of an insurance scam that that I was a part of. But like, luckily, I didn't have to go to court. But I was like, but if I did have to go to court, because at first they assumed that I might have to, I was told to lie by individuals. And that was really unfortunate. And that was like a clarifying moment for the adults in my life, from the way I viewed them. Like, it was, yeah. Anyway.
You got
sorry to hear
whiplash.
that. Not cool.
Your ribs hurt.
I mean, I
Yeah,
had
lawyers are universally bad people. Prime. I tried telling people that, but they never listen. It's crazy.
Well, it wasn't. I never encountered a lawyer on this. I mean, I'm sure a lawyer was involved, but like it wasn't a lawyer who told me to do that. And I remember like pushing back, like,
good.
hey, as an 8-year-old, hey, maybe we shouldn't lie, and that was a problem. Like, so it was a bit of a clarifying moment as to the adults in my life. Well,
I'm surprised it wasn't a lawyer that told you to lie. That's awesome.
yeah, right. So. But like I think we all have those times, like when you are the night and once again, audience are waiting on like 2 other people on that, but we'll get moving soon. But I'm sure we all have those moments where the adults in our lives, like you drop like your naivete for them, right? And you understand them, like in a context, you begin to understand the world that way. Like, oh, all right, well they're nothing special, right? And they have their foibles.
Or
Anyone else
adulthood doesn't exist.
Yeah. Does anyone have a story that they can share, that they're willing to share about that?
Mine isn't a car accident. It's a silly story from when I was embarrassingly about 11 years old. So this is embarrassing. My parents had not exactly broken the news to me and my brothers and sisters that Santa didn't exist and December was rolling around. At this point, I suspected, but I wanted to believe. And I wanted to believe it so much that I convinced myself into believing it. And then one day I walked into my parents' bathroom and I found a half, wrapped present. It was a huge present in the middle of the bathroom floor. And it had like from Santa, to mom, like, on the side. And I was like really hurt by this and then I walked away. I'm like, oh my God, my brother, how is he going to handle this? How are my brothers and sisters? And I decided that the truth was just too terrible to reveal. So I sat down and I wrote a 2,000-word essay to my brother, and then I printed it out and put it in an envelope with the intention of giving it to him when he reached my age. For some reason, I decided that 11 was the appropriate time to break the news. Sadly, that letter is lost to history in one of our thousands of moving boxes somewhere. But I remember feeling very solemn as I sat down at that keyboard to pound out, listen, I'm going to invent his name. Listen, Alan, I know this is going to hurt, okay? But you have to believe me when I tell you what I saw.
I love that about you, that this is a thing that you would do, right? Like, it feels like very natural. I can 100% believe this is something you have. A person became an English major later on in life.
But it wasn't even a handwritten letter.
Yeah.
Listen, it was typed. This was serious business, okay? And then I printed it out. I folded it up. I put it in an envelope too to save it. Like it was a sacred thing. It had terrible truth, okay? It was like I was dealing with like the big secrets, all right?
Yeah.
all written in Comic Sans.
Comic Sans.
But like there is something to that, Prime. Like I think that like it might be the case that many of us recognize our parents' foibles. But like we lie to ourselves about what those are until you just can't not admit it to yourself anymore, right? Like it's like you want to believe that Santa exists until the point you walk into the bathroom, you see the half, unwrapped present, and you have no choice but to make yourself admit, okay, this is actually what's going on, because you can't bring yourself to believe that about, the people that you love in your life.
Mm. Yeah.
I knew pretty early on. My parents got divorced when I was young, and preceding that, all I heard was screaming, yelling. So I recognized that they were flawed almost from the get-go.
Mm.
My parents didn't get divorced, but every once in a while they would buy us presents, and when they did, they were like, "We bought these for you." They didn't pretend Santa was existing behind that shit. But I still took photos with Santa like at the mall because it was, just my mom liked to have those photos.
Yeah.
My dad.
But
Oh no, go ahead.
but yeah, does anyone else have one of those stories like you recognize when the adults in your life are just regular old folks?
Other than their lack of anger management skills, that was pretty
Yeah,
from
fair enough.
early.
Yeah.
That was my
I mean,
wake-up.
if it,
My parents
When I
were
beat my
weird,
dad
though, so it
in a
was
debate
like,
for the first time.
are you serious? Really?
Just last
Yeah.
week.
Yeah, then I
Lactoid
know.
was 7 years old, and he was like, "Dad, let me tell you about fiscal theory."
What was a debate on like what was the topic?
I think it was like on like taxes or something, and it was
I knew it.
seriously, and like it was like the first time ever, and it actually has like a little bit of a wholesome ending. It was, I swear to God, I must have been like 17 or no, it would have had to have been after that. So I would have, I think I pretty much agreed with my dad up until like 19 or something. And it happened. And then afterwards, my dad said, he told me, I know I did a good job as a parent because of how, I think he said, like, because of how well you just did. And I was like, well, that's pretty nice. Thank you.
Hmm.
I have really good parents. No, I got no
Did you
shit
feel
to
like
talk about.
Atreus and
Fair enough.
Kratos handing you off?
Yeah, I felt I was ascending now. Yeah.
Okay. And all right. Um, we will we'll get started now. We just got our full complement. But anyway, thanks all. Thank you guys for sharing what you did earlier, and thank you Corey for doing a proper rant on pseudoscience. So it needs to happen every so often. Get us all on the same page. But yeah, thank you all for being here. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a great group of guests here. I'm really excited. And so we'll start by introducing our friend Lactoid. How are you?
Doing great. So I'm Lactoid. I'm technically a doctor. If you want to find advice, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I'm not going to specify what kind of advice, but if you want advice, check me out. Thanks.
All right. I was there's so many jokes to make there, but I'm going to move past it. Admiral Gibbs is back with us. How are you, Gibbs?
I'm a little hungover, but I'm real excited. I just ordered my double doctorate in metaphysics and divinity just now.
Yeah.
So here in a couple of weeks, I will have official posters for the wall. Pretty excited. No time like the present. What a day to be alive.
And I think you need to let Corey know every time, right? Just like every time you show up,
Double
just like
doctorate.
double doctorate. I mean, how far have you gotten in your education? Just, and Corey, we'll find out how far have you gotten. I mean, have you achieved the heights that Admiral Gibbs has?
Absolutely not, and I never will. And based off of everything that we just went through in terms of Lactoid being a doctor and Admiral Gibbs being a double doctorate, I am doubling down on my position. Ban credentials. They should not exist whatsoever. They're useless, and they just serve to misinform people and prey on the vulnerable. So yeah, ban credentials.
I feel like it's like a
Spoken
convenient
like a layperson.
Yeah, right. Like it's gonna be a position for a person who doesn't have a double doctorate. You know, oh, now we got to ban them all. I guess now since I'm not the highest in the room, they gotta disappear. All right.
Exactly. But if you want actual knowledge and education, come to the Corey Campbell Institute. You know, I'm opening it up in the 1/3 of my apartment. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84. Always a pleasure to be here on Twitter, X, Instagram, where I'm taking people to task who misuse their credentials. And yeah, it's Corey Campbell. Looking forward to getting into it as always.
I'm like thinking about it now. Like, what if I open up an institute? You know, right? Like I mean, it sounds so amazing. Like he's the head of an institute prime. That's the guy who's the head of an institute, and like they put out a paper, right? Meaning, like I mean, I wrote something down.
You're a think tank.
I'm a think tank.
Out of your
I'm actually
Yeah,
like when Go ahead.
Here's the best part about this is, you're talking about putting out a paper. Now with one Amazon publishing, I can have my dissertation on metaphysics published within a week as well. So,
Huh? Yeah.
and I can say I'm a published doctor.
No, and what's better is
True.
you could work with the Prime Chi Institute, right? And we peer review these papers. So I'll take a gander.
Peer reviewed,
I'll
exactly.
fix a few any spelling or grammatical errors, right? And then you can say it's a peer reviewed paper. Corey will love this.
I'll peer review it too with my
Excellent.
institute.
Yeah. But no, I think it's it's interesting. Like I did want to have a be part of a think tank before I understood what a think tank actually was really. Well, I was wondering how do you even get one of these jobs? Because I'd be interested in doing research and writing papers on interesting topics, and then that being taken seriously in the halls of power that but I could just like Corey and Lacto had said, you just make your own institute, and then you just put out a policy paper. And if you get one person to take you seriously, right, you've already gotten the ball moving.
That's all you need. One poor
Yeah.
soul.
Anyway, the goals, right? Let's go to our friend FK. FK, how are you?
It was good. I'm doing good. Recently, I got my master's and actually a PhD in ostrich law, where I wrote my dissertation on recidivism rate in ostriches with plucked and unplucked punishments, where you pluck out the tail feathers as a form of punishment in prison. But yeah, I'm here. I'm rocking. I've been fasting all day. I'm about to get to eat in a little bit. So we're good. We're going.
Okay, all right.
Are you Muslim?
I mean,
He leans that way.
I thought you were I thought you were Mexican. I didn't know you were. I didn't know you were across the ocean, kind of brown.
The other.
It's the other brown.
Oh god.
Lacto, do you have is that a Ukrainian flag behind you?
No, he's Swedish. You can see it.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I didn't know you were across the forge type of white.
All right, well, we're gonna move on with our lives here. Whatever type of brown person you are, FK, you are definitely appreciated and loved here. Okay, so we'll move past that. FQ, back with us. FQ, who has decided to have the camera in front of her face again, rather than 20 feet away, which was obviously a bad idea.
And holding the mic the entire time.
Well, you know what it is? Okay, so my ring light died, number one. Number two, my computer keeps dying over and over again when I plug it into the other monitor, which is what I used to do to see you guys. And my computer keeps dying over and over and over again in the middle of streams. So I'm not sure why that's happening. Exactly, but I need to somehow figure this out because I do like this. I like sitting here. I like looking up at here. It feels fun to me because I can go back and forth between the two screens. But for now, sadly, the tech gods are against me, right? Soon to be resolved, at Fairy Queen's Cottage Institute, where all of your technological problems can be resolved, okay? Please tune in. There's a 20% discount where you will get to see the 2000 letter, in the treasure trove, now 17 years later.
I would really like for you to find that letter. I'm sure it's not possible.
A dramatic reading, right?
But to have an
publish that
insight into your 11-year-old brain, that would actually be pretty fun.
You should publish that, title it "A Letter to Future Me." And then
Have you
put it
ever
on
read
the-
old diaries or old journals? I used to journal all the time when I was a kid, and every once in a while I will go up and I will pick up one of those journals, and it is always a mistake. Okay, they're always terrible. They're always incredibly cringeworthy. I will flip through them. I will see the boys I had crushes on in high school. I'm like, oh god, what was I thinking? There are little embarrassing glitter hearts on all of the pages, right? Pictures of
Teletubby
dogs,
murders?
right? What's that?
Any Teletubby murder?
No, mostly just me complaining about my brother beating me in Scrabble. That was the rantings of my journals.
I started journaling for the last 6 months now. It's been cool.
Yeah, but don't you feel like kind of yeah, but don't you feel like I don't know, like weird? Like if you look at something you've written like 6 months ago and you pick it up, I'm like, who was this person?
I personally have yet to. I kind of want to wait until I hit the like 1 year mark and then just kind of read through the year.
See,
But yeah, like I've actually, I think we had a conversation previously about how I wish I did journal, so
Yeah.
that I could look back on like my thought processes at different points in my life. But yeah, I don't know if that would be like an exercise in pain. So fair enough. But and one last thing, FQ, you don't need a ring light. You don't. I mean, your skin is reflective enough. Like you're good. Like,
that's everything, you know, is on theme, right? It blends right in with the couch, right?
There was this guest used to come on the Reverie, right? Yeah, it was Reverie. And Corey might have been there at that time, right? I think no, you definitely were, right? There was this guest. Remember, she was a trans individual, and she was in an apartment, and she would like raise her hand, right? But she was like against this white background. Do you remember this, Corey?
I do.
She would raise her hand. She was white, but she would raise her hand, and I would consistently like not see her, right? And she would eventually like wave her hand like this, and she had to, because otherwise I wouldn't see her hand, and it was not on purpose. I swear to God, it was not on purpose. But like that's the thing that would happen.
Disenfranchising in minorities.
Yeah, it was really bad. I felt bad about that. But okay. Moving on. Hey, Ali. Thank you for being here. All right.
Thank you.
One of our Muslim brothers. How are you, friend?
I'm chilling. And as a practicing medical professional, I am a massage therapist. I am a licensed practicing medical professional. Just me and doctors. We're right there.
Well, maybe a little bit above massage.
Maybe even a little bit above. I provide better care. It's cheaper. You know, for the average common man, they come to me. They feel better. You know, so I'm doing great. Just jumped into hearing the conversation about certified professionals, and the institute I went to did lose its credibility 10 years after I attended. So that's neither here nor there.
We let this person pass through. Oh, we got to shut down.
No, funny enough, I went to Everest. I don't know if you've ever seen the commercials. So you're sitting on your couch watching TV, letting life pass you by. Those are my peeps right there.
ITT Tech. There was also them.
So DeVry, you know, Full Sail, and I chose the top of the trades. So
yeah. But yeah, thanks for being here, friend.
Thanks for having me, man.
And last but not least, we have our friend Aiko. Aiko's back with us in a different background. What's this? He's talking, but of course we can't hear him.
The background changed, but not the
He's either on a really low chair or he has the highest ceilings ever.
No. My new stream area is a recliner in front of some IKEA. So
there's some high ceilings, man.
Very nice.
Oh yeah, a little bit.
Very nice. You can't even touch those.
Yeah. I know. I just moved in, so I've still got more furniture to buy.
No look on the house, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, is it a house or is it an apartment?
It's an apartment, but it's about the size of a house. It's I'm kind of I finally got sort of the loft bug, so I'm trying it out.
Okay.
It's a room so big it echoes.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. I'm gonna have to figure out what to do about that too.
But yeah, we're happy to see you moving up in the world. With your place, your digs.
It's closer to work.
Fair enough. Okay. All right, so let's get started. And if you enjoyed any of this, with the things that we talked about, subs to the channel, give bits, give subs, or use a super chat if you are watching on YouTube. Topic 1. Oh God, I'm gonna cough again. 1 second. Sorry, guys. BioFire is a company that is releasing the first commercially available, quote unquote, smart gun in the United States. The weapon uses both fingerprints and facial recognition to positively identify the wielder of the handgun. If an unauthorized person picks it up, the gun will refuse to fire. Handguns are a big part of the epidemic of both gun violence and gun suicides in the United States. Assuming this technology is functional and works as advertised, should all newly sold guns, handguns, be smart guns? Or at the very least, should quote unquote dumb handguns, be severely limited now that we have an option that can avoid needless deaths? Or is it completely unreasonable to in any way limit a person's choice of firearms? Gonna cough. Sorry. But anyway, yeah. So this smart gun is being produced. It's not the first one to fall in this category. I remember when the last one was being talked about, but apparently that didn't go very far for various reasons. We could talk about that later on. But again, we're just assuming this is working as advertised. It's shipping. It's rolling out to first a limited run of individuals before the general public. But if it does work as intended, why not make this maybe some sort of requirement or limit other types of weapons that can be used irresponsibly? There was another case actually recently where like a child got their hands on a gun and ended up killing like a small child, ended up killing a family member. That happened really not too long ago, actually. Now that I think about it, so that is an incident that could have been avoided. That's a death that didn't have to happen. Even if the parent had been irresponsible. So why not do something about that? So we'll start with our friend Lactoid, work our way around.
Yeah, so I would never buy one of these. It reminds me a little bit of the really annoying thing that they do with air canisters that you use to clean your computer, where they add a bitterant in them. So like the people who like huff the computer cleaners, like don't do it. I'm sure they probably do. It just makes their life worse. It makes it more unpleasant for them. But I'm a victim of that, right? And I'm a victim of that because now I have to deal with the fucking my nose burning every single time I can like actually clean my computer because the spray gets everywhere and it smells awful and it sucks. And I get angry every single time I got to buy a can of computer cleaner because I don't want to actually have to deal with it, which leads to my computer getting dirty and overall slow down. So I squarely blame the government for that. With these biofire guns, look, if you want to buy one of them, by all means, you should be allowed to. Fantastic, great, have fun. Here's my issues: expense, right? This guy who built it, described it as a small satellite in terms of complexity. It's more than twice the cost of my SIG, right? So we're talking like considerable expense because the SIG is usually a little bit of a higher end handgun to begin with. Maintenance, right? You got when this shit breaks down, you are not gonna be able to fix it yourself. You're gonna have to fucking ship it off somewhere and have somebody fix it for God knows how much. And I think that we're gonna see a little bit of an issue with if these become more popular, kind of like an issue that people have with Apple products, which is that you buy them and then you can't fix them yourself, and then you got to ship them off and have the company charge you all this fucking money to fix it for you. When I want to be able to fix it myself, and I take everything apart myself and clean it and maintain it, and that's kind of my prerogative. All that being said, gun safety is important. If for some reason you can't figure out a way to lock up your guns away from people who shouldn't have them, then fine, pay all this extra money for this, have fun. But for people who are able to lock up their guns or able to keep their guns in places where their children aren't going to have access to them or don't have children, just from what I'm reading, it's just not a good gun. It's not a very well functioning gun in terms of functioning firing.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Question BD, for using your Prime Gaming sub here on the channel. Awfully kind of you. Thank you for joining the crew. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Much appreciated, friend. Okay, and thank you anyone who came in through Wix Raid earlier as well. Hit the follow button. Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, although the concept of the James Bond bio gun is pretty cool. It's a cool thing. I'm like avidly against this. One, it's definitely something that if they were to implement this is a barrier in two regards. One, the price. I don't know what they're talking about when they're sitting here saying, "Oh, 1,400 is the price of a normal handgun." When I can go down to the pawn shop, buy a 38 special for 138 bucks, or I can go buy, like a I can't. I just now that I forget the name. Now that I'm talking, I forgot the name of the brand. But High Point. You can go buy a High Point for like 200 bucks, right? And you get a little piece of shit gun. You got it now. And bang bang, you're ready to go. So first of all, this is not just twice the price. This is like 4 times the price of a handgun that you can go and get, right? So if you're gonna stop with the barriers. Secondly, once we have the bioguns, it's just one more step for the government to start tracking you. We don't really need the government to track us all in depth with our fingerprints on the guns. What's next? They're going to see how many times you picked up the gun, gone to the gun range. It's going to go to trials where they're going to use this information against you. All sorts of bad things are going to come of this. And if you don't think that it's going to happen, then you're just really too trusting of the government in general.
Thank you so much. Corey, please.
Well, unlike my Canadian socialist friend Lactoid, I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum, where, yeah, I see this as pretty much safety, and I'm all for the regulation, appropriate regulation of guns, and I see that as a step forward in the right direction. Now, is it my position that every gun from now on needs to be made with this technology? No, probably not. But like I see this overall as in like the more guns that move in this direction, the better. Where I think it will undoubtedly, probably on the whole, save lives. Are there maybe some potential drawbacks in terms of like not everyone can shoot the gun, and I can see some potential drawbacks there. But like yeah, I think in terms of hopefully reducing safety in the household where a gun is present, where it's like yeah. As Lactoid said, you can lock up a gun, but I can totally see the utility for some people, not myself personally, of like, yeah, they're having a gun locked up is a barrier to entry. And like if it's an actual emergency situation, like having it actually at the ready of like I didn't look at the advertisements, but at least based off of the description in the article, it's like advertised like you can have it like whatever out on your bookshelf. And like since only you can handle it, then it's like right there at the ready, to quote Gibbs, bang bang. But like yeah. I think this is a good thing, and I'll leave it there for now.
FK.
I mean, if people want to buy it, it's like the equivalent of buying a gun safe. If we wanted to actually legislate something, we're probably better off legislating the safes and being like, hey, you should probably keep your guns locked away from other people. The thing I could see probably use for this is like, because I remember when the Ukrainian conflict kind of started, one of the big arguments that was brought up was like, oh, what about weapons kind of disseminating into like the population? And these weapons are untraceable, and also they can be used by any actor. It'd be interesting if like nations probably invested in this technology so that when they're funding or like providing weapons to other nations, they might be able to like put some restrictions on those weapons, like these locks. But that probably would be like very specific cases. That's where I'm gonna leave it off for now.
FQ.
So my knee-jerk reaction when reading about the product is that I love the product. I think it's great. I don't think that we should be limited in the types of guns we're able to buy. So that was a part of the prompt question. I think that people have the right to buy whatever kind of, well, we can actually get into that. That's actually an aspect of this question I want to interrogate. Do we think that because people have the right to buy, and to own and possess a firearm, does that mean that we have the right to possess any type of firearm whatsoever? And if not, then why not? I think that might be an interesting route to go on, but I'll just pin it there for now. If the product really works, assuming that it's effective, I think that it should be encouraged. I think it's a good idea. I'm not sure if it will reduce gun suicides. I'd actually be curious to discuss whether or not we think it will, because I would assume that like if you're the person like that's planning to commit suicide, you're probably the gun owner. You're probably not just living in a house where somebody else like owns the gun. It's probably not likely to be the situation. So I don't think that it will reduce gun suicide, but it probably like might reduce like some unintended forms of gun violence or accidents happening in the home. There are a few other questions that I have. One of them has to do with the expense. So the obvious example I can think of is Tesla. So we can think of, examples of cars, for instance, which are exorbitantly expensive, which are powered by electricity, which don't traditionally use gas. you could make the exact same case, like about, well, I can't just pop the hood, and like work on the engine in order to make it work. I have to bring it to a special place. But you could make that case again about Apple, as somebody's already made, but you could also make that about Tesla. The second question I have, which is the idea that like we're requiring it. Do we see there as being any similarity between requiring people to own a smart gun and requiring people to wear a seatbelt like while they're in a car? And do we see that as being different or similar or not? And so those are some questions that I have, but I'll leave it up for now.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, Ali.
Yeah, so just in case you were worried, Lactoid, they officially make flavored whippets now, so you can actually enjoy the scent of your air duster that's coming out.
Ooh,
if
I
if
saw a
you so
TikTok about it.
yeah, if you so please. So I think the guns are cool. I think anyone who's a gun nut and loves guns is gonna buy one because it's badass. I think the problem is, even if you do legislate that every gun company goes and makes the new smart guns, no one's the people that want their old guns are gonna buy their old guns. Same thing with like smart cars. People are always gonna want to go buy their gas vehicles, and so unless you ban regular guns, that doesn't solve anything by making companies buy new guns. People are gonna buy the guns they want, but it's a cool gun.
Ika.
Yeah, so this has actually happened before. I think you alluded to that before in your intro, that there was like a swath of smart guns that came out 20, 25 years ago. And what ended up happening there is the NRA didn't like it because they were afraid people like Prime would start having panels asking people if we should ban every gun that's not smart. And they were afraid that would start like sort of that domino effect of, okay, if we allow these smart guns to be developed and to exist out in the ecosystem of the gun world where guns are being sold, then it's inevitable that it'll lead to bans of regular guns. Just as Fairy Queen suggested that it be compared to seatbelts in cars, right? For the very same reason, like we watched car safety go through that same domino effect. And what ended up happening was all the major gun manufacturers, Smith & Wesson, all the big ones, said that if your gun shop sells any smart gun at all, of any brand, of any kind, then you cannot sell any of our guns in your store. And as a result, that's why, to answer your question earlier, Prime, that's why the first time around these guns didn't take off, because you cannot succeed in the gun industry without the support of gun shops. It just doesn't work. Now, that was 20, 25 years ago. Today, there are other ways of buying guns that the individual gun shop owners don't dominate the marketplace in the way that they did before. Gun shows are a lot more prevalent now than they were back then, and you can always buy things online and go meet up somebody and buy stuff. There's a lot of different ways that are available now that weren't before, and so maybe that is a reason why it's starting to look like it might take off again, or there might be one or two companies that are actually able to get a foothold in the industry. I don't know. But their big fear, their big concern, the big gun manufacturers and the NRA, their big concerns at the time were that that would be the foot in the door for companies to start using safety as an excuse for just banning guns, or at least that's the way they would put it.
All right, then let's jump into it.
So-
FQ, I was going to say something quickly. FQ, when I talked about suicides, what I was thinking of was like teen suicide. So teens will take guns in the households and use them to kill themselves. So that's what I was referring to.
Gotcha.
Go ahead, Gibbs.
So I want to even advocate the furthest opposition to this and say that I think we need to make ghost guns more commonplace in the market. I think that we need to go the opposite. This is more like a regulatory thing. We start being allowing people to 3D print their weapons at wholesale. We should be allowed a carbon fiber. The government doesn't need to know what kind of weapons I'm carrying, where I'm going. It's none of their business. The government should have a healthy fear of its citizenry. And I think that this is doing the opposite. We're 1984 in the guns instead of making them guns easy accessible to as many people as possible, which is what we should be doing.
Is it the government that's afraid, or is it the citizens that are afraid to not know who owns guns and have these ghost guns running around?
if it's the citizens, it's the citizens that have been brainwashed by the government, so they don't matter. That's
I mean,
never
if
been the point there.
16-year-olds can just go buy fucking codes for 3D printed ghost guns and just use them.
I mean, can a 16-year-old go buy crack? I mean, they
Yeah,
already,
and that's why
they
it's
can already
illegal.
go,
That's why drug
they can
dealing is
already, they
illegal.
can already go do it. I mean, that's a terrible argument. Like this way, we
Wait,
can have, we can
wait,
make it.
wait.
Wait.
Yeah,
So
well, we don't,
no
we, don't,
regulation
we,
whatsoever.
we don't like tell
Gibbs
people
wants
to
to
sell
legalize
crack
crack
just
now? Is
because
that?
you can.
I'm just saying,
get crack.
legalize crack. It's too much government
Also,
regulation.
just legalize
Well,
everything.
yeah, too much government
Okay,
regulation.
wait. So do you actually want, let's say, to live in a more lactoids world, like at birth, a baby gets a gun, like pretty much?
Yeah, I would like that. The government should be issuing weapons. Do it.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Gotcha.
I want to say a couple of things. First of all, Corey did send me a study that shows that if you're good at guns, you're smarter on average. So that's what he's referring to. That's what Corey was referring to when he was talking.
Well,
about
you're going to be
how,
more, yeah.
He's
because you're more
misrepresenting
logical
that.
and analytical if you're more competent with firearms. Is that not true, Corey?
If you want to litigate that study, more than happy.
Sure. Well, because it supports me. But I think FK really just ended the whole, like, this is meant to be a home defense gun, right? That's what they market it as. It's got to have your fingerprint on it, and it's got to have facial recognition. They're currently in the market, and there has been for a long time, safes that are fingerprint safes. So you put the pistol in the safe, and like you can put your finger over it, and then it pops open the door, and then you reach in and grab the gun. You're not going to want this gun if you're out and about, right? Because you're gonna have to fucking remember, like, well, it's cold and I put gloves on. Oh shit! Now, like when I pull it out and I'm pointing a gun at somebody, it's not going off, right? It basically, you've turned it into a high point at this point, right? Like Admiral Gibbs talked about a high point. Horrible trash gun. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. Horrible.
I have 3. They're great.
They're not great. They're actually famously bad. And brand really is everything in this industry. If you're not going to get the support of Smith and Wesson or Sig, you're probably dead in the water. You're right when it comes to like a small gun salesman kind of situation. But even when it comes to like quality of the firearm itself, like I don't know this fucking company. Sure, maybe they can prove themselves as having a efficient firearm that's more than twice the cost of even like the higher end of the higher end brands. But again, why not? Why wouldn't I, if I'm concerned about just using this at home, just buy a fingerprint safe, keep that next to my bed, and put like a 6-hour in it? Why can't I do that? Seems like you are paying less money and you can carry the gun around anywhere.
Well, like to be fair, if this
I wish people
weapon
would
is,
at
like,
least do
well
that.
made, well, like to be fair, if this weapon is well made and it is compelling enough for somebody to buy it, then you could think about it this way. If you really want to have a quicker access weapon than like going into a safe and you can just use your fingerprint, you can go to this weapon. But then it's just like on the company to compete in the market and say like, hey, this is what we got. We're trying to sell you X weapon that does XYZ. And if you like those features enough, you can buy from us.
Yeah,
Here's
I
a
mean,
potential.
It's possible, but it's one more thing to go wrong, right? Like, what if it doesn't scan my fucking face, right?
Yeah, but then you could ask about having a safe, right? What if your safe fucks up and it doesn't scan your fingerprint properly? And like,
That's
now
why
you
I don't
can't
keep it
access
in a
your
safe,
weapon.
but that's a different question. Sure.
I
mean,
would say just the cost alone is massively prohibitive, right? Like, I just to put in perspective, I can go buy, and I only know this because I recently did do this, buy an AK with a 100-round drum from China. That's like $549 to $700, right? As opposed to like this gun, which is double the price and like 13 bullets, 12 bullets. I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm guessing like, ready to go. And like that's if you can hope this thing scans you. And like so it's $1,400 for like a hope and a prayer, versus I can put 100 rounds into somebody.
Probably a smidge higher than a hope and a prayer. Pretty
Yeah,
sure
I mean,
no prayers are
I
involved.
know that-
The 3D printing and
breaks,
face
you gotta shoot
recognition
it
isn't going to be
I
great.
know they're comparing it mainly to other handguns, but I use the AK as an example because it's like a world famous gun, right? That everybody knows, and that's like the price range. You're looking for a rifle with like 100 rounds, right? Compared to like this guy, he's got I don't know, like a pistol for like 1,400, like 99. Like that's crazy.
You can. So I think Fairy Queen brought up the great analogy of like a Tesla. Teslas are like, as far as I can know, depending on the model, like they're much more expensive, and like we're waiting on infrastructure to charge our cars. but clearly there's a market for them. Now, obviously, I have no idea how successful this gun will be, but like I don't know how you're arguing this price of like, yeah, wow, why would anybody buy a Tesla when I could just go get up a
No,
beat up
well,
Toyota?
They're gonna buy
Corolla?
it. I don't. I think
Yeah.
people are
I'm not
gonna buy
arguing-
it.
I'm not arguing for people that want to buy it. I'm arguing that people want to mandate this as a thing that you have to have a smart gun. Well, that's ridiculous because I
I don't
don't
think
want to
anybody's
buy.
mandating that per se.
Well, isn't that the whole argument? Is that we should mandate that you have to have smart guns if they're available?
I
Like
didn't
going
say that.
forward.
I mean, going
I
forward.
didn't
I,
say
mean, I
that
thought
either.
that was the prompt. I mean, I don't know. My bad. It was like a
That was in the
potential-
prompt. Yeah.
I'm revoking your double doctorate right now. Like that
Yeah,
was
I'm
not.
just saying. No, that's from the prompt. I'm just saying, like, if that's a possibility, this is a major concern. Like, because you're like prohibiting
Corey
large.
is peer reviewing
Ever.
gives
Hold on,
right now.
Biden said, I think it was Biden specifically said, like, we are going to make all guns smart guns. Yeah, I think it's a quote directly from Biden. Let me find it.
Is that-
Well, I think he
What
mentioned
about-
it like go ahead.
When I use my iPhone, like to buy something or whatever, and it wants my verification that I want to buy it. Sometimes it uses that facial recognition in order for me to use my card. And I've noticed that if my glasses are on, it won't recognize my face. And so I have to stop, take my glasses off, and then it knows who I am, and then I can buy the thing.
You can just add the feature for the glasses. Like there are workarounds for that. It's not they did it with a mask. You know, you can
Like,
do
my
a face
question is-
recognition with a mask.
I'd love to do that workaround. I haven't seen that workaround on my phone
No.
yet, so I still have to keep taking my glasses off. So I'm just saying, like, if you have to take your glasses off in order, then you can't see who you're shooting at. Like, I don't know. Like, it seems like there are like some kinks that still need to be worked out on these systems, right? And whatever the fix is for that, you would think that fix would be available for other devices by now, and so far they're not, or at least I don't see it for my phone.
And also, you could like theoretically just take someone's fingerprint off with like tape or like have a picture of their face, and that might be able to work. I don't know how good the tech is going to be on a gun.
Okay. All right. Well, FQ. I'll respond to that later.
Yeah, a couple of things. So I think Corey echoed what I said earlier, which is that, like, sure, it is exorbitantly expensive, prohibitively expensive, probably for most people, but hopefully, like, as the technology improves, it will become cheaper eventually, and it will become more affordable in the future as the technology develops. And like an argument that like it's prohibitive right now, that's not a case against why the tech shouldn't exist in the first place. I also reject, sticking up for Biden mandating that all guns should be smart guns. I don't think either Corey or I stated that, and I'm not going to defend a position that I don't hold. So, but
So we all
finally,
disagree with Biden, right? That's true.
well, I mean, if that's what he said, then yes, I
Well,
do.
provide
We
the
might,
quote
yeah.
first. Provide the quote.
Okay. Okay, so next piece about the gun safe. So I can give you an example of why I wouldn't want a gun safe, why I would prefer the smart gun. If assuming it works well, assuming it's a decent gun, and assuming like it doesn't like assuming there isn't anything weird about it, right? It shoots normally. So I know for me, like I live in my apartment, scary things happen outside. Okay. If something were to happen outside and somebody were to come and blasting upstairs and to start pounding on my door or try to break in entry, I don't want to have to fumble with a huge behemoth of a gun safe. I don't want to have to remember. I don't want to have to like go. I want to be able to pick up, whatever the firearm is right next to my bed and roll out and to be able to use it immediately. I don't want to have to get up and wait because like in an emergency, like it, every second counts, every minute counts. So every minute, so for the fact that I have to get up and like immediately click on this safe and open it is like an extra barrier. It's easier for me to just grab it out of the bedside table next door.
They make nightstand gun safes where it's just a fingerprint scanner and it pops right open right next to your bed. Like there are better safes to get if you want them.
Yeah, it's like spring loaded basically. Like
Yeah.
you just rub your thumb and then like it pops out and like
If
ready
I
to
had to
go.
take a different position on this, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think the all guns should be smart guns is that bad. I think if like we got to a point where smart gun technology was so easy to like kind of when somebody brought up seatbelts, right? I think it's hard because like right now, you can't just like install this technology easily and like make it pretty reliable on every weapon platform. But if this technology was something that you could like install a little chip in a gun and it made it so that gun only worked when it sensed you touching it, then I don't like if that became like a very easy process, I could compare it to like when you install seatbelts in every car, because then it's like, hey, I'm not asking you to now rebuild every new car. I'm just asking you to take this one little safety feature, tweak all your guns, and if it's like pretty reliable, then we can all get onto it, right? And it would be like reliable enough that we can use it in the U.S. military. where it's like we don't have to have our weapons like turn over, and we could probably like keep them more safe, keep them like restricted away from other actors getting to them.
So I have a question about that. So regarding the seatbelt analogy, because I brought up the seatbelt analogy because I'm wondering that, but I'm also skeptical of it. Is it actually illegal to own a car that that doesn't have seatbelts, or that doesn't have is it illegal for you to purchase a vehicle that doesn't have that safety measure? Like within
No,
the
but it's
car
illegal
itself?
to drive it on public streets.
Yeah.
So, like, could you maybe make the same case for smart guns then? That maybe it's not illegal to own or to purchase a gun that isn't a smart gun, but it might be illegal for you to go out and to use it?
So that would be maybe making a change to open carry and concealed carry laws?
That sounds awful.
Is that
Sounds
what you
real
mean?
bad.
You would probably have to make
Real
it like with
bad.
cars where it's like you can't really mass manufacture cars that don't have seatbelts, and try to put them on the market.
No, that's
So
absolutely
with guns,
ridiculous because it's first of all, y'all keep forgetting that it's going to lead back to government tracking you, right? The last thing you want is
you
to
are on
show.
Twitch right now.
I
I
can
can
say
see
it.
all of your interests
Sure.
behind you. I'm pretty sure
Absolutely
your
right.
address is probably somewhere online.
That's
I'm
fine.
pretty
That's
sure you have
fine.
like an Instagram.
That's fine.
or
I'm
Facebook
not
or
worried
Twitter
about
that,
me.
like,
I'm
everyone can track to.
advocating for the rest of the population. So
The
they need
common
their
man.
advocates. The common man. I'm advocating for the
With their
common man,
phone.
right? But listen,
Connected
so
to,
here,
again, all
but
of those
even
media
then,
platforms.
the government currently can't track how often I go to the range and I'm shooting. What's going to happen is you go, oh, was this really
They probably can if
self-defense?
they want to.
Wait, yeah,
I mean,
they
there's
can because
probably a
most
bunch of
ranges
cameras in your
most
there's
ranges
probably
you
a
have to
bunch of
check
cameras
in.
in your neighborhood that track
What are they
from
gonna,
where you live
They
to
have
like
a
where you
database.
go.
You're gonna watch me with a satellite while I'm out there? I'm sure
Have
They
you
also have
seen
a
Enemy of the
database of
Oh,
who's
if they
State?
coming
really
in,
if they
when
really
they're
want to
coming in,
track you,
what
they
they're
would just like
shooting.
look back at a
I-
certain
I-
amount
I
of
know
time,
they're
and
there.
they would just take
You're
the
never
data from
safe,
How
that.
many
Gibbs.
bullets
They're
they
always
shot.
watching.
I know they're always watching. I know that y'all think I'm memeing, but this is a real thing. Just wait till a case law happens where they look up this guy's info and it's like, hey, he took this gun to the range 600 times, and
Yeah.
instead of him being like, oh, I'm just practicing to be decent with my gun, it's he was using this is evidence of him planning an attack against so and
They
so.
can
or
do
If he
that
took his gun to the
anyways.
range
whatever.
600
Yeah, we
times
do.
and then
We
did
do
an
that now.
attack,
They
I'm
would
pretty
know.
sure
They
you
would
would
Yeah,
look
but
at that
now
as
it's worse.
evidence.
But so
It would
why
But
be
would
if
on
they
file.
just go to the range and they're not doing an
Yeah, but
attack, I don't know what you're gonna say.
if I go to my ranch and I do it, they don't know. They're not going to know that. Like, how are they going to keep track of how much bullets I fire out in the middle of Timbuktu?
Well, yeah,
No.
if you own a ranch, but that's not the
Hey,
common man now, is it?
well, there's people.
Also, I'm pretty sure,
I,
like,
it
depending on where your
all
ranch
comes
is,
down.
you
It
might
all
have
comes
sound
down to things.
ordinances that
They're
might be a
clearly
problem.
I don't have
targeting
a-
ranch owners with this.
Yeah,
Exactly. That's another problem. But my point is that I'm making is that it's just one little domino, right? And then because the government always takes a little and then they take a lot, right? That's what happens every time. You give them an inch, they take a mile. And this is what's going to happen
True,
here.
it's why the
It's
lockdowns
gonna
never ended.
Yeah, well, exactly. They never did it.
Exactly,
And
they're
like
still going on.
to some degree, in some places, yeah. Like that,
I haven't lived in 2 years.
But there are people like that now. There are people. That's a whole different subject. Listen, the point that I'm making is that we don't want.
Probably
You don't
not
want this
because of
tracking.
pushback.
You don't want the tracking. Like I don't see why y'all don't think that. Like it's not going to immediately turn into like another NSA department, and like they're just going to be tracking this wholesale. It's going to lead to problems. The government should have a healthy concern about its history. They should know we have more weapons, and they don't know about them. They should be quivering in fear. That's what they should be, and then they would make more laws that benefit citizens.
We have the state of Texas for that, thank God.
Well, we need more. We need more than the state of Texas. We need everybody to be on board.
So, okay, if you could, like, I agree, if you could solve all the problems with it, it might be useful. But like the whole point is there's too many problems with it, right? Not only is what Gibbs saying, talking about how like the government, could use this. Yeah, so we assume the government couldn't do anything with it, and we assume that like it develops so it can also like know it's you, even if your fingerprint's not on it, because if it's the only gun that's mandated now, then if I'm out hunting and like my hands are freezing, I got gloves on, I can't pull the trigger, right? Unless they can sense it's me. Like if I got a tracker on me a certain distance away or something, I don't know. Like you start getting into like ridiculous workarounds where
What
like
is
this
this
is
government can't do it? Like when you guys buy guns, actually you can't answer this, but I was gonna say when you buy guns, do you just like scratch off the code and you're like, no one's gonna be able to track my gun anymore?
No,
like,
I don't do that.
You're being tracked one way or another when you make these purchases. Like there's
That's why we need the ghost guns.
Well, you can legally sell guns without it being tracked, right? If it's private sales. But regardless, if you like all the problems with the biogun as it is right now, I think like especially the fingerprint thing and the facial recognition if I have some kind of mask on. I mean, this is just total like this is a home defense weapon. Like it is relegated to home defense unless we have some kind of like massive jump in technology.
I think they marketed it.
They market it as that because that's really all it can do. unless there's some massive jump in in technology that is going to like allow it to know, hey, Lactoid is like holding it. Just somehow some
Yeah, but this
AI
seems
maybe.
like the step into that jump in technology.
But-
It
but
seems
hold-
like they finally.
but hold
like,
on, let me-
Yeah.
let me-
Well, that's even
let me-
different
let
from
me-
the
If you
previous
could
generation.
do that, and then dodge all the risks and dodge the risk of the government like coming after you.
Well,
et
you're never
cetera,
going
et
to dodge
cetera.
all the risks.
Well,
right?
sure.
I
Stop
would
the
assume there's
government-
the same amount of risk of like, oh, I grabbed my gun and it jammed on me.
So what's
Like,
the,
what are
what,
you
There
gonna
is
do
less
then?
risk. Hold on, no, because now with the biogun, you got to worry not only about the gun jamming, because all guns have the potential of jamming, and then on top of that, I got to worry like, did I charge my gun? Right? It reminds me of these. Like everything's like fucking like connected to your all the other shit these days, right? I saw like wireless shoes, fucking for sale the other day. Like what the fuck? Like I charge my shoes, and if I don't charge my shoes, what I can't walk in them.
This is
like
thi-
what
this is-
point? Like
But this is
This is
under
giving
the
me
impression
old
that
man
the ban
yelling
is
at
gonna stay
cloud,
forever,
situation,
Like,
so
they're
Yeah,
arguing that
okay.
the
Well,
version-
wait.
not everything
uh,
needs to be electronic. Okay,
I
it
know.
does its job. It doesn't need to be
And,
fucking
and
hooked up
back
to
in
my.
your day, everything
You don't want a smart
like, it was
toaster,
analog.
Lactoid?
Not everything needs to be hooked up to my pacemaker.
I mean,
Okay,
no,
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 but hold on,
smart
there's
toaster.
another
Their
reason that's
impression that
scary.
this
There's one more
technology is
reason
forever going to remain
we
let's-
haven't even
like
addressed.
let's go
and it's
to
not going to evolve into something different. But
let's
you
go
guys
to
are just against the implementation of it anyway.
Ali, Corey, then Gibbs.
All right, so to like Lactoid's point, having everything be connected to the internet. Have you seen these the little flipper devices that can fucking essentially you download the code for like a TV, a monitor, like anything RFID, and you can essentially control the mechanism. And it's like when you make if you make all the guns smart guns, there are going to be people who are going to try to hack them. They're going to have these devices. Devices are like $150, right? You could literally like there it's. I mean, you can do that, but that is what people are going to do. Why wouldn't criminals come out with? Have you seen? Okay, okay. Right now, the city of Chicago is trying to sue Glock because people are because it's so easy to add a switch to your pistol that makes it an automatic weapon. People are going to find ways to hack systems and to do things. I don't get why you're like,
Yeah,
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
This.
no. Prime is just like,
Yeah,
what?
Sure, but like the
What
other
do you
thing
mean,
that I just thought of that like blows me the fuck away. Here's what they're gonna do. They're gonna make it a paid subscription model where you pay for like 3 months of gun usage, and then when your subscription runs out, the gun locks up on you.
Well,
Just
what's
like the
even
fucking
scarier than
blender, that one blender that only blended specific things.
Or heated seats, heated seats in
Just to add
BMW.
to that real quick, Lactoid, just
The Black Mirror episode.
Yeah.
So, but like, just to add to what Lactoid just said, because this is a real short thing right here. It's basically like what he's talking about paid subscription. Forget that. Say that like government does become tyrannical for whatever reason we want to rise up. What's to stop them from? They just lock all the guns. Well, now we're all fucked all the way around. What are we gonna do? Hit them with rocks?
Because they can't because they can't do that. Because they can't do that.
Can't do that.
No,
How
no.
can they
because-
get that now currently?
no.
How could they lock? Like my gun's in the closet. They can't lock that.
No. I'm saying that like the moment that there was any inkling that the government could do that, then that gun would immediately disappear from the planet, right? That'd be over for that guy. So let's not pretend that this apocalypse you just made up in your mind is about to happen. Like,
but it could.
It could, but it won't. But it literally won't. It literally won't. Because
How do you know that?
Because people like you will be bitching and moaning the moment that it was discovered that there was this possibility for that to happen. That's exactly because you exist, Gibbs. Because you exist,
They
that
took away our
won't
bump
happen.
stocks.
So
Took away the bump stocks.
it can go.
Didn't Trump do that?
Bump stocks are back.
Yeah, he did.
In any case, right? Like, so
Biden should run on that.
The thing that I was laughing at when Ali was talking, right? And you also brought this up previously with the like taking your fingerprint off like tape or whatever.
I mean, I was
like
joking, but like that is a
spy
thing. Kids
Yeah,
are
I know,
assholes.
I know it's a thing, but I'm saying that that's ridiculous as a point against the gun, right?
Really?
A smart gun. Yeah, and I'm gonna explain why.
Why? Okay, so like let's just say
I'm literally about to explain why. I'm literally about to do it.
Go ahead.
It's about to come out my mouth. Okay. Sorry. The smart gun, right? What it's advertising is a safety mechanism, not something that is foolproof in all situations, right? And to say, well, there could be situations one where it gets hacked. And, okay, sure, maybe, whatever, but like that it gets hacked, and then that's a reason to not buy it. I mean,
No, I never said it's not a reason. It's a reason to not buy. I think people are going to buy them regardless. I think they're cool, and people who are gun fanatics are just going to buy them for the sake of having it. Like, I think people are gonna buy that. I'm saying the mandate of them. If you mandate them, then people are gonna find ways around that, and then you know, you can. It doesn't have to be just like basic criminals, like terrorists, right? If the country has it mandated,
Terrorists.
yes.
Gun
Okay.
nuts are not going to buy this. Like suburban moms, they might buy
You don't
this.
think
but
so?
no.
Just off this, like it's just a smart gun. Like people are just gonna just to own it. You don't think so?
I mean, like maybe
That-
as a
I'm just-
novelty.
Yeah,
They're
that's
not
literally.
they're not gonna be the main market though. Like the gun nuts, they're the ones that are paying like, you know, $5,000 just for additions for their customized Daniel
and
Defense
this
could
be an
AR-15.
addition,
Which is
right?
what I'm
Eventually.
saying. This is just like another. This is just like another. Like it's like the DeLorean comes out, right? People that are car fanatics that love gas cars, they're gonna buy the new DeLorean just for the the novelty of it. It's not that they
I don't
love
think they're just gonna buy
EV.
the new DeLorean. I think if it
Well-
became the case that you could get
Yeah.
this as like an addition to your weapons, there's probably gonna be quite a few people that have like really expensive weapons that they're just gonna add it as a safety
Yeah.
feature for their weapons. They're gonna be like, yeah, I
Oh.
want this weapon locked to me, so I don't have to like take a risk of it getting taken by somebody else and like used.
Oh no, I don't think that. No, I don't think people are gonna switch their regular guns to smart guns. No,
I don't
probably
think it's
not.
gonna happen like as a whole, but I'm saying like there could be an eventual point where this technology becomes like more and more or better and better and better, and then you get to the point where it's like so reliable that like people are gonna look at it as like, oh, I could get this as an addition. And if it gets to like a point where it's like you could get it as an addition, and we notice that like it is a lot safer and it's like extra reliable, I could see like that world where a lot of people start going, yeah, this might actually be good to add on to like as many weapons as we have, because then it just makes these situations like less likely to happen where these weapons
I
are
think
used
those
incorrectly.
same people are me who they're gonna be like me who are like also like the tech war is also coming. If I make all my guns smart guns, I'm fucked. If someone just has a little flipper.
Yeah, but like
there are
eventually
people.
I
we
look-
get through
FK,
this
I
tech
know these
shit. I
people.
think
They're
right
not-
now it's like, I think right now the tech stuff feels really weird because we're going into like the start of this new era. But like eventually, I feel like we're just gonna get used to like a tech world. We're gonna get like better and better safety features. We're gonna have better and better ways to like split off technologies from each other and like move on to that. I
think more people are
this is
gonna-
a problem that's just gonna solve itself.
Well, already
Like more
this
people are
tech
gonna
is-
try to go analog. To be fair.
Already this tech is better than the first generation of it, right? It used to be you had to wear a watch, and if you weren't wearing the watch, then the gun wasn't going to work. So you had to go and fetch the watch and make sure. Hopefully, there's a battery that's good in the watch too, and there was a lot more that could have gone wrong in that previous generation.
Link it to your
than
Apple
in
ID.
this current one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, have you ever forgotten your Apple ID password? Jesus.
Well, the crazy part is, what if you could get a chip installed in your like wrist or something, and it's as soon as you grab that gun, it connects to your chip.
Well,
Yeah,
That's next.
Gibbs is gonna love that one. Let's
Yup.
go to Corey. And then move on.
Oh yeah.
Kind of the beast.
I almost forgot what I was going to, but like I cut maybe a couple of points. Well, first, Prime, I think your characterization of Lacroix's position as old man yell at clouds is pretty apt. Where it's like, I used to be able to play my games without connecting to the internet, but now for like every game now, I need to like connect to the internet. Like I can't.
There's
There's
a
no
cloud service.
there's no offline play, which is like that is annoying.
Old man
but,
yells
like,
at cloud service.
yeah.
A lot of it's bullshit. I
and-
can't buy Microsoft Office anymore. I got to buy a fucking subscription.
That is bullshit. I don't agree with that one, actually.
Yeah, and I share the same frustration, but I just don't personally know how to pretty much stop that from occurring per se.
Use Google Docs.
Well, you don't allow the smart
Google
gun to
Drive.
take place. That's how you stop it. You stop it now before
Well,
it gets to
well,
there.
I'm-
Like, that's
so
the stop.
so to clarify your position, you want to legislate this from getting to market against this getting to market? Is that
No,
what
I
you
mean,
what
no,
else
Gibbs
do you
wants to
want?
ban guns.
Getting into
private
market.
company. Hold on. As a private, hold on. There's two things happening right here, Corey. That's a good try. First,
No,
as a
I
private company,
asked the question,
hey,
Gibbs.
by-
I asked the
Look,
question, Gibbs.
good try.
That's a good try with the
as a
double
pri-
doctorate.
as a private company, by all means, they're allowed to sell whatever they want. What I'm against is implementing legislation that says all the guns got to go smart guns. 'cause
Okay,
it's
well,
rude.
so again,
XYZ.
you're
It don't
shadow
matter
boxing.
what
I
it's
don't. No one.
No. We just
You're
clarified
shadow
the
boxing.
stance.
Just as we
They're saying
originally.
that now.
We
To be fair, Corey, I
just
did
as
say
we-
I could see a world where that legislation.
Yeah,
Yes.
I can see a world too. That's why I think I made it clear of yeah, am I in favor of guns moving that direction? But yeah, I'm not mandating it or that we should pass legislation to move in that direction. But yes, from everything that I'm hearing in terms of battery life, I'm definitely not an expert on batteries, but it's hard for me to imagine, but I guess it's possible of if you're concerned about your battery dying, I don't know how much of a good gun owner you are, there's wireless charging. I would have to assume that there's some sort of adapter that you can place your gun on that will keep it charged. But maybe that's just way too smart gun technology. I don't know.
They're also
really
probably
wild
not
stuff.
maintaining it, and that's why it's going to jam on them either way.
Yeah, or like the glove aspect. I don't know like the entire climate of the United States, but I don't know how much many like is the vast majority of the United States population like wearing gloves the vast majority of the time. I don't know, but even then, I think that
In
only
the
really
Midwest, in
yeah
winter.
in the Midwest. That's why I said the vast majority of the U.S. population. I don't know how
So-
it's distributed. Totally in the North, but like I'm in Canada. I don't know if you know this, but even in Canada, I sometimes don't wear gloves for a large portion of the year. And so yeah, I don't know how much of that
Yeah,
picture
like
is.
I
And
don't
even
know.
then,
Like apparently in Lactoid's world, like gloves are staple to people's bodies, right? Like
Well,
oh my
no,
god, I have
wait,
there's a
wait.
glove on.
So like
I-
this point,
I-
most
I-
home invasions happen during Christmas in the winter, and so if people are around, people are getting robbed, people are
they
out, they
might-
are wearing gloves
They
during
might
the
have
winter
a
in the
glove,
cold.
and it's
home
So,
invasions
there
where
and
they're
it's
might-
wearing their
stapled to their
gloves during the
skin,
home
and so
invasions.
it's
I mean, I don't
unreasonable
know if
for
these people can
someone-
afford heat. Why are we judging people for what
Yeah,
they
they
can
might
afford
not
now?
be-
What if they're cold? What if they're
What if
cold in their
What if
home?
they're just cleaning? What if they're cleaning?
Yeah, what if
You
they're
got
cleaning with
plastic
rubber
cleaning?
gloves?
What
You
if
have
you-
no
What if they
idea.
don't
Do you
have
hate
hands?
it?
What if
You
they don't
hate
have
What if they were
hands?
just
Why are
doing
we
the
just finding
dishes? What if
guns
they were
for
just
people?
cleaning
What
the
if the
bathroom?
gun
You're
safe?
just-
What if the gun safe? Like what FQ
Do you
was
think
saying?
handless people shouldn't have guns, Corey? Make
Yeah.
them heat, obviously.
Yeah.
Like that's
What
the
about people? What
solution
about
here.
people with prosthetics? What if they have a prosthetic hand?
What
How
about
are they
what
gonna do
about
this?
what
Guns for
about
the disabled?
when the
That's what
FQ
Biden should be
undiscriminatory
supporting.
Yeah.
Thanks,
What
hold
about
on,
when
yeah.
the,
Well, here's
like
the other
FQ was saying
concern.
the safe is in another room, right? Now otherwise FQ would have the gun on her, right? Like in various rooms, but now she doesn't have the smart gun, and so she needs to put it in the safe, and the safe is in another room, and that's a problem.
Why is it safe in the other room?
Why is it safe in
yeah,
the-
but you should have a safe in every room. If
Safe
you're,
in
if you're
every
that,
room.
if you're that,
Safe
if
in
you're that
every room.
concerned,
In the
if you're that
bathroom.
concerned,
Cost,
if you're that
too.
In the
concerned with your
attic.
gun being locked up and you don't think that you can take care of it, you should have a
Every-
safe in every room with
And
a
you
gun in
transfer
every
the
safe.
and
And
you
now
and
you,
wherever you
no,
go,
no,
you
I
take
have
the
a gun in every
and you
safe.
transfer it, or a gun in every room, right?
Gun in
Or you
every
transfer
safe. There you
one
go. Now
gun.
you're the
You
now
want
you're
a
the
gun
most
for a gun
protected.
mounted in every room?
Yes, every home should be an arsenal with at least like 5 guns in each
That's
room.
what it
Have you been
Wait,
to
yes,
Texas
no,
once?
It's a
Oh, are
great
you
solution.
Siri?
But here's another malfunction area like that I just realized. What if dirt or grime gets on the sensor, right? Like this is yet another thing that can go wrong. If it's raining, is water like have
Someone's
you ever
eating
tried to use
buffalo chicken
have
wings.
you ever tried? Yeah, buffalo chicken wings. Now I can't pull the trigger
They
because
said they
it's covered
tested
with
it in
sauce.
multiple. They
What if
said
it's
they
raining?
tested it in multiple conditions. Like, well, hold on, that's why I'm saying. That's why I embed that in the question, right? We're assuming it works as advertised, right? Like that it does what it says. Now, obviously, we don't know. We don't have our
Not being
hands. on it.
tested
There's
during buffalo wing
human error
conditions.
though, like that we're not taking into account. Like the gun may work, but there's human error.
Yeah, the human
no,
error
but-
that
but-
keeps killing us all. Yeah, that human error.
Sure.
We're very much aware of the human error that's involved when using guns.
Well,
That
yeah, now it
keeps-
can prevent us from being protected, right?
Yes,
like
the,
what if,
the
like,
potential for malfunction is like it is one of the main downsides of this, right? Not only have you made the gun more complex, now you've made it that if there is an issue, I got to send it back to the factory to have them work on it. I can't work on it myself because I can't get into like the fucking electronics of it. And on top of that, right, there's all these environmental factors.
Okay.
What if like the
What
fucking
it- sorry.
smudges, the rain, grease,
All right,
chicken
so
wings?
let me try to rephrase this, right, so that we can get past Lactoid's chaff, like debate chaff he's putting out here. All right. So we are talking about, let's talk about smart guns, right? Not the biofire gun. Let's talk about smart guns. A smart gun that can recognize its owner or authorized individuals, and it does so perfectly, and it does so simply, in that like it does significantly increase the complexity of the guns, at least the firing mechanism,
And it cures cancer on top of it.
and
Why
it does
not?
that too,
and
does
it
that
has a
too. Why
tase
not?
function. It has a
Why
tase
not?
function, so the bullet doesn't kill the perpetrator.
Why not? So like
And it's
we're
guided
talking
bullets
about
too.
so like with this smart gun, cancer curing smart gun, right? Like then like
Shoot
if
them to
that
cure their cancer.
became commercial, I mean, well, if you kill a person, yeah, kill a person, cure the cancer, yeah. But if that became commercially available, then like why wouldn't we want to push that onto society? Oh, also doesn't track the owners, right? Doesn't track them, it can't track them, it just can't do it, right?
It's an anonymous. It's an anonymous.
Yeah, if nothing bad about it, none of the criticisms apply. Sure, it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Well,
No, I mean, like everything happens in a vacuum.
I mean, that isn't that the idea with regular guns? If if no one goes and shoots people that don't deserve to be shot, I mean, why wouldn't we have guns?
Then everyone should have a gun, arguably.
and multiple guns in their house, a safe in every room, so everyone can feel safe and
Well, if
protected.
we implemented this technology, we could give everyone a gun. We could also just make it so certain areas guns don't work.
that
don't
part
say
too.
that.
Oh my god, gun-free
Gun-free
zones for
zones.
real? What if you live in a gun-free
All
zone?
of Chicago.
Yeah, you just live in a gun. You just live in a
Blackout.
gun-free zone. Now what happens? You can't even take the There are parts of the city where you can't even ride the little bird scooters because like if you rent the bird scooter from like Bird or the Lime scooters, they actually won't work in certain areas, and so they just completely stop working. And you have to walk them back to a functioning area to turn it off. So is that going to be the thing with guns too?
Sounds
Yeah, I
great.
mean maybe.
Well, I mean,
don't
then,
know.
okay. Well,
I-
what if you live in a gun-free zone and you're actually the person who's going to be like most likely to be attacked in your
Well, then
home?
why
right?
would you
So
buy that gun? But why would you buy that gun then?
Well, we're talking about pushing it on everyone and making this like the norm, right? So if we make it the norm, and then people go at the norm, and then there are people who live in gun-free zones, but they're probably at the most risk of being attacked in their
But I'm
home.
saying that like even within like the market, if people aren't buying guns, then there are no guns, right? Like there is like let's not pretend like there's like there's frictionless market forces happening here, right? That like these things just like appear in the world, like that this slippery slope simply is inevitable when like there aren't barriers in the way to keeping that happening. So like if you introduce a regulation which makes guns useless, right? Or tracks individuals like Gibbs is talking about, well then people won't be buying those guns, right? And then those gun manufacturers won't be selling guns, and then that becomes its own problem. Then you have this movement that's been very good at like getting its political will enacted into law, right? That will be be mobilized then. So let's not pretend that like the moment that you have these smart guns, well then all these other things are inevitable as well. Obviously, that's not the case. Obviously, we have friction within this system that will keep that from happening. So let's pretend that we live in the real world.
No, it's
Someone
a
in your
fraud
chat-
in a boiling
someone
someone
in
in
the
your
real
chat
world.
named
Hold on.
99. Wait, someone in your chat named 99 obviously had their head used as a short bus bumper.
But,
Because this
so
fucking idiot goes, they say the quiet part out loud. They want to remotely. If you want to take a gun into like an elementary school and shoot it up, and I had the power to remotely disable your gun, yeah, I think that's a good power to have. I think that's like good technology.
we've
to use.
Well, that
talked about-
person
we've
wouldn't be able
talked
to
about
use the
this.
gun
if
to
you
begin
think
with.
it's your right, if you think it's your right to shoot up that school, I mean, like, I don't know what to say. Go ahead and say that quiet part out loud.
Listen, we've already covered this on previous panels. Like, I mean, listen, the thing about the guns, it's real sad when tragedies happen, but it's price of doing business. This is what I don't get right here is when we sit here, and especially with leftists, they sit here, they lean left, and they go, look at all the terrible things the U.S. government has done in history. All these terrible things, all these things are bad. They had slavery, they had genocide, they had internment, all these bad things, and then they want me to simultaneously look forward and go, you know what? We should trust the government with its ability to potentially track and disable our guns. Because you know what? They're such good faith actors. We have good faith in the government. They would never do anything bad. But don't worry about the Tuskegee Airmen experiments or whatever back in the day. Don't worry about none of this other stuff. We look and we go, and then I'm going to sit here and y'all going to make me sound like I'm the crazy one saying that, oh, the government could potentially use this technology to track and or disable these weapons. Like, I don't know how you can sit there and say that with a straight face.
Well, but I think it's also, I think a lot of times though, you also had government be the agent of change, right? Like it was the federal government that banned slavery, right? It was private, like slave owners that didn't want to have the government come in and take that away from them, right? So it's true that like that government like can act badly, but to pretend that it can only act badly, I think that's just an oversimplification. I think that there are times when you need government to step in and do good things, and there are times when you need to like prevent the government from having the power to do bad things. But I don't think you can paint the government as only one or the other.
No, I'm not trying to do
Very
that, but I'm
difficult to do.
saying that the idea that we're going to sit here and allow them to have this ability is ludicrous to me. When I can go back and look and say all these bad things have happened, and then I get poo-pooed by leftists when I talk about history, and they say, "Oh, well, you shouldn't take pride in any U.S. history
Allow them.
because
The
we were
only
just
reason
all,
you have
we're all
that Second
evil."
Amendment is because the government exists. If our
It's all
government
evil,
tomorrow
you know,
was
like-
invaded by China and was taken over, and now we live under China. You don't have that Second Amendment anymore. You can fight back, go for it, but like,
Yeah, you
China
fight
wins, all
back.
that's
You
happening
can
is you're
fight
dead
back.
and your gun's put in a safe or
Well,
melted
good. At
down.
least I died with a gun in my hand. You know what I'm saying? I like not
Holly?
just like rounded up in the concentration camp. You know, whatever. Like,
Okay, all right, Holly. You had your hand up. I thought you had your hand up.
Oh,
No.
I'm
Oh,
just chilling, man.
Okay,
Yeah, my
fair enough.
Mhm.
Okay. But all right. Fun
Where to start?
conversation.
I don't know.
As always, gun conversations are fun
we're arguing two different
conversations.
things. Are we arguing that it should be like these guns should be mandated, or that they should exist or not? Because
They should exist. That
yeah,
is
That's-
my
they should
yeah.
exist.
They
That's
should,
sure,
our
but, like,
position. Yeah, that they should exist, not
I
that
don't
it should
think
be mandated.
I don't think anyone's arguing that they shouldn't exist. I think that they're arguing that it shouldn't be shouldn't be made to be the norm, or it shouldn't be mandated that these are like the new guns that come out in totality.
Well, yeah. So I'm not in favor of like mandating or legislating the norm, but
Yeah.
like I'm in favor of like hopefully over time, like yeah, this is the direction that whatever society moves in terms of
Oh, I mean,
like more people voluntarily adopting it. Yes, absolutely.
sure,
Yeah,
they won't,
so
but like,
I'm the
sure.
true anarcho-capitalist in terms of voluntarily people doing it. It's like, yeah, people
Why,
make that choice.
why should we try? Look, we got the president of the United States right now saying that he wants everything to be a smart gun. He wants to
Oh, wait,
ban
where is this?
AR-15s. He
Where
wants to
is
ban
this quote?
AK-47s.
Can you provide the
Like
quote?
literally, like yeah, it's literally. By the way, the funny thing is, it's in the article that was sent to us by Prime.
Yeah, no,
So-
but in the State of the Union, I believe he said that. I can't remember. I
Well,
don't know.
no.
if it was
This
that
was
quote or
this was
clarified.
back in 2019. I declared no gun should be able to be sold unless your biometric measure could pull that trigger. And the website for his 2020 presidential campaign included a call to put America on the path to ensuring that 100% of firearms sold in America
Oh, yeah, that's
are
right. It did say
smart
that.
guns. Right.
Yeah,
So
you're right.
this is so you got Biden saying this in conjunction with his Twitter posts. I can pull those up too, where he's saying we got to ban rifles that look scary. Right. Like we're talking about a movement that is very much like antagonistic towards gun owners and very much focused on government regulation. And now these people are now, oh, we're not going to mandate this. We just kind of want to let it be available. Like why? From our perspective, why should we trust that's where you're going to stop?
Because I mean, can't you make the sort of so from what I'm understanding or hearing, like the concern is like even like the let's say potentially worst case scenario of like the government now has the ability to shut down your guns, right? They can reach from the whatever flip of the switch. Doesn't that say doesn't roughly the same thing hold true with like pretty much now your cars of like they're connected to the internet? If I'm pretty sure the technology would exist of like if they want to shut down your car, they can do that.
Yeah,
it
and people are
seems like-
concerned with that, with the mandate that most cars have to be EV, right? Going forward in the future, I think like 2026 or something like that, they want the future like car production to all be EV, and people are concerned. Like, yeah, what if just like something happens to the grid? What if a fucking solar flare happens? What if the cars just glitch?
Well, no.
Like,
So
we-
I think
like,
I think that's more inherent to the infrastructure of like EV. So I personally have like I could this.
Well, I mean,
this
also,
might
what
be-
if the government shuts down the cars, right? It's just
yeah,
like,
that might be
these are
ignorance on
concerns.
my part in terms of I don't run in these circles, but I have not heard much concern in terms of like, well, we should staunchly push back against let's say Teslas and smart cars because like from the push of a button, the government might shut all cars down.
Well, it's part of like the greater argument, right? So people have a list of things where they're like, you shouldn't mandate EVs on everyone because some people just don't want them. And so it's like with the concerns that come with it, it's like one of them is, yeah, what if the government one day just decides, all right, your cars don't fucking work today?
But they could do that they could do that now, to be clear,
Yeah,
right?
and
Because
what
your
if
cars are
DVDs don't
mostly
really work
computers.
today.
We're no longer gonna like we're no
like that.
longer
We've
gonna
already
uphold the
passed the
trade
point
routes
where
that
that's a
get you oil
possibility. To
anymore.
be very clear on EV.
With what? How do they show with like Starlink or what? Or, fucking what's it called?
I'm saying your car is a computer. Your car is a computer
Oh.
as it stands now. Like
There
any
are
car you're
remote
buying-
shutdown programs that police can use.
Okay, true.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Even
On
without
some
the
models
remote
of cars,
shutdown, what
yeah.
if the government just uses the military to block all of your trade routes that gets you oil, and then eventually you just run out of gasoline, and now you can't drive your car anymore on gas? Like, what are you gonna do then? Like
go
all of
ahead.
this. Oh, what if the government is
So-
just like really dumb?
Well,
Because the
I
government
was
could
just,
do
throwing it
vote,
in.
like a variety
Biofuel,
of
baby.
anything to screw you over.
But
Like,
I mean,
gas.
I think you're making Gibbs's argument for him that
Yeah.
the government can do things like that.
Well, no, my argument is like Gibbs's world is one where you like live forever paranoid and you don't do anything, and then you eventually you just get left behind in the times. Whereas you
Yeah.
could be a part of the discussions of like real changes that could be made.
So
in the
okay,
government that could
I'm
live
going to
under.
posit a real change right now. All right, I want to put forth a piece of legislation. I want to see what y'all think about this. If we're going to talk about the smart guns, right? So instead of taking away people's rights by putting forth this mandate, what if, due to, like y'all said, we were able to track people that use smart guns and it showed that they were happier and there was less deaths and, for whatever reason, it showed good results. So I posited for a piece of legislature here that for felons, now felons can now own guns as long as they're the smart guns. What do you think? And do y'all think that we should allow that to occur?
Depending on how I'm not on principle opposed to that. It depends on which exactly that you mean of how the legislation is designed. I can see that
I'm
as
Yeah,
workable.
the guns.
I'm
would be
okay
cool.
with
I think if
felons
we can
owning
get felons to
guns.
get guns, that'd be
Yeah.
fine.
I mean,
If
Y'all
assuming
okay
they
with
weren't
felons?
convicted.
and then there'd probably have to be like some recidivism process for them to like prove that they can have these guns.
But then
maybe
leg-
this is hardcore of me. I'm not. Some felons probably shouldn't have guns.
Yeah, I was gonna
sorry,
say yes.
yes.
There's some of them, depending on like the crime, like if they were like accused of attacking women or something like
Homicide.
that.
Assault with a deadly
Yeah,
weapon.
homicide. Or like domestic violence.
Probably not.
Yeah.
yeah,
probably
that's
not.
why I said depending on how the legislation. If it was designed such that certain felons, the gun is so smart, you just get one bullet. So like that's it. You're limited to just one bullet, one shot.
Yeah, but the criminal process, like the whole point of that is that we do take away rights from you given certain circumstances. When you just start like kind of carte blanche taking away things from groups of people, in my mind, you're essentially designating them as criminals without a trial.
There's a Black Mirror episode with that kind of a smart gun in it, where there's a police officer who's calling in for authorization to use his gun.
You're not talking
And
about
there are
Black
people.
Mirror. You're not talking about Black Mirror. You're
Oh,
talking
what
about.
was
You're
that?
thinking what I was thinking of. Watchmen.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Oh, that was Watchmen. You're right. You're right.
yeah,
It was.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there was a scene where that's like the very first scene of the series, in
Mhm.
which like there was a police reform because it was a different it's an alternate history, and police reform where the cops had their guns like in the car, right? They had like a holster in the car, and that's where they carried them, and you had to get authorization to use the gun, and so he called it in, right? That like there were bad guys that he had to deal with, and he was waiting for authorization, and he got shot, he got killed, and then authorization came just afterwards. So there's that. But yeah, I had that on my mind the entire time.
Yeah.
But yeah, so anyway, I don't know. Okay, should I do this?
Wait,
I
how do
don't know
y'all-
if I should do it.
how do y'all-
Actually, Gibbs, hold on. Gibbs, did you go first? You had your
Yeah,
hand up.
I asked my question.
Okay,
See what-
sure.
what-
No. Come here.
I mean, if we had smart guns that were of a certain quality, right? I'm not saying that Biofire like meets like the proper standard. I don't know, right? I feel like we actually do need to get our hands on it and to see how it performs and all that, right? But I'm not against the idea of pushing like by mandate society into smart guns. Like I like exactly that. Yeah, no, I'm exactly that guy.
Do we? How do we get rid of all the guns that aren't smart guns? If you're mandating,
No.
that
I'm
all
saying
the new guns-
it could just be like a grandfather type situation where all the newly purchased guns, or like guns eventually break down or whatever. It doesn't.
So
matter,
I can't buy like an older gun if I wanted to. So
No, you can buy. Like I said, yeah, you could do that. I'm just saying
Oh.
that like at some point we're saying like by 2033, like all new handguns are smart guns. Like again,
2033
it depends on like the quality of the weapon. Because I actually like if someone's gonna buy a weapon, I actually want it to be able to work. I mean, if you're spending the money on this product, then it should be able to work for attended legal use. So like depending on that, yeah,
At the
why
bare
not?
minimum, any weapon.
I'm
that
not good
the
on
US ships
mandates.
Overseas, at the bare minimum, any weapon the U.S. ships overseas should be a smart gun. How do y'all feel about that thing? Where it's like,
What did you
when
say?
we
Like
give
you?
weapons
I'm
to
sorry.
other
You sound
countries-
super low. I don't know. Your audio is like always weird with you, man.
Too expensive.
At the bare minimum, if we ship overseas like any weapon, I think they should be smart weapons because then it gives us some ability to like maintain, track, and restrict the use of that weapon like actively when it comes to other
If you want to
nations.
infiltrate, no more weapons for you,
Well, it's not
That
even
actually-
infiltrate. It's like when we give weapons to a nation, right? Our goal isn't for these weapons to now become like permanent parts of these nations or permanent aspects that like these nations kind of, use on each other. As like,
Isn't
especially
it-
if we're giving them to nations that are fighting like civil wars.
Wait, I mean, what's the expectation if we don't take them back? Like they keep the weapons to use if they
Well, it's
need
not
them.
about taking them back. It's about making sure that these weapons don't get in the hands of like other parties or other actors in those nations, because that's a risk of some of these nations. Like it's kind of like outside of
Like
even nations.
Operation
like,
Fast and Furious, but with actual like smart technology.
Yeah. Well, it's like fucking you'd restrict. I don't even know what Operation Fast and Furious is,
I
but
was
like
gonna
you'd
say, yeah.
restrict the cartel, like in some ways, from getting access to some of these, unless they're buying from other foreign nations, which they kind of do now, right? But at least if they're buying like weapons that the U.S. has some hold of, the U.S. now has the ability to like restrict, capabilities of the cartel in one way.
So
Go ahead, FU.
I have a quick question about that. It says, first of all, has anybody here ever served in the military? Has anybody ever like served in the armed forces
No,
before?
but I did GA1 for 2 years and won 2 awards for Model UN. So
I've
Okay.
stolen
I also
valor.
did Model UN, by the way, when I was in high school. But here's the question that I have,
And
right? So,
college.
Lactoid mentioned earlier one of the difficulties, one of the problems that he had, like with the smart gun, is the fact that you can't fix it yourself. The fact that you have to send it back in order for it to be fixed. I don't know. I'd be curious to know if like there are any veterans who have actually experienced this in war. But I would guess that the ability to fix your own gun and to be able to take it apart and to reassemble it and to be able to know how to use it like on the battlefield is probably pretty important. It probably like it literally could be a matter of life and death if like your gun malfunctions and then you have to send it back literally overseas to a foreign country for it to be like fixed and then to be sent back to you. You likely don't have the time in order to do that. So I don't disagree with you that it probably would be good for us to have some sort of tracking ability for these guns if we're giving them to other countries. But there is the question of like what happens if the guns malfunction.
I mean,
This is actually the
yeah.
biggest issue with the Abrams right now. In order to repair it, it's got to go back to the U.S. and that's a major impediment on its usage on the battlefield right now.
I mean,
If the
isn't that
weapon malfunctions, the hope is you've been able to send more weapons that they can like switch over to something else.
You know what? I'm
Yeah,
coming
but
around
then,
to this
like-
argument, and I'll tell you why. Because this is going to actually enable the United States military-industrial complex. We're going to have to make more guns faster to sell to offset their losses. We're going to have to make the guns more efficient to offset the inefficiency of the system. So we're going to have to make them better at killing people. So and then we're going to make these countries wholesale reliant on us in the future. Because we're the only ones with the tech to do it. I'm thinking this
United
might
States
there
becomes
might
the
be
Apple of the
something-
gun world?
there might be
This is our
something to this.
ecosystem.
The Monsanto.
Then people are going to stop buying
I-
the guns from us. They're just going to get
I-
them from somewhere else if we limit them to smart
No,
guns that
we're
we can
just gonna
control and
we're
shut
gonna have
off.
to just make them better. We're
Yeah,
just
except
gonna
our
make 'em
smart
so
guns are still
good.
going to be the best guns on the fucking market.
Exactly. We're just gonna have to put more money.
Are
in
they if they can
R&D
just get
to make sure
AKs?
they're the best.
How
Yeah,
much better is the smart gun going to be
Let me
at
tell you,
shooting
a
than
lot,
the
a
AK?
lot. I guarantee it.
Yeah, you think it's going to
So,
have precision
I-
shooting?
That's why
Put
I
a
don't
cheat
want
code in the gun.
So I
But
didn't.
yeah, it'll be like gene coding the bullets. Like, come on, baby. We're
Just
gonna be
just put an algorithm for it. It's all the guns are AI now. We will have, instead of
now
smart guns, we have AI guns that shoot by themselves at
Yeah,
specific
we're already
targets.
working on
you
AI
better
threats, aren't
subscribe
we?
to
So, like, that's
Skynet
the
this
issue.
year, or it's taking you out.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, there's
So-
once again, I don't think there's an issue. I think it'd
okay.
be sick. I just don't think it's
So
you know.
I don't. So I'm not. FK like is introducing something another variable here, like a huge variable that I'm not doing, and it's going to take forever. So I'm ignoring that one. So back to my thing. The reason why. One of the many reasons why I think smart handguns is the way to go, and with mandating, is that it. Like we see time and time again that we have irresponsible gun owners. Now, like I have no problem cracking down on irresponsible. You know that. Like I have no problem bringing the law down on irresponsible gun owners. But we at this point in time, we simply aren't. And their guns get stolen, or like simply put like their children get a hold of them, and then some tragedy happens. This happens hundreds of times per year in terms of that. And then there's straight up suicides where other individuals get hold of the gun and they hurt themselves. So for that human cost, I'm more than willing to inconvenience gun owners by having them be able to access their murder machine.
Why?
and an
To do
extra
the
step
thing
or
that we've
two.
been just like
Murder
with just
machines.
like with
Yeah,
the
you heard
Oxford
me.
shooting in Michigan, I think if your kid gets a hold of your gun and does something, you should suffer the
They
consequence.
absolutely
of
should,
that thing.
100%.
I like that's a better thing that's more reasonable
But
than
there's oh, you mean
expecting us
after the
to-
kids are dead? But after the kids, like all the kids are dead, then we can.
Oh, I mean, listen, man, the kids are gonna be if
I
the kid wants
guess.
to.
I
Well, if the
guess,
kid
yeah.
wants
I
to
guess
come,
it's
are
not
we
a
gonna
big
ban
deal.
ropes and knives in the house too?
Yeah,
Be for real.
No, I
you
am.
know?
Hold on, I am being extremely for real. And are you being for real? Like, oh yeah,
am.
now ropes and knives too. Yeah, like
I mean,
like
pills.
classic brain
Yeah,
dead.
if a kid
Yeah,
wants to kill himself, I'm sorry, a gun is not the only
when we
option.
saw all this the hard edges right off of every surface, right? And the sharp edges in case someone fall. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, whatever.
I mean,
So
the problem,
I'm
the way we're
ignoring
dealing
that.
with the way we're
So
dealing
I'm-
with teen suicide or kid suicide isn't to ban guns. It's to deal with this.
I mean,
you know,
it's
the reasons
one
why
of
they're
the reasons.
suicidal.
One of the reasons why I want to ban the guns, but it's also unauthorized.
So then, do we
individuals using those
ban
guns.
teen drivers too because they might drive to the
yes,
wrong
we
side of
ban
the
all
road?
those things. So again, I'm ignoring your argument because it's really dumb.
I mean, you can ignore it, but that's what
don't
you're
worry,
saying.
I will. Don't worry. I promise you, I will. So no problem. I don't need your permission to ignore you. But so if that is if there is a simple alternative, right? People still get their guns, and they're still having the ability to shoot when they need to. I don't see any particular reason. Again, I actually would push back if what Gibbs was saying took place, and that like the government had the ability to disable guns, or like it could like it had like a history that it kept on its usage. I'd probably push back on things like that. But simply on who could access these weapons, because like that is where these deaths come from. Stolen guns, people not reporting their guns when they're gone, right? And then them being used in the commission of a crime. If we that wouldn't solve all gun deaths or gun violence, but it would put a huge dent in it. And those lives are worth it to me, right? Like the convenience. Hold on, the convenience of gun owners is never my fucking concern. Never, ever,
Agreed.
ever.
I'm not against that.
It's saving lives. And so if this is the path to do that, yeah, absolutely, I'll take that.
I just don't think you save lives. I think you just transfer the gun suicides and gun deaths to different types of deaths. Now, mass shootings, I agree with
There'll
you.
be mass stabbings now.
I mean, that is what's happening in London, right? They ban the guns, and there are people walking around and stabbing. I mean, that is a thing that's happening, man. You can joke around, but people are being stabbed. There are teens.
It's just as easy to mass stab 100 people.
It's not.
Right,
I just said in terms of mass shootings, I can understand.
Oh, okay. Is there friction there? Oh, is it harder to stab a person than there is to
but it's not harder
to use a gun? Okay, well then in that case, I'll limit their options to the stabbing. I'll do that. I'll take that.
That's
option.
fine. Now with
there will be more
suicides-
stab victims than there will be gunshot. I'll take that. Go ahead.
I mean, you can take that.
100%.
That's fine. But then for
I will.
suicides, you don't really reduce
100%.
the number of suicides. You just reduce the number
absolutely
of
do.
suicides
You
by
absolutely
gun.
do.
No, you reduce the number of suicide by gun, but you don't. I don't know how drastically you'd reduce the number of suicides.
Okay, so all right, so you don't know anything about suicide. Let me explain it to you because you don't seem to understand the subject.
Yeah,
right?
I don't.
Yeah, you don't. So let me.
I'm telling you, I don't.
Yeah, I know you don't. So I'm going to explain it to you. So, like when a person tries to attempt to take their life, right? If they fail at that, they are vastly less likely to attempt to take their lives again. So if they don't have a gun that can immediately end their lives, there is a chance that they're going to survive. In fact, I have people in my life who've gone through exactly this, right? I had a friend who talked to me about like how he was going to take his life, and he had a knife, right? Those knives that maybe I should also ban, I don't know, right? And he went to hurt himself. But then as soon as he like cut into himself, he realized, oh yeah, I got a family that relies on me. And so he didn't do it. If he had a gun at that moment and he had pulled the trigger, he'd be fucking dead now. He'd be fucking dead. But that moment, that suicidal moment, he was at his wit's end, right? Like that came and they went because he couldn't complete the act immediately. So yes, it will have an effect. It won't end all of them, certainly not. Of course, it doesn't end the concept of suicide. But I didn't make that claim because I'm not dumb enough to do that. So there's no point arguing against it. It won't end suicide, but it will reduce them. Absolutely.
I just don't know if it'll be enough, but okay.
Fair enough. All right. All right. Well, I guess we're at the end of this topic anyway. But I'll give the other side a chance to respond if you guys want to before we move on to the.
Sure, I'll respond to that. I mean, I've said this before. And I know it sounds callous, but like that's the price of doing business. It's just like I'm not afraid of like the mass shooting or the whatever. I mean, I know and I know those things suck, right? They're bad things, they're terrible things, they're tragedies, right? However, that's not the fear that I have. The fear I have is of a tyrannical government, coming into power, and then we need not having the guns when we need them, right? Like I know people can meme and say I'm Meal Force 6 and I'm not gonna do anything or whatever, and I'm gonna fight, and that's fine. But like at least I went down swinging. I got drone struck, and before I in my sleep, it was great. But the point is, I at least want to have the ability to. And it's like, yeah, I might not be able to do anything, but if there's millions of gun owners and they all have something, if the Taliban could beat the U.S. according to the left, and then Vietnam could beat us, then you imagine what like the free state of Texas could do with like 4 times the amount of weapons and like tons of land and places to hide. I'm just saying, like, imagine all sorts of places. So the idea that like the guns won't stop the government is the key. And like I know that is bullshit. Like because they need the healthy fear. Otherwise, what's to stop them from becoming tyrannical and then start rounding people up for whatever reason? And now we got Hitler 2.0. Like, and everybody like makes it a meme, but it happens so many times in history, and history's cyclical.
So I just quickly I'm gonna read out a super chat that happened less than 20 minutes ago, Corey. Okay, all right, I see you.
You're improving.
Our
I'm
friend
keeping track of
Lawson.
the time each time.
Our friend Lawson Harrison for $20 says, I'm a felon and I think giving most felons guns is a terrible idea. I think it's fair. I don't again, I would have to it'd be the details of legislation that I'd have to look at, right? And I certainly wouldn't give it to all felons. Certainly not, right? They're like, if you like were terrorizing your fucking wife before you went to prison, I'm not gonna like say that you should have a weapon afterwards. Things like that. Or if like you went on like a gun spree, like a gun massacre, yeah, you don't get to use guns anymore. Fair enough. But I think that I also don't like the idea, just like for voting, right? I don't like the idea of taking away a right permanently. And so we're going to do that. We have to do that for very specific reasons, right? Yeah. So that's my opinion on that one. Thank you again, Lawson Harrison.
I'm more apt for taking away the voting than I am about the gun rights.
Yeah. Okay. All right, let's move on to our next subject. Guys and gals, if you've been enjoying this topic and or anything else that's been happening here, right? Just our winning personalities and our beautiful smiles, consider supporting the channel so I can keep bringing you this content. Sub to the channel, give bits or get subs. It's very important, helps me out. Give super chats if you are on YouTube, and we will get to your super chat, right? Don't listen to Corey, right? He says otherwise, but
hey, you're not wrong. You will get to it. It might be next panel, but you will get to
it. Okay, we'll respond just like we did with our friend Lawson. We'll respond to your super chat. It does help us out a lot, so consider supporting this community so I can keep doing this. It means a ton. Okay, so moving on to our next topic. And you'll get it after you're doing in emotes. I forgot to say that. I should say that more often. Anyway, topic. An article in Psychology Today argues that the concept of sex/porn addiction is either not real or at the very least doesn't have rigorous studies behind it that would inform useful treatments. However, a person's sexual behaviors can cause them mental distress. Should we as society say that some forms of consensual sexual behavior be pathologized? Due to the great diversity of sexual relations, can this ever be done equitably? Or should we simply say, to each their own? So yeah, I found this article. I was actually just struggling to come up with topics. I was like, I gotta come up with something. And then sex, because that was always on my mind. I never have trouble thinking of that. And then I stumbled my way onto this. And then I looked for an article to kick off this conversation. That's exactly how that went. But anyway, uh, the idea of sex in porn addiction is like super controversial, right? That this exists. There's been a debate for a very long time, and this individual, this doctor, I believe, talks about how uh, uh, there seems to be like a growing industry that's trying to validate itself. It would be helpful if like the ICD 11, which is international like codes for diagnoses, right?
International Classification of Diseases.
There you go. Thank you so much. And the DSM would include that, because once it does, then it's like the world considered it to be a real thing. People take it seriously, it has gravitas. And then also you can charge for your services like through insurance, which is another thing like that. That's where the money comes in. But so far that hasn't been the case. But should it be? Right? Is this a real thing? And I think we all have learned or know someone or maybe have experienced some level of mental distress around our sexual relations, right? And the things that maybe we've done and feel guilty over or whatever, right? Should we be pathologizing those things, or is this some sort of special class human behavior that is too politically fraught to fairly do that? All right, let's start with our friend Lacto.
So technically, I'm a doctor, and so I'm happy that Prime brought this topic up. I can speak a little bit about it and display my expertise. So the debate about this appears to be a semantic debate. Now, I understand that in this case, while most of the time, semantic debates are stupid, but in this case, it actually somewhat matters, because how it's designated can affect how insurance covers things, or what kind of treatment's available, and actual policies on the ground, for sure. Now, if the treatment proposed is not effective for when it comes to a normal addiction, then it probably shouldn't be. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Fairy Queen.
Oh, am I typing? I'm sorry. Can you hear everything?
Good.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm sorry.
Are you typing another letter?
We
2,000 more words.
But like, if to me, compulsive. So they call it compulsive sexual behavior disorder. Now, that's kind of the formal term for sex addiction. Now, I think sex addiction is perfectly fine term to use in common parlance. Maybe we don't actually call it that if normal addiction treatment is relatively ineffective against this. But when you look at the definition of addiction, it seems to fit in like pretty fucking well, right? A neuropsychological disorder characterized by a persistent and intense urge to use a drug or engage in a behavior that produces a natural reward despite substantial harm and other negative consequences. One example I can think about that's not drugs is going to be gambling, which I understand with gambling, the medical organizations are willing to label that under addiction. I don't quite understand why, again, absent unless for this argument of the normal addiction treatment methods maybe are effective with gambling, but not effective with sex addiction. To me, gambling is almost one-to-one when it comes to sex addiction, right? It's a behavior that you engage in. Lab studies show that it stimulates the same neural pathways that are stimulated when it comes to drug use. It activates your brain to engage in repetitive behavior. And with people who the sex is having a negative impact in their life, they can't help it, right? They continue to do it because these pathways have been kind of burned into their brain. Again, same thing with drug addiction, same thing with gambling, same thing, honestly, with some people, video games, you can think of other things as well, that I think is a serious problem. So when it comes to the sort of above the shoulder shit of should we actually label, like should the DSM label it an addiction? I mean, as long as we're calling it a compulsive sexual behavior disorder, I mean, that's probably good enough for me. If they're not going to like fucking like if I say sex addiction, they say, well, actually, as long as they don't do that, I'm fine with it. But it is an addiction in my mind, and I think that the big thing that we should focus on when it comes to this is demonizing people who take advantage of that addiction. Not necessarily when it comes to the treatment, but when it comes to well, let's say we find out that a sex worker knows that their clients are addicted, compulsively using their services, and knows that they can't stop, despite the fact that it's negative for them, and continues to profit off of them. I think that there's room there for a lot of social ire, and we probably shouldn't be celebrating this person as some kind of strong hero.
Thank you so much, Admiral Gibbs.
Yes, as a newly minted double doctor as of 2 hours and 4 minutes ago, I want to say that I feel like I'm going to focus on the metaphysical aspects of this, right, and the mental aspects. And one of those is in my empowerment. I'm going to put out the new Reverie method for you right here, and this is the way because Lactoid kind of hinted at it. And that's that if you can't get laid, guys, go down to a Sexaholics Anonymous course and sit around and maybe talk to a few people, and you'll probably be able to meet some girls, or guys, or whatever you're into. Problem solved. Now you have the official.
Don't put the
method of
Reverie's
getting
name
laid.
on this. This is not the Reverie method. I don't endorse this.
And so
From the Reverie Institute.
The Reverie Institute has endorsed this as a good way to get laid. By the way, Prime will be offering classes in the future. Yeah, but in all seriousness, though, I feel like you can be addicted to almost anything. I like the Gamblers Anonymous is a thing. Like it goes like. I know people that you see them on TV shows. They have those weird addictions. Isn't that like a show? They are like just obsessed with it. You have hoarders. Like anybody can take anything too far, in my opinion. So for me to say, oh, it's a surprise that they want to, say, hey, sex is too taboo to regulate it. Nah, I think, or not regulators classify it as a addiction. Nah, people can have some pretty weird addictions, and I think that's pretty normal. And I don't think there's anything taboo about that. To be fair.
Thank you, Corey.
Well, first, I'm not necessarily looking for an answer, but I'm curious what thoughts were you having. We came up with a prompt of like, should sexual behaviors be pathologized? But whatever, that's an aside. Yeah, I think I echo a lot of the same things that Lactoid went through in terms of like it's a semantic issue, but I am not a doctor, and I am okay with saying that, even though I have a strong biochemistry background,
I'm a doctor.
and I have a good, solid, at least understanding of some of the neuroscience behind addiction. But I'm absolutely not a neuroscientist, not a neurologist, not a medical doctor in any capacity. But like, yeah, philosophically, is it super important to, let's say, distinguish between a compulsive behavior and an addictive behavior or an addiction? I lean towards not all that useful, but to the article that you sent and to their point, like from a clinical aspect, although what I would say also is I would pay attention to who wrote that article. And I'm going to post their LinkedIn in the Discord chat because from what I can tell, I don't even think they have their like bachelor's in psychology, at least from what I could tell. It's not a post on their LinkedIn. They have some sort of accreditations and diplomas. And they're like, a psychotherapist, but pretty much just about anybody can label themselves as a psychotherapist. But like, regardless, to their point, it probably matters from a clinical aspect in terms of like determining whether something is a compulsive behavior or an actual addiction, because that will guide treatment and treatment guidelines. But I'll leave that up to the actual experts to tease that out. But it's sort of like asking where I think there's the debate currently happening of like, do we classify obesity as a disease? I mean, there's some utility to that. I think, generally speaking, we don't classify it officially as a disease because there are problems doing that. But either way, at the end of the day, we still hopefully still try to treat obesity and all the other health-related aspects associated with that. And I'll leave it there for now.
Well, I mean, like, if you're so adamant that you're not a doctor, we do have to, like, a doctor here and a double doctor here. I don't know why we really needed to listen to that whole spiel. We could have just like started and ended with, well, I'm not a doctor, and then we could have
3 doctors in all.
Yeah,
you're right. I am an idiot. It's true.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to our friend FK.
Whether or not it should be pathologized, there should be like looked into as a problem for an individual on why they have certain affinities or certain attractions. I don't think matters as much as just answering the question. It's probably good to understand yourself a little bit better. If you have certain wants or things that you like really enjoy, it's probably just good for you to like get an understanding of why you enjoy those things. Are those things you really enjoy, or are those things you've just become accustomed to? Um, and if that involves you having to go to a therapist or you having to get like specialized help for it, then like take that help, because at the bare minimum, at least you get to learn a little bit more about yourself, and learning about yourself lets you kind of control your actions as you move forward. That's the way I see it.
Thank you so much, FK. FQ.
So I have a lot to say on this topic, and I'm going to make it brief so that we can quickly get into it. Number one, porn addiction does not exist. But not only does it not exist, the fact that like we talk about it and discuss it as though it's real is deeply concerning. It's concerning for a couple of reasons. The first one being that like historically, like when and my specific concern with the use of sex addiction and the way that it's used is specifically how it applies to people who are sex offenders, and how they will likely use the excuse of the fact or the idea or allude to the idea that they have a sex addiction when they are in court during sentencing to ask and to appeal for a mitigated sentencing. This is something I've never heard anybody really discuss this, but this is not this isn't a conspiracy theory. We can think of many examples of sex offenders. Harvey Weinstein, Ariel Castro are two examples of people who sexually assaulted women and who afterwards claimed that they had a sex addiction. It's also not uncommon for people who commit sexual assault to claim that the reason why they committed sexual assault or domestic violence was because they were suffering from an addiction. We saw this like in the Brock Turner case after he was convicted. One of the things that he said in his closing statement was, and when he was sentenced, was he really wanted to use his platform, his position, to try to inform people, don't drink, the evils of alcohol, et cetera, et cetera. And so the concern that I have with normalizing the idea that sex addiction exists is that, first of all, on the legal level, it will mean that people who are convicted of rape, people who are convicted of child molestation, people who are convicted of possessing child pornography will now from here on forward, like if sex addiction becomes a medical diagnosis, something that you can be clinically diagnosed with, across the nation, the numbers of people who will use that to try to ask for a mitigated sentence will explode. It will open the earth to a degree that we have not seen before. And so that's a concern. The other concern, regarding on just a interpersonal level, regarding normalizing the idea that sex addiction or pornography addiction exists, is normalizing, excusing sexual abuse within families and within friend groups. And secondly, the other issue is that when people behave in a sexually inappropriate way that is not abuse, that it will almost always be put on the shelf instead of as a moral failing, instead that the person was suffering from an addiction. So to put it bluntly, suppose, for instance, that your friend found out that his wife or his girlfriend was cheating on him. Do you want to go and cheated on him with multiple men? Do you want to now go to your friend and say, instead of saying to your friend, hey, she's cheated on you multiple times, she's clearly not a good girlfriend, you should break up with her? Or do you want to go to your friend and say, life is difficult, she might be suffering from a sex addiction, has she seen a doctor, has she gone to a therapist? This is the kind of reasoning that is often supplied to spouses, to people in couples, which is that, if your partner cheats on you or uses pornography and you are unhappy with it, to consider the idea that they might be suffering from an addiction. And because they're suffering from an addiction, this isn't something that they could control themselves or could stop themselves from being able to do. And therefore, you should have empathy for them, and therefore the behavior is excused. Now, I know what people are going to say to this, and people are probably going to respond by saying, well, just because you have an addiction does not mean that you don't have responsibility. And I would agree with you that logically works out on the page. The question is, does that actually happen in relationships, and does it actually work out that way in court? Is it actually true that if somebody says that they have a sex addiction and that this was a huge cause in motivating them to commit sexual violence or to be in possession of child pornography, that it simply works out that way, that they are just as likely to receive a harsh sentence or just as likely to receive the same sentence as if they didn't say that? I don't think that that's true. I have a study. It does show that, in fact, it's not just Harvey Weinstein and it's not just Ariel Castro. There are many cases and many attorneys and many law firms that do suggest that if you're found in possession of child pornography you can mention in court and you can allude to the idea that you have a sex addiction or a pornography addiction as a way to get a mitigated sentence. So this is a huge concern. It's a huge concern. I think that like the difficulty that I have with discussing porn addiction and sex addiction is I think that it normalizes and it allows sex offenders and people to commit sexual violence to get away with what they've done with a slap on the wrist, or with society turning the other cheek and saying that these are people afflicted with an illness, that the reason why they committed rape was not because they did something that was immoral, because they hurt someone. It was because they were compelled to do something beyond their sense of free will, which is the meaning and the meaningful part of saying that somebody is addicted to something. It's saying that the reason why you drink too much, the reason why you take too much drugs, et cetera, it's because you are compelled to do so beyond your sense of free will. This is extremely dangerous when we consider this in the perspective of sex, and especially when in regards to consent, especially in regards to vulnerable populations of people. So that's my short answer. We can get into it later, but that's my opening statement for now.
Well, that was your short answer. Oh, wow. But no, thank you, FQ. I'm really glad that you're here because that was fantastic. I really want to engage with that. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, so as a medical professional, massage therapist, and a sex expert,
Isn't it Ramadan?
it is Ramadan. Doesn't mean I can't be a sex expert.
Aren't you supposed to?
I'm an expert at it.
Aren't you supposed to have certain thoughts during? I'm not an expert on it, but aren't you supposed to, be focusing on?
I can observe and abstain. It's fine. That's part of being an expert.
You're supposed to control your thoughts though during Ramadan.
And I'm an expert. I'm not an addict. I can control my thoughts. That's
He's
part of
like
my
a-
expertise. It's part of my expertise.
He's like an imam, but for sexual.
Exactly. I'm
content.
medic is sex, as they say. I don't really necessarily disagree with the fact that some people can have sex addictions or porn addictions. It's, just like a gambling addiction, you have impulse control issues. I can understand that. My problem with pathologizing it is that just like with therapy culture, we're going to have a new set of terms to just stigmatize anyone with the slightest kink or the slightest want of sex, or maybe they're hitting on someone too much, or they want a relationship, whatever it may be. We're going to find a whole new way to stigmatize and shame people and use the guise of addiction and just call everyone a sex addict for wanting the slightest, having the slightest kink. And I think that's one of the problems that comes with this. Yeah.
Thank you. I go.
Sorry. I think probably there needs to be like a sort of a spectrum explored on this, because it is true that like when we talk about addiction, we tend to talk about things that rob you of free will altogether, in which case it is true that like there becomes like this sort of court precedent where we say that you no longer have free will. This is one of the reasons why we make a distinction between addicting drugs and non-addicting drugs, or at least where the law is starting to catch up to the idea that you have to make those distinctions, right? It's not to say that, for instance, like if we say marijuana is not addictive, and one of the reasons why we put people in prison for things that we think are addictive is because they no longer like have an expectation of self-control like applied to them anymore. So, and I think certainly there is a danger in using that word for this for the very reasons that were just mentioned. But at the same time, like there is something to the fact that just like with gambling addiction, there is a certain reward mechanism in the brain. And if you aren't engaging in the behaviors that are supposed to trigger those reward mechanisms, and typically, ideally at least, it's like a loving relationship between two people, is then rewarded by that like mechanism in the brain. If you short circuit that by getting to that reward, but without those like healthy behaviors in between, that certainly is going to cause a problem both societally and interpersonally. So I think there needs to be, if we need to come up with another word or like addiction level 1 versus 2 or something, where free will is still in play, but unhealthy behaviors like still continue to exist, and then one in which it's just taken over your life and you no longer have any control over what you do, in which case you could make arguments for like restraining people before they've done anything, right? Because at that point, without free will, they become a danger to themselves or others.
Okay, open to the panel.
Oh yeah, I want to attempt to unpack some of the things, hopefully at some point all the things that Fairy Queen put on the table, which was like quite a bit and a lot of it's super interesting. Okay, well, so ultimately, at least from my position, okay, although I'm not a neuroscientist, but I have a decent neuroscience background, like everything is rooted in the brain, okay, and I think you used the phrase of like as a result of, let's say, empathy, this can lead to like excusing the behavior. Okay, and I can see how that plays out, but I would say that's not necessarily true. It doesn't have to necessarily be true. Where like
It doesn't have to necessarily be true, but the question is, does it? That's the question. Is it?
Sure, but and also with the aspect of the like so I'm not in favor of people not taking responsibility for their actions, but to iCow's point, or I think the point that they're trying to make of like we don't have a perfect understanding of, let's say, neuroscience, but like we do know like there are some interesting case studies of like pretty much like one of the risk factors for like psychosis, even though that's not a diagnosis, is like a traumatic brain injury. Of like there are absolutely documented cases of like, yeah, as a result of changes in their brain, like their behavior dramatically changes, and it can potentially lead to violent behavior. I don't see why we can, let's say, if someone as a result of a traumatic brain injury, like somehow carries out a violent act, we still hold them responsible. We don't even give them a lenient sentence, but we could also recognize that at some level, to iCow's point, they don't have free will. And at some level,
But that's exactly the problem. And that's why specifically I brought up the example of people of sex offenders, child molesters, and people who are in possession of child pornography. They will say, and I guarantee you, like, if tomorrow
we could say no.
No, you can't, because this already happens. We already have numerous cases of when these people go to court and when they are trying to appeal for a lighter or mitigated sentence, they appeal to the idea that they have an addiction. A big reason why those mitigated sentences don't often happen is on the basis of the fact that the APA does not consider pornography addiction or sex addiction to be real. It's because this argument that we are having right now happens in court, which is the reason why those mitigated sentences don't happen. But were it the case that the APA decided tomorrow that in fact it is real, that it is a real recognizable condition, the amount of people being successful at arguing that in court will explode. It will mean that
and I don't see. So, well, first of all, like I'm again, I'm not a medical professional or mental health professional in any capacity whatsoever. But like, if it's through an evidence base and a solid foundation of evidence, and the APA and the ICD and the DSM is updated to include, actual sex addiction, I don't see that as a problem. Why is that a problem for you?
I'm just explaining to you why it's a problem. It's a problem for me because it will open the floodgates to a number of people.
As in, like, you would want to ignore that evidence.
I'm not saying I would want to ignore the evidence, but I'm explaining to you the stakes of this conversation, the stakes of like discussing this. And a big motivating reason on why the APA, by the way, hasn't considered or hasn't upgraded sex addiction to be real. It is precisely because of this concern. And as to the idea of it being unscientific, I will just tell you, like, people, this was a critique that has been made of the APA, that as more studies have come in, as more research has happened, that it is likely that the DSM-6, the newest shiny edition of the DSM-6, will in fact include pornography addiction and sex addiction, since it's already included gambling addiction. But there are a couple of reasons like why I doubt that that's true. And the first one is that the DSM-5 has actually stricken mentions of sex addiction and hypersexual disorder. That used to be in the DSM-4. That used to exist within the DSM-4. In the newest edition of the DSM-5, that was edited out of the DSM-5. So on that basis alone, it doesn't seem to be that the progression of the DSM seems to be heading towards a sex addiction seems to be real. It seems to be that like the newest edited version seems to have actually edited it out. And secondly, I want to address something that was said earlier, which is the idea that like addiction to alcohol, is the same as addiction to, is the same as like if we're going to call it an addiction, supposedly pornography addiction. There are a couple of reasons to doubt that. One of them is that there are studies that show brain scans between people who are drug addicts, and specifically like how I'll read exactly like what it says. I don't want to misrepresent precisely what it says. So when addicts, including those addicted to drugs, alcohol, smoking, and gambling, are shown pictures of their drug of choice, there's a clear and uniform response in their P300 brainwaves, which are usually activated when we see a particular interest or desire, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. However, When UCLA researchers studied the response to viewing sexually explicit images in people who self-define as being unable to regulate their porn viewing, the results showed no response in either brain measure. The second way that it's different, at least according to like what I've seen, is that typically speaking, when somebody is addicted to the object, they need the object. They go from wanting and desiring the object in order to needing the object, to having to have it. And if they don't have it, then they become extremely sick or they become extremely ill. So the example would be if you have somebody who's addicted to heroin or crack or alcohol, and you just make them cold, and like a hard alcoholic, a hard like addict, and you put that person in a room and you lock them up and you throw away the key, that person could become seriously ill. They could die. Like there's a reason why we give them methadone, right? That doesn't happen. If I put a porn addict into
whoa, that does not track. That
Same
does
thing with
not
gambling.
track. That does not track at all. So alcohol addiction and let's say benzodiazepines, the biochemical changes that induce as a result of addiction, totally separate than let's say opioids. Like there are reasons why you can die, let's say through alcohol withdrawal and benzodiazepine withdrawal, because they induce specific biochemical change. That is different than opioid addiction and withdrawing from that. You cannot die from that. And that does not fit into the category of like addiction. That's not what defines something as addictive. And also addiction, physical dependence is different than psychological addiction. Those are two separate concepts.
I understand that, but then the question becomes for everyone who is going to say, but gambling addiction is included. Well, that's fine if you're going to say that, but then you need to explain why it is not only that the APA doesn't say that sex addiction is real, but why is it that it has gone to such lengths to edit it out of the DSM? Why has there been such a push from the APA to do that, if in fact it is real and if in fact they have done it?
Okay, well, I'm not going to comment on, I guess just to attempt to distill your point or understand your point better. So I'm curious, okay, how you would want to hold someone accountable, Fairy Queen, someone where there are actual documented cases. I'm sure Lactoid knows better than I. Of let's say someone who kills a person in their sleep, or actual documented cases. Do we hold that person more responsible, less responsible, or are they now a murderer?
If they kill someone in their sleep, so a sleepwalker with a gun is the example.
Or a knife,
so it's not so it's not somebody going to some. Okay, so it's a sleepwalker with a gun. I mean, obviously, in that case, we would hold that person less responsible if you could prove, because that person like is asleep, they don't know what's happening. For the same reason, like why you wouldn't hold somebody that's in a state of psychosis, like it's responsible.
Okay, so you recognize like a state of psychosis, even though that's not a diagnosable condition.
Do you think that porn addiction is the same thing as entering a state of psychosis? Do you think it's the same as these other types of addictions that have been
did those
been brought
words
up?
ever leave my mouth?
I'm just asking. That seems to be the direction that we're heading. So I just wanted to ask.
If you let me speak instead of interrupting me, I can maybe get my point out. But so I think so I'm more trying to tease out what iCal was saying in terms of some sort of spectrum, like as in like I don't think I'm not an expert, but when it comes to like the neuroscience, like free will doesn't seem to be like a binary of like you have it. Like they're clearly so to distill, that's why I use the sleeping example. You clearly say, and you pretty much have no hesitation of like, yeah, the person sleeping, they kill someone, yeah, they are less responsible, okay? But we can also recognize someone perfectly awake and conscious, they don't have this perfect free will and they're in control of all their actions all the time.
So a couple of things in response. It's unfortunate that Scott is not here because like he's mentioned this to me before regarding drug addicts. Drug addicts do understand like when they are doing something morally unfair or morally inappropriate. There are many studies that show that like people who are addicted to cocaine, people who are addicted to crack, they completely understand. They understand that it's wrong to grab the necklace and to steal it. Like it doesn't prevent your ability to make moral differentiations or to make moral decisions. But that's the way that it's understood. Like when you bring up the word addiction, and to your point, it might be true. And like the ICDF, to its credit, like has labeled it as compulsive sexual disorder. But there's a reason why they labeled it that and not addiction. And the reason why is because words matter. If it enters into the cultural miasma that sex addiction exists, the reason why that's bad is because what we understand addiction to mean, it's too problematic. It will cause too many problems.
Okay,
wait, I'm just
so you
curious.
can respond, but I want to get Lactoid in as well.
Okay, I'm curious, Fairy Queen. Do you think, let's say, whatever, in any health insurance system, either public or private, do you think public insurance or private insurance should, let's say, cover bariatric surgery or gastric bypass surgery? Do you think people have perfect choices when it comes to food and perfect control over their food choices?
No, I don't think that people have perfect control over their food choices.
Okay, so you can recognize, and I wish Scott was here too. You can recognize that I'm sure most people, when they're reaching for that unhealthy food at a cognitive level, okay, they recognize that yes, this will lead to maybe greater increases in weight.
Do you think that
there's
you can be
different-
addicted to food?
I can say so. There is totally an argument to be made. As far as I know, food is not classified as an addiction, but we are certainly aware of eating disorders. We are certainly aware of compulsive behaviors when it comes to food, and we also certainly recognize, and the medical establishment recognizes that obesity is pretty much there's a complicated confluence of factors. It's not just a matter of self-control. I don't think
Right, but
as far as
like, but you would agree with me that like it's
that's
true.
why I
The
asked you.
obese, the
That's why I
obese.
asked you the question of like,
Well,
should insurance cover those types of interventions?
well, but let me ask you the question, okay? Do you think it should be classified as an addiction so that like they can be covered by insurance? Do you think that that's what a move that should be made? That
I'm
eating
not.
disorder should be redefined and reclassified as addiction? You're addicted to sugar?
Well,
Is that
so that's why I brought up the issue of, let's say, classifying obesity as a disease potentially, as in like, yeah, we classify certain disorders as disease so that we potentially cover them. So that's why I'm in favor of those classifications. I'm not against per se of, let's say, classifying obesity as disease so that their interventions can be covered. So I'll repose the question to you. Do you think, let's say, in certain circumstances, gastric bypass surgery or bariatric should be covered by insurance, either public or private? Yes or no?
yes, I do. But to respond to you,
Why
that
not?
doesn't.
They know they have control of what
But
they
that
put in their
doesn't mean
mouth,
that
right?
that doesn't mean that you can be addicted to food. That doesn't mean that like you're
That's
that
right.
doesn't that you don't have to
be
classify something as an addiction in order for it to be covered by your insurance just because like, you made a stupid mistake, right? Like this would be akin to like if I am like on a motorcycle and I'm stupid and I go on my motorcycle and I drive off a cliff, right? I had the free will and I scrape up my knees and I bang my head and I severely injure myself. Should me going to the hospital and like having that covered be covered? Of course it should be. But that doesn't mean that the act of me getting on the Harley Davidson and spewing down the Grand Canyon, that doesn't mean that it's an addiction. It just means that it's a bad behavior.
I'm not disagreeing with anything that you said, but we also recognize that there are external factors that influence behavior, and
Right.
that we don't have total control. Even you seem to recognize both of my sleeping, someone killing themselves in the sleep example, and also my obesity example. You seem to also intuitively recognize that it's not just this binary of self-control. And I am not. So let me make myself explicitly clear. I am not, as of now, advocating that we classify these things as addiction. But even regardless, I still think that, when it's actually a compulsive behavior and it's affecting their quality of life, that shouldn't stop us from intervening, nor should it prevent us from holding bad actors fully accountable for their actions.
What if
So I do want to let in our friend Lactoid and anyone else wants to jump in.
Yeah, I want to disagree with you too, Fairy Queen. Sorry.
I know.
Gambling, there's no physical dependence, despite the fact that DSM designates gambling as an addiction. When you look at the reasons for why they removed it from the DSM-4, it's a little bit confusing, and the responses they give are relatively vague. And yeah, they did that, but there's other organizations that disagree with them, right? So the American Society of Addiction Medicine, which is the largest medical consensus of physicians who treat addiction, and their position is that sex addiction is a addiction along with gambling addiction. The reasons there are that it stimulates the exact same pathways, operates within the same mechanisms, and displays all the same functions as we would expect from any kind of addiction. Especially when it comes to gambling, if we're going to designate that as an addiction, it would seem pretty reasonable to then say, well, here's this other thing that has a similar biochemical effect. Why wouldn't this also be an addiction, especially if we see people having a reaction to it as though it is an addiction? When it comes to how the law enforcement treats it, so there's this can kind of go back and forth. So if you guys ever watched To Catch a Predator, one thing that Chris Hansen always does is he always tries to establish that with the predator that he's talking to, that the predator has some kind of compulsive behavior, right? Like, is it an addiction to the internet? Is it some kind of compulsion? And the reason for that actually is that, and maybe other attorneys who maybe do criminal law a lot more than I have can talk more on this. But from my experience, people who are being sentenced, like if you're like a child predator and the jury believes you are a compulsive, like addicted child predator, this is probably actually not the best for you, right? Because now there's a major concern of recidivism. Now this is not just a moral failing that we can punish, right? We're going to punish the shit out of you, but you're compulsive, right? You're going to get out, you're going to go right back to doing it. So we got to we got to punish you even further. I suppose there's also the argument of, well, you have less of free will, therefore, like, we should be focusing more on treatment of the sex addiction as opposed to like punishing the sex addiction. Although generally speaking, with any kind of addiction, I'm much more open to punishing people. I think that when you engage in the behavior, like you're sort of signing off, as long as you're doing it as an adult, you're sort of signing off on the potential risks and that may come up later. So I'm fine with punishing people. But to be frank, Fairy Queen, it feels like your argument's a little bit like motivated reasoning, right? You're saying that, well, if we do this, then sex offenders might get lesser sentencing. But if you agree that people with lesser free will should get lesser sentencing, and let's say like we work it out and the science seems to indicate that sex addicts do have a little bit lesser control and less free will when it comes to this, then wouldn't the correct answer be to punish them less than we're punishing them if they have this kind of compulsive behavior? Assuming that we don't also have the kind of corresponding concern of recidivism, right? Because for me, recidivism is also a valid reason for punishment. So it's sort of this war of, is the recidivism worth more to the punishment, or is like the free will thing more concerning with the punishment? It's not like, I'm not concerned of, well, what if sex offenders get punished less? If that's what turns out to be just, then I guess that's what turns out to be just.
Well, Lactoid, then Ico. So not Lactoid, sorry, Fairy Queen, FQ. And then
No, ICO, and then I'll respond.
Okay.
Well, it's just when you bring up this recidivism thing, like it tells it brings up the other half of this thing, right? Which is to say that let's say we do say that the addiction is so strong that it like has an effect on your free will, right? Then the question is, should we even wait for you to commit an offense before doing anything about it? Because if we're going to say that you're an addict and that you're not responsible for what you do, then already society has a right to restrain you before you can even do anything, right? So are there any proactive interventions that can be considered if we're going to say that there's a group of people who are a danger to, specifically a danger to others, specifically a danger to women or a danger to people that they're attracted to and to children? Can we do anything? Do we have to wait for them to commit a crime to do something? Or can we say, well, this person's already addicted. They already don't have the ability to make the right choice. Can we intervene in advance and stop something from happening?
How would you know they have an addiction, though? Prior to them committing like the crime, right? Because there'd be no reason for them to get tested or treated if they didn't think that it was something.
Or what if they went to get help?
Yeah, I mean,
well, beforehand, yeah, but like that would be the assumption with everyone, right? If someone doesn't assume,
say
they
a
have
medical health
or,
professional like has come to that conclusion, like through some sort of diagnosis, not necessarily because they've committed a crime yet, but because that they're starting to exhibit the red flags, right? We talk about red flag laws, especially when it comes to domestic violence and gun laws already. Why can't we apply it in this situation too?
Well, because what would be like the application? Like, how does a doctor know that you have a sex addiction? Most people aren't going to their doctors to get regular checkups to begin with, and unless we specifically like track like Planned Parenthoods or like
well, like I said, red flags usually
things
come because there are early warning signs in a relationship of some kind that cause them to wind up getting evaluated in this sort of way.
Yeah, so
not necessarily because of an assault, but because of things that are maybe bumping up against that.
Well, so that was my problem. Was that one thing? That was my problem. Was that like the slightest thing can then be stigmatized into being like a sex addiction, and so that everyone can be shamed into it. So like if I like porn and my girlfriend doesn't like the fact that I watch porn, and she can go ahead and claim that I have a sex addiction because I enjoy watching porn. Now I have to go to therapy because of this to do something preventative, which is like.
Yeah, I mean,
your response is not going to be like, well, honey, technically an addiction is not recognized by the DSM-5, so you can't tell me that I have a sex addiction. No, that's not going to fucking work.
No, right? What I'm saying is if she does say that I have a sex addiction, and now that we're in the world where we're trying to do prevention of people with sex addiction to prevention of harm, right? If she goes ahead and claims that I have sex addiction, I now have to go to therapy because she thinks I have a sex addiction because I enjoy porn, and technically enjoying porn is part of the DSM.
So in the 1980s,
I'd have to get evaluated. I'm just saying the forced evaluation that comes with this.
This is the
in
kind
the
of
1980s. we did away with locking people up. Like, it's one of the reasons why we have the homelessness problem we have now is because after One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest got everybody like outraged about it, we sort of opened up the doors to the asylum and let people out. But there was a time when if we thought that you weren't capable of making like correct, like ethical decisions like in society, we would just lock you up. And
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
they
it's
would
not good.
find out
Hard
by
with putting
through
you
a
in the
variety of
asylum.
you say it's not good, but I think there, if you look at the outcomes that we had back then versus that what we have now, I think that those populations are worse served now than they were
Yeah,
back then.
but right now we have the internet, so once again, anyone can just be claimed as a sex pest or a sex addict, and then they'd have to prove it by going to therapy and getting a, I guess like a pass from the therapist saying that they're not, and that would be the only way to do it. And so if we make it so that this is something that is heavily stigmatized or is like unaddicted, and people are doing normal things or they have a slight kink, and then someone sees it as an addict and they call them out on it. Now that person has to
Welcome
go
to
to
the
therapy to
argument
prevent.
that we have been making as conservatives against this bullshit that they have been pushing our whole lives. The slippery slope. We say it like he just mentioned the word proactive, like things, right? Proactive is the word that you should be concerned about. And
Yeah,
I don't remember the
preventative
second.
harm is what I was
Yeah,
saying.
preventative. Yeah, either one of those are bad things. But we start judging things based off that. Taking the thought police. We
Yeah.
don't want the thought police. We're rounding people up. Like that's good. Bad. This is the same argument people will be using for the guns, and I was fighting back against it on the last topic. Like this is the kind of thing they start classifying you. They start coming up with these red flag laws, all these different things, and this is like something that like people are actively pushing here on this panel, which is crazy because that's what's the most terrifying thing to me. And I'm sitting here saying to blue to face, and people are like, no, they're not going to do that. And then we literally have people advocating for proactive solutions here on this panel. So it's clearly a great
I
thing.
mean, we do
One of those.
don't we do this currently with like DUI and stuff like that? Like, you haven't harmed anybody yet, but we see that you've been drinking, and if we allow you to drive now, at this point, after having done all that, having all that alcohol, you're going to be a danger to others, and so we're going to stop you before you get into that accident.
Yeah, but it's not like you're being
And we're-
prescribed a license to fuck. Like,
yeah, but the reason I'm bringing all
Maybe
of
we
this
should
up
change
is
that.
because when Fairy Queen talks about the dangers of taking away somebody's culpability, right, because of addiction, then the flip side of that is to say, okay, if we're going to say that they're not morally responsible for what they do, then at this point we have a responsibility to respond proactively as well, because
So then now everyone gets a license to have sex. Yeah.
well, that's the slippery slope that Fairy Queen is talking about. It's just the other side
So-
of it.
are we
Yeah,
really taking away
that's-
their responsibility, or are we kind of saying like you had responsibility in your actions, but the way that we deal with you now in the aftermath is going to be different because of
I
like how much responsibility you have?
I really hate this, honestly. So I understand that logically, like, we can have the conversation, you have responsibility, but you were motivated beyond your sense of free will. Like, you're motivated to do it. It's not that you're not responsible, okay? But you still have a problem and you were still motivated to do it, like, and you're compelled to do it beyond your sense of free will. And I understand, again, how logically we can have the conversation about how, no, of course you're not responsible. But, and like, of course you're still responsible regardless whether or not you have an addiction. But really, how these conversations actually work in marriage, in counseling, in some cases, in many cases in court, is that, like, if you say the existence of saying that this person has an addiction, practically how it works is a way of, like, saying that this person couldn't control themselves, that this person can't be held responsible, isn't fully responsible for what they've done. So I understand, like, how logically it doesn't work that way. Like, I understand if we talked about this like in a pure vacuum, right, barring any empirical examples or evidence, why that would be true, but it just doesn't work out that way. There's a reason, like, why you go to so that's the first thing. The second thing is I wanted to respond to some things that Lactoid had to say. So number one, motivated reasoning. I would agree with you. Like, this would be an example of motivated reasoning, but I don't know that that's entirely bad. And the reason why I don't know that it's entirely bad is my understanding is the point of you going into a clinician and receiving a diagnosis is just so that you can basically bill it under your insurance, or so that you can say that you have this disease when you're in court, so that you can receive a mitigated sentencing, or to explain or to argue for your position. So the label of the actual word that you use, like, in order to communicate it. Beyond that, though, like, the significance actually in treatment. I mean, like, there are, really, like, what happens as a therapist or as a licensed clinician, you use the best treatment, like, modalities that you have in order to help to treat your client, and you adjust based off of what the individual needs. So if you have an individual client that comes in that needs something specifically from you, and they have this disease, like, after you, like, diagnose them, whatever you choose to do afterwards, like, is based off of what the individual needs. So that's the first thing. The second thing has to do with, like, the APA. I mean, we can play this game for a while. You know, you can say, well, who cares about the APA? Well, the APA is a big deal. In order for you to be a licensed psychologist, like, throughout the United States, like, it's recommended, highly recommended, that you go to an APA accredited program. So if you go to a program and you receive your license, like, from a program that is not credited, it's not that you can't get hired, but it will be a lot more difficult to be hired. Your credibility goes out the window. And I can find you other examples of associations that also say that, like, sex addiction doesn't exist. One example would be the American Association of Sexuality Educators, Counselors, and Therapists, AASECT. It issued a position statement on sex and porn addiction, which states that essentially that it doesn't exist, that they don't consider it to be a real disorder. So that's a couple of things. As far as it being a gambling, not being a physical dependence, I agree with you that they did define gambling as an addiction, and they do. But the question becomes, again, that the burden of proof is then on you to explain, like, why they don't accept sex addiction as an addiction, like, within the DSM. Like, it's not for me to answer; it's for you to answer.
No, I don't think the burden of proof is on me to explain why they decided that. Like, I tried looking at the reasons for why they've decided that, and the responses are pretty nebulous. I'm pretty sure one of the responses was, like, we don't feel as though it fits as an addiction at this time. Was like the reason given for why they didn't, like, categorize it as an addiction, but yet they still categorize gambling addiction as an addiction, despite the fact that both gambling and sex addiction both are reliant on the exact same biochemical pathways, reinforcing negative behavior, like reinforcing behavior, even if it leads to a detriment to the user. I think that, like, this is very prevalent when it comes to pornography. I think we've all probably known somebody who has, like, taken that shit way too far and has, like, spent all their money on it or spent way too much time on it. It certainly seems to function like an addiction. The biochemical pathways appear to, again, like, the abuse of the biochemical pathways appears to be similar to an addiction. And yes, you are going to be able to point to prominent organizations. I have some prominent organizations as well. The largest group of physicians who treat addiction that are saying it is an addiction. You're going to point to the APA that's saying it's not, right? That, of course, that's a massive organization. I'm not saying that, like, it's like a settled decision. It's not. But this is kind of where, like, the semantics question comes down to, well, what actually, like, how concerning are the harms of just calling it addiction? To me, it seems way more consistent now that we've already labeled gambling to be an addiction. And then on top of that, to be frank with you, I think that when it comes to the courtroom, like, establishing compulsive behavior, like, is useful, right? You can do that now. You just can't use the word addiction, but you could bring in an expert to testify. This guy has a compulsion for sexual disorder compulsion, right? He can't help himself, and that'll be the argument. And then the other argument, other side's going to be, well, if he can't help himself, then why the fuck would we let this guy back out on the streets? Like, that's a fucking terrible idea. And you're going to have that argument happen in court. And that should be an argument that happens in court, because this should be the argument that happens in court regardless of the crime. The question should always be, what level of mental culpability does somebody have? Whether they pulled a gun and shot somebody, whether they raped somebody, whether they stabbed somebody, whether they stole money. Like, everything should always be a question of, what was the mind state of the person doing it? And what are the different factors that go back and forth to determine what kind of punishment we should be giving this person? Even if this did lead to like some sex offenders having lower sentences, if the arguments were sound, then those sex offenders probably should get lower sentences. Like, if it turns out that, yeah, we treated the underlying compulsive behavior or the underlying addiction, and, like, the risk for recidivism in this person went away. I saw one study in Korea where chemical castration is incredibly effective at reducing child predator recidivism, right? You just get rid of their testicles. To me, like you get rid of their testicles, the thing that's kind of driving their sexual apparatus, and they no longer offend. To me, that sort of signals that it is somewhat of an addiction as opposed to a moral failing, because they're not consciously making these decisions. They're being purely motivated by their balls. And so we can remove them and prevent recidivism. That could be another way of looking at this. To me, it's more of a consistency kind of science question as opposed to, well, are some predators going to get in less trouble? Maybe they are, maybe they're not. I don't know.
But the question that also becomes like, and this is the other side of like discussing like it as an addiction, is that it doesn't just exist as a clinical diagnosis. It also exists as we are experiencing right now and as a colloquial term. So what does it mean when the majority of people refer to people who watch too much porn, who cheat on their spouses, who have sex with 100 people like in a month, and they refer to those people as as sex addicts instead of like condemning them and saying, you know, you're doing something wrong, you're hurting people, please stop. Well, the consequence.
Well, like, I understand you can point to that person, but let's think about another person. Let's talk about somebody who blew their entire life savings in OnlyFans, and they can't stop, and every dollar they get goes to a prostitute.
I mean, you can even
what should we categorize? What should we, and like because of this that they can't stop, they've blown all their money, and they've cheated on their wife, and now their wife's divorced them, and they're like miserable, and they genuinely hate themselves because.
I mean,
of this.
I think
so Boogie 2988.
Yeah, what should we categorize this person has?
You can even
Morally culpable, and I'm sorry, a person that made a dumb decision. That's how we would categorize that person.
I don't disagree, but that's the case with all addiction to some extent.
No, it's not. It's not the case with all addiction. Like the whole point, of a real addiction, of being seriously addicted to drugs or to alcohol, is that if you don't have the substance, you will go into withdrawals. It will physically affect you, and you will and that's the reason what motivates you to go and to move the oven to find the tiny pill of oxytocin off on the side of the wall.
An addiction isn't just the withdrawal. Is an addiction also part, like a large part of it is that whole idea that you are willing to alter certain parts around your life to get some type of stimulus, and that stimulus could be like sex.
Well, let's ask Corey.
I have an example of this. I just talked to somebody maybe a day or two ago on a Discord server who lost their entire life savings on online gambling. I mean, it happens, right?
Well, if he just keeps gambling more, he could win some more.
What do you think is more likely to?
Eventually you win. You only lose so much.
I don't disagree with you, Lactoid, that there are people who do make those decisions, and I'm not disagreeing that that's problematic and bad behavior. But my question to you is, what do you think it's far more likely to find or to encounter, like in your everyday life, to find someone who was sexually assaulted by an older family member for whom tons of excuses were made? The person is still allowed to come to Thanksgiving. They're still allowed to come to Christmas, but the reason why excuses were made for them was because they had a mental illness. It's Uncle Johnny. Uncle Johnny would never do something. He didn't mean it. Uncle Johnny was drunk that night. Uncle Johnny, you know how he gets when the Huskers are playing, you can't completely blame him. What is more likely to happen in our everyday lives? Who are we more likely to encounter?
There are absolutely people who will minimize bad behavior, whether that's an addiction or not an addiction. But I could also say there's plenty of families where the dad is a drunk, and then afterwards, hey, he was drunk. He didn't actually mean the things that he said. He didn't mean it when he did this, when he punched you, or when he did this terrible thing. People do make excuses for addicts all the time, but that doesn't mean it's right, and that also doesn't mean that being drunk is really an excuse. Or being an alcoholic is really an excuse to get drunk and then fuck over your family. In the same way that being a sex addict is not an excuse to molest your family. Let's let
in Corey, and then there'll be more questions directed to you, FQ.
Okay. Well, yeah. I just want to clarify something because that is just straight up not accurate information. So physical dependence is different from addiction, okay? And what categorizes something as addiction does not mean that you are physically dependent on. I put 2 links in the Discord. I'll provide more. But yeah, the classification of addiction does not mean that, if this substance is withdrawn, you go through withdrawal symptoms. As in, you can be addicted to something, and that doesn't mean that you will go through the withdrawal period, okay? You are conflating addiction versus physical dependence and the actual biochemical changes that occur when it comes to consuming substances. You are conflating 2 separate things. That is not accurate of what you are saying. And what I would say, at least what you brought up earlier, Fairy Queen, if I remember correctly, so you brought up, not talking about this thing in a vacuum and sort of the practicality of it. And I think you brought up, let's say, I think some examples of like how this is talked about, let's say in therapy or like in counseling. I'm curious, where do you have any examples of like, potentially of like, well, in therapy, this would, the addictive behavior was just like excused away, and therefore, like, it was recommended that, they stay in the marriage or they stay as a couple.
So I'm not specifically referring to like sex addiction when I'm saying that. Like what I'm saying is like there are times like where you will be officially diagnosed with depression or with obsessive compulsive disorder or as having an anxiety disorder. And when you go actually to sit down with your therapist, now that you've been clinically diagnosed with it, the actual treatment that takes place is very individual and specific to you. So for instance, let's say, for instance, like we'll use like obsessive compulsive disorder as an example. So cognitive behavioral therapy is supposed to be the #1 treatment modality for obsessive compulsive disorder. So for instance, like if you like have harm OCD, you are afraid that you're going to kill people, that you're going to stab people, that you're going to commit random acts of violence against people. The actual therapy that happens when you go to sit down with your therapist who practices CBT, might not necessarily look the same for you as it does for other people. You, for instance, might have to like have exposure therapy with you handling guns specifically. Like your therapist might recommend you specifically like practice going to the shooting range, going hunting, using rifles, going to like gun shops, gun stores. But that might be very different as compared to a person who is terrified of knives or explosives, in which case they would say, use knives. You should try to cook more. You should go out, you should learn to skin an animal, okay, in order to like prove to yourself that yes, you can be trusted with butcher knives. That's a blunt example, but the point is, right, even though technically it's the same treatment modality like for somebody that has obsessive compulsive disorder, it's going to change depending on what specifically is afflicting you. If you specifically are worried about like mishandling a gun, then the therapist tells you to use a gun. If you're afraid of stabbing people, then your therapist will recommend that you use like knives or like swords or like whatever stabby thing you can use.
I need a second to process. But like, yeah, I take your point, I guess, of like, whatever, a diagnosis, like can guide treatment and whatever.
It's not that a diagnosis could just, no, I'm saying that the diagnosis is not sufficient for the treatment. I'm saying that like the actual treatment that takes place is dependent upon the symptoms and the specific problems that you are having. Even if you share the same diagnosis as somebody else, even if you have the exact same diagnosis and you're going through the exact same treatment modality. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I don't disagree with anything that you're saying, if I'm understanding it correctly. I don't see how that's like problematic then.
Yeah, connected with the previous discussion. Yeah.
You were just I forget like even like what you were asking me earlier.
That's
like
fair,
you were asking.
Well, yeah. So like you were so if I remember correctly, okay, my pushback was like you don't want to talk about this in a vacuum. Like whatever, maybe like setting some science aside, you're more concerned with the practicalities that play out, okay? And I think the examples that you brought up, it's like, well, if this is classified as an addiction, okay, or some sort of diagnosis, this can be used as an excuse, essentially, to explain away the behavior. And I think you express some sort of concern of like, well, a person will stay in a relationship saying, oh, they couldn't, my husband couldn't control their behavior because they were a sex addict. And so they will stay in an unhappy marriage. And, this will guide therapy, or this will be a thing that a therapist will say.
Well, let me put it to you this way, okay? So pretend this isn't beer. This is like lip gloss, okay? But pretend for a minute I'm holding drugs in my hand, okay? Like if I'm holding a drug in my hand, okay? If you are addicted to alcohol, if you're addicted to cocaine, if you're addicted to meth, what do they tell you? Well, they tell you to get rid of it, okay? They get rid of all of the beer in your house. If you should like try to like, one of the responses that we have when we say that something is addictive is we say that it should be a controlled substance. We say that it should be regulated. We say that like there should be a lot of safeguards put in place to make sure that like the average person isn't exposed to it, because of the fear that if somebody accidentally gets their hands on it, that it could cause them to become addicted. There is a concern. So that's the reason why we control and why we regulate controlled substances. So what happens when you apply this to sex? I know that your knee-jerk reaction is probably going to be, well, shouldn't we control pornography? Shouldn't we make sure that like brothels, are kept away from public eye? And I would agree with you. I think that they should be. But the problem is that it becomes further extended into the public eye. Now it becomes, because now what you're addicted to is not a substance. It's not a thing in front of you. It's a person. So now the consequence of, like, what does it mean to restrict access to sex? How do you regulate somebody with a sex addiction? Well, the consequence is that women are held to account for the way that they dress. They are punished for like dressing provocatively. They are told that they are because it's essentially, it's the same thing as like telling like an alcoholic, right, to watch like an triggering, right? And this actually happens. Like young girls, women are often like they are often abused, they are often beaten, they are often told that they need to be extremely modest and they need to be extremely careful with how they present themselves. It's a fact that often in cases of domestic violence, that when a man physically assaults or physically abuses his wife or girlfriend, it's because he's jealous of her, because he's worried that she's flirting with other men. And so when you exacerbate the idea that sex addiction exists within society, the consequence is that women will be asked and will be pressured into behaving more modestly, because they'll be told that if they're not behaving more modestly, then it will be triggering. And like, well,
you're talking about a burden. Like that's, we've actually gone down this road.
So like,
go ahead, Ali. Yeah.
So like
why are you selling it to us? I mean,
that's already happening, right? Like regardless of if it's considered an addiction or not. So like the social context of it, where you're saying like women will be expected to stay with their husbands if their husbands cheated because they see it as an addiction. I don't think that's the case. I think the same woman that's going to like be more willing to stay or deal with the fact that it's an addiction and that person should be forgiven, is going to be the same person that stays in the relationship even if it wasn't an addiction and the husband cheated on her, just wanted her to forgive him.
No, especially in religious communities, especially like men specifically talk a lot. There are circles where you can go to the church, like for sex addiction, like to talk about pornography addiction, to complain about sex addiction. And it's extremely popular, especially with wives, especially with girlfriends who will say, yes, you should go. And the problem is that like, that means that any time that your husband cheats on you, or he looks at another woman, or he uses pornography, or frankly, like does something abusive to you because he's afraid of you looking too provocative as you're walking through the street, and he hits you or he beats you or he is abusive to you, that now it's excused because, well, you're really tugging at like the addictive. It is absolutely excused. Are you kidding me?
So my argument would be for like,
anyways, but
it's already excused. Like people already do.
It will be even more excused if this becomes like more normalized.
What I'm saying is right now,
use the addiction as an excuse.
Even if they do, right now,
sinners in the eyes of God.
No, but it's
right now we have we already deal with people that have alcoholism, right? Regardless of whether we see it as an addiction or not, there are women or men that stay with their partners even though they're dealing with the abuse, dealing with all of this. And regardless of whether we see it as an addiction or not, there are people who leave those relationships, and we frown upon the people who don't leave those relationships, or we say like, oh, there's a cause of concern. But regardless of if it's an addiction or not, like you can be addicted to alcohol. If you're an asshole to your spouse has the decision to leave. The ones who don't, would never leave, wouldn't leave either way, regardless if it was an addiction or not an addiction. So the person who is willing to leave, so like for example, you probably wouldn't care if this was claimed as an addiction. If your husband cheated on you, you wouldn't give a fuck that it was an addiction. You'd be like, bye. But someone else,
I don't know. That's not no. I think that like if
we deal with that now already, don't we? Like if you have a friend that's a drug addict and your friend steals from you, it's up to you. Like I've had friends that were addicted to drugs that have stolen from me. Now it was up to me to make the decision on whether or not I take pity on them or forgive them or deal with them or out them out of my life. But that was my decision. That wasn't like regardless of if I knew they were addicted or not.
So a couple of things. Number one, there is a difference, a big difference in terms of credibility as to whether or not you're told if something is an addiction. If the person telling you that is your imam or your spiritual advisor or your priest, as opposed to your doctor. If your doctor is the one telling you, that carries a way more credibility in the eyes of the public, as opposed to the person that you receive spiritual counseling from. So I disagree that
so if I have no respect for addicts and I don't care about addicts, it doesn't matter.
No, because it's not just about whether you care. It's about whether or not the rest of society cares. It's about the pressure that you receive from everyone else. Like, just to give you an example, like, do you think would you judge somebody for leaving a partner if they were dying of cancer?
Not particularly.
You wouldn't? I would. Like, I think that, like, if you know that your partner has a disease that they can't help but have, and they choose to ditch them and leave them in the middle of the road.
I mean, I'd stigmatize them, like, sure, they're a shitty person, but like,
well, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, that's what we say about people that like ditch their spouses that are dying of cancer, right?
Some people,
but like, I wouldn't say
not
that.
everyone.
I don't think we have
Didn't
the same
Newt
stigma.
Gingrich
I don't
do
think we have the same stigma for like
I
a
don't
spouse
know.
who wants to leave their husband if they're addicted to drugs, alcohol, or in this case, sex. I don't think we'd have that same stigma of like leaving your partner because they have this addiction, right? So if someone left their partner because they were cheating on them and the sex addiction thing, I don't think we'd stigmatize the partner that's leaving. Like, oh my god, how could you?
Nah,
He's dealing with a sex addiction.
that's not true. Okay, so I
think we would
also have had
stigmatize
I've also had friends and I've had family members who who are addicts who have been addicted to drugs, who have been addicted to alcohol, and it is just factually true that like you're right that like addicts do steal from family members and they do steal from friends, but it's also true that like if you have a family member, if you have a friend that's an addict, that everyone around that person enables them all the time. They enable them. They say that like they often sometimes will even supply them with vodka or with tequila and encourage them to drink when they're high. It's often the case that like because nobody wants to be the person that leaves their friend to die of an overdose in their apartment, so it's often the case that like the friends, then there's pressure upon each other to be the person that goes to check on Bob to see if he's okay, or to buy him a gun safe to make sure he doesn't shoot himself.
An addiction, or because that's your friend and your family and you care about that specific individual, so you're willing
it is very much because if the person has an addiction. Like we don't treat like people like just doing stupid things or making dumb decisions in the same way as we do making a decision because we believe that they have an illness and a disease.
You can respond to that. Then we'll go to Kibbs and Corey.
So then you would say that there is a stigma for someone, like if someone's in a relationship with an alcoholic and they're abusive, that there's a stigma to that person leaving because they're
from their
addicted to
immediate
alcohol?
family members. Yes, from their immediate family members and friends. Yes, there is a stigma from them leaving. Yes, I do think that's true.
Anecdotally, I disagree, but I don't have.
Anecdotally, I do.
Okay, let's go to Gibbs and then Corey. You're a muted, friend.
Muted.
So there's actually something to be said for what Fairy Queen's saying, because y'all are forgetting there could be a real proactive harm, which is something as a doctor of divinity I can prescribe to you now. All right, which is going to be very simple, right? So I now know that my lifestyle and the money I waste on all these toxic women, I'm clearly addicted to toxic women and the lifestyle. And now what I'm going to do is hopefully that gets categorized by what the DSM or whatever, and I can apply to the government for disability and get a check to help offset my financial losses due to me wasting my money on these toxic women due to my addiction. I'm really happy that this is now something that I can prescribe as a doctor of divinity to you folks, and like, because that's going to be my new strategy, I think.
In your case, it might be justified. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like helpless. I'm like unable to like live a different way because I'm addicted.
Listen, believe me, Gibbs, I can believe that you're disabled.
Whoa, Corey!
Wow.
That was Corey getting spicy. And I love to see it actually. I want to say something very quickly, then I'll hand off to Corey. Is that like I agree with I agree with pieces of what our friend Fairy Queen is saying, and part of what I agreed with is the case she was building about like female culpability. And like this addiction problem, like so like as was being pointed out, like this is a thing that already happens. We already have this framework and like burkas and like saying that, well, these women, if they don't, they are responsible for men like becoming crazed and assaulting them, and then that does happen. It literally is your fault, right? You drove them to do this, and it doesn't matter. And then at some point, it's like it doesn't matter what you have done. The fact that it even happened is proof that you must have done something at some point. But now it's true we're far away from that point, right? But I like the underpinnings of that is that like men lack control, right? So if you're introducing this concept that there are certain men in our society who lack this control, and unless we are going to lock them up immediately, the other option is like, well, I mean, honey, if you know that there are these men that exist, then you should keep track of like the things you're wearing, right, to avoid that. So I think that framework is already within our society and could be exacerbated by what FQ was saying. Yeah. So I'll toss it to Corey.
Well, yeah, I think that that argument is a bit silly. Where it's like I think what Ali brought up earlier. I think alcohol or alcoholism or addiction to alcohol is a great example of like even in the context of a relationship. If someone happens to find out that their partner is an alcoholic or they happen to become recovering from alcohol addiction, well, then you should ask yourself the question of like, do you want to be in a relationship with someone who either is an alcoholic or a recovering one? And totally, that's up to you to decide, whether you want to continue that relationship. I don't see a problem with that. And even this issue of like whatever compulsive sexual behavior. Like yeah, even for the alcoholic, if that person we don't treat this person like, oh, okay, we're going to ban now marketing of alcohol because it could trigger the alcoholic. We're not going to ban drinking in public or whatever. We don't regulate other people's drinking behavior and exposure to alcohol as a result of the alcoholic. Where it's like, and also that would even bolster your argument of like, if this person is their sexual behavior is so compulsive that they can't go out in public, all the more reason to lock them up. Like they're guaranteed to pretty much repeat that behavior. And so if it's to the point that like, yeah, they can't even see, a woman who is dressed in revealing clothing and they can't control themselves, well then yeah, all the more reason to lock them up if they've offended. So I don't even that this almost works in favor of classifying as an addiction, where again we don't need to regulate other people's behavior to acquiesce to these people, and we're not prevented from holding them accountable for their actions.
So a couple of things. So number one, I would agree with you. That doesn't mean that like advertisements for beer, advertisements for wine, advertisements use of like alcoholic beverages, like in film and in media, like that doesn't mean it should be like destroyed or should be gotten rid of. However, advertisements for alcohol and advertisements for drugs, especially for like psychiatric medication, like we all know what happens like when a drug advertisement pops up on screen. Like you see, there's some generic stock footage, and then you have a ton of disclaimers about a mile long that happen that says, please do not take in the event that you might spontaneously combust and die on the spot, right? Like you have all of these like ridiculous things that happen afterwards. And morally speaking, like advertisements for alcohol are stigmatized. They are morally stigmatized. We do morally stigmatize them. We don't allow advertisements for we stigmatize it to this degree, right?
Cigarettes, right? We stopped advertising for cigarettes.
We do, yeah, absolutely. We do stigmatize like more. We morally stigmatize like advertisements.
I don't even drink, and I see alcohol advertising all the time.
They stopped cigarette ads, right? Like,
yeah,
there are no more cigarette ads.
I agree. We stigmatize those, but I'm pretty sure there's a clear culture.
Beer ads, no. Beer ads, we definitely have beer ads. Yeah,
like we do. Well, I'm not saying that we don't have beer ads. That's not what I'm saying.
Famous, like Super Bowl.
I'm not saying that Budweiser commercials don't exist. Okay, we have all seen Dylan Mulvaney's face. Okay, but what I'm saying is, but they are morally stigmatized. We consider, we stigmatize these businesses. We critique them, like we morally critique these businesses for like their advertising, and that's the.
I could give you an example. Here in Dallas, there was a while back. There was a city councilman who was also like a sort of a civil rights guy who would go into black neighborhoods where he would find like billboards for malt liquor signs or whatever, and he would paint it white. They whitewashed these whole billboards because he thought it was specifically racist and immoral to advertise disproportionately for alcohol in like black parts of town, for instance.
But that was stigmatized due to racism and specific targeting, not like the ad itself existing, which I think is like what Farrakhan was saying is that like ads in general are.
Well, but it's ads existing. Well, but it's stigmatizing like advertising alcohol specifically in certain populations of people. That's what
that we're most vulnerable to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, admittedly, like racism was like the angle that he was taking with this one, right? But he still thought that it's not like he was painting over like, other kinds of ads. It was specifically ads about alcohol that were in black neighborhoods where he did this.
Yeah, but then alcohol ads in like college towns, for example, no one stigmatizes against those, and those people are like specific. It's underage drinkers that are targeted. There are local bars that allow those types of things. So I mean, those aren't stigmatized. I don't think
That allow what?
well,
I'm pretty sure
they're pretty advocated pretty heavily against. Like, for example, College Station, like they've been having like not just like fighting the ads, they've been fighting getting rid of like the Northgate Bar District. Like they've been trying for years to get rid of it. Like, and it's a big fight because Northgate's obviously like historic College Station. They have a lot of money, and so they've been fighting with like the city council because they want to make it more touristy, family friendly, and they don't like the idea of the college kids all get wasted at the weekend kind of place.
Is
like
it a college town or is it a tourist town?
It is a college.
From these
It is a
alcohol
college. It is a
companies,
college town. But like, I think there is a difference now. I think as to what you were saying.
Mothers Against Drunk Driving would do that sort of thing in college towns.
Right, yeah, and I was gonna say, but to Ali's point, there are some bars that do like advertise, maybe not to minors, but like in Corpus Christi, there's a bar that is like Jacked Up Thursday. It's all dollar Jack, and everybody knows that's like a college bar, but it's like not a college. So I think that it depends on like the area as well.
Or just even like advertisements within liquor stores and party stores where it's like these types of new beers, these types of new things, like or like with all these influencers coming out with like Happy Dad and all these things like these. I don't know if they're stigmatized.
Right, but
influencers like they literally sponsor major sports. They're like part of major communities.
Yeah.
They'll sponsor the building.
I'm not
of,
denying
different stadiums and communities.
So let F make a point.
This is just part of our culture.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not denying that like it's a big part of our culture, but what I'm saying is like as like iCal like had pointed out earlier that like when we like the idea of advertising like this product to vulnerable groups of people, to groups of people who we believe like are at risk for using these drugs, we consider that generally speaking to be immoral. We consider that to be wrong. And
how do we target sex addicts versus
but that's exactly the thing that I'm talking about, because like when you're talking specifically about sex addicts, the product is me. The product is women and children. That's generally speaking like the product that like that you have to keep behind that you have to keep that FK, I'm sorry, that you have to make sure to keep closeted or to keep bracketed away from the vulnerable population who might be addicted, who generally speaking might be men. That's specifically the problem. And it restricts women's freedom. It makes excuses for people who prey upon children, et cetera, et cetera.
Why we don't bracket people off from society from bars, and there are alcoholics running around, and people are still expected to just have their own.
Yes, but in this analogy, I am a walking bottle of beer going down the street. That's the difference.
Lactoid.
Yeah, but you're also a walking body that some like psychopath could want to kill at any point, but that doesn't.
Yeah, like you.
So real quick, I just Googled it. The dude who painted over shit. Maybe the numbers were different back then, but like white people actually suffer more from alcoholism. They drink more generally than black people. So if those rates were continuous, I think painting over malt liquor billboards was stupid because it's quite literally not a bigger problem within the black community.
Malt liquor specifically is a bigger problem in the black community than like beer. I think it's stronger and more concentrated too. As the thing, I honestly,
I understand that it's a different kind of drink, but like overall, even among heavy drinking or binge drinking, white people do it more. I think what it is like this is a product that is just popular among black people. They're doing the same thing with menthol cigarettes, where they're just like,
it was more the advertising that was disproportionate. Like there was disproportionate amount of advertising in black neighborhoods. Well, there had to have been a reason. Like, was it because they thought they could make less money advertising to black people, or was it that?
Hold on. Was there actually a disproportionate amount of advertising in black neighborhoods compared to white neighborhoods, or did this guy just not like malt liquor billboards in black neighborhoods?
This was no. This was about alcohol advertising in ethnic minority communities, generally speaking. But of course, his particular focus was black community because that was his interest. But I mean, the disproportionality has to do with non-white ethnicities generally. Yeah.
Like, do we ban
basically black and Latino neighborhoods?
I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical about how much of a disproportionate, how much disproportionate advertising occurred, and if so, what even effect this disproportionate advertising had. If at least today, white people struggle with alcohol at higher rates than black people do.
I'm sure in Hispanic communities, Modelo's probably.
I just dropped a link for you.
Well, Hispanic and Native Americans struggle the most. They struggle more than white people. So if it was those communities, you could maybe make a better argument.
Something that's kind of interesting is like.
Well, this is like the basis for a different point, which is like, I think we should restrict sex advertising to vulnerable communities, and like starting with children, right? So one example I can think of is if this is categorized as like an addictive substance, for lack of a better term, or like an addictive behavior, Twitch is more than happy to ban gambling from its platform. That's relegated over to Kick, but they don't ban sexuality being marketed to minors. I mean, is anybody okay with that? Like little 12-year-old kids watching like half-naked women,
Movie streamers.
No, I'm not okay with that. But my answer is I don't. I don't think.
Okay with it.
Problem.
Okay.
Well, but that's part of the problem, right?
Didn't Twitch reverse itself pretty fast on that?
It's complicated. It's like
there's still some
wishy-washy.
Yeah, trust me, the movie streamers never run away. I know this for certain. I check in to make every so often, make sure.
They're never gonna go away.
Yeah, but just to briefly respond to like what Lactoid said, but my answer to that would be that kids shouldn't be on Twitch. Kids should not be allowed to be on the platform in the first place, and they shouldn't have access to social media. They shouldn't be allowed to have Twitter accounts or Facebook accounts or Instagram accounts. And like there was actually, I think, a recent bill that I'm not sure if it was passed or if it was signed in Florida. Yeah, it was in Florida. Ron DeSantis, and it banned like any child under the age of 14 from having access to social media. And I think that was a pretty good decision.
Wasn't the concern with that social media addiction or the potential for a vulnerable group of people to develop an addiction to something that was overall detrimental to their life?
I don't know if addiction was ever mentioned, but I do agree that that children are vulnerable, like when they're given access to Twitch, when they're given access to social media, etc. But the issue is, that these are things like when we're talking about like pornography and when we're talking about like beer or when we're talking about gambling, these are things that we can house and bracket off from the rest of society. I don't have to look at like people like playing Russian roulette or, I don't have like these things are like in their cells, like in different places of society. But I can't help the fact. But the problem is I am the walking bottle of beer. When I go to the grocery store, when I go to the library, when I go to my job, when I get in my car, when I go to the gas station, I am the walking bottle of beer. I am the bottle of pills. I am the thing that supposedly, and that applies not just to me, but to all other women and to children especially. That means that our freedom and our ability to walk freely, to go where we'd like to go, to exist in public, as a consequence of this idea that like men, well, you never know, one of them might be a raging sex addict. You have to be careful, and they can't help themselves, right? Because they're addicted, right? They are moved beyond their sense of self-control.
Don't women already deal with that? The person might be a rapist.
Boys will be boys.
Yeah, and she's saying it's going to be worse. Go ahead.
I want to respond to this. So it's weird because sex is like the things you brought up, like drugs, alcohol, gambling. Those are relegated as like being kind of like the dark side of the economy, right? Sex is absolutely part of that group, right? Like pornography is included in kind of a stigmatized industry or a stigmatized advertising, right? I can't just put hardcore porn on the Super Bowl, right? I'm not allowed to do that because it's put into the exact same category that we put all these other addicting substances. I think that's telling, right? First of all, that like the sex portion of it is treated the same as all these other addictive substances or potentially harmful substances that people develop an unhealthy relationship with and can develop a kind of a chronic issue.
We're literally naturally driven to enjoy it for like the majority of people.
Well, sure. And we're also naturally driven to enjoy the same kind of chemicals that drugs mimic.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying that's why like it'd be a surprise if it couldn't be like an addiction, if it's something that's so like hard coded in us to enjoy.
Well, of course, right, and gambling as well. Like it kind of hijacking natural pathways that exist, reward pathways to get you to continue doing it. When it comes to like women just being natural sexual objects, I think that the better goal there would be, instead of saying like, well, sex isn't something that belongs in this category of like things we shouldn't show kids or shouldn't put on TV, or we should be careful about that. I think this should be the case with sex. It should just be like the separation should be instead, well, a woman being out in society is not sex, right? That's not pornography. That's where the line needs to be drawn.
I don't disagree with you, but the issue becomes like, especially with representations, like you brought up the Super Bowl, for instance, right? I agree with you, right? That straight up hardcore pornography should not be broadcasted on the Super Bowl. But like, what about the woman who has like a low cut shirt? What about the woman who's wearing a pair of tight pants? Or what about the woman who's wearing... Well, but that's what I'm saying, right? Like, what happens when you...
Is it wrong to have like it's wrong to act on those things, but is it wrong to see a girl, like a woman in a low cut shirt, and be like, oh, that's sexy or some shit? Because I'm gonna be honest, I've heard women
According
say
to the
same crazy-
addictive model,
I've heard
I
women
mean,
say the same thing about men, right? They might see a guy they really like and they'd be like, "Oh, he's daddy," or say some shit like that, and it's like, listen,
Yeah.
like
Also,
people
what are
have
the
these
super-
thoughts. I think it's just more about
But-
how we
but,
behave on it,
Ali-
right? If you see a woman in the street,
Yeah.
don't act on it, like just violate.
I mean, that's nice, and I would agree with you. You're not supposed to act on it, but if we're following this idea of making sex addiction a part of the cultural miasma, then that means that when you have the freak in the alleyway who does act on it, who does grab you, and who does rape you, who does beat you, well, now what he's going to say, what everyone will say, well, not everyone, but what will
Yeah,
become
and
popular to say,
they can
will
say
be
that
that he
they're
was
addicted.
moved beyond his
Alcoholic that
sense of
They
self-control
can say
to
that
do
they're
it.
addicted. They can say that
Yeah.
they're addicted.
Yes,
then we
and
can
that's
have the-
why,
wait.
and that's why
And
women are
then-
stigmatized and are
wait,
punished.
wait,
Like when they
and
come forward
then-
and they make their complaints, it's the reason why what were you wearing
That's
is a thing that
understandable and
people
all,
say.
but then we can set up the proper channels in place that when you go to court and this is like going through the system, if you say you have an addiction, you have to get it through some like actual medical provider telling us that you have an addiction and not just randomly being like, I have an addiction, and we all go, yeah, that's good.
And even if you have that addiction, we still like with alcoholics that beat people, with the drug dealers that steal from people, or
Yeah.
even kill people
We
for,
still
for the
punish
drugs.
them.
We still
Yeah,
punish
but
them, we
the
still
fact-
stigmatize
okay,
them, we still
the
hold
Brock
them, we still
Turner
hold
case-
them.
Proactive interventions for alcohol, right? We have DUI laws. We have laws against being overserved in restaurants. We have there are many things that happen like before any law gets violated that stops people, because we know that there's alcoholics in society who need that intervention.
We have
Yeah,
laws
right,
about
so-
pornography. We have
and we
laws
have-
about
and-
pornography. We have proactive laws
we
about
have-
we're
pornography.
starting
we have
to get them
stigmas.
now.
We have stigmas, and we have laws against rape as well. We have laws against sexual harassment and all these things. So what I'm wondering
Well,
is that,
a law against rape is not proactive. Like that happens
well,
after
do you, how's it,
Like,
do you,
Yeah, that's
But
true.
it's not
Yep.
like we don't have any. It's not like we don't have any medical systems in place that these people who have these addictions can get access to like help. It's more the issue that like they probably need to be more funded and they need to be made more accessible. But like it's not like there's nothing.
What are
there that
those
can be
treatment
worked with.
modalities? Can you what is the treatment for sex addiction? Like, can anybody say what that is? What is the treatment like for if you have a sex addiction?
I would
Lactoid said
assume-
chemical castration. Like that's honestly probably
For
the
predators,
most.
yeah.
What about for everyone else? What about the guy who's just jacking it
Walk it off.
24/7?
he's just dealing.
Maybe he needs
Yeah.
immersion.
If somebody's that-
immersion therapy.
We call them
Yeah, if
goons.
somebody's
Way
that
to
addicted,
really
we
treat
probably.
them, 'cause they'll just eventually die off of starvation. 'cause,
That's
like,
fair enough.
And then they,
Well, it's
yeah,
like,
they single
then
themselves
I'd ask
out.
you the question about
You
any of
Clockwork
these
Orange
addictions
them.
because there's people on TikTok like World of T-shirts. This man is just an alcoholic. He's an autistic alcoholic who does nothing all night except go say some racial slurs, get beat up every once in a while, and keep getting drunk. What is what's the treatment for him? Do we just put him in like the cage and go, okay, we're gonna deal with you there? Like, there's people who have these addictions. There's people who are like ruining their lives over them. I like what Aiko said earlier. I kind of do. I've said for a while now. I think there probably is some space to bring back like actual asylums that are like well funded to put some of these people in and to get them like.
So let me
maybe
ask
some
you. So for
behavioral
those
therapy.
of you,
And there might be
okay,
some people who are just fucked who we like have to kind of keep in perma like.
okay,
boom
so let me
cave.
so let me just ask you bluntly, like, so those of you who think that sex addiction is real, it's a real disorder, it's something that people suffer from. Can you tell me like what the treatment is for if you have a sex addiction? Like, what is the treatment modality like?
No, but
That's
I also
quite
couldn't tell you the treatment for like heroin addiction.
Yeah, or like
Yeah,
alcohol.
But
Like,
heroin
And is it
addiction is like a real
effective?
thing that affects.
It's going to be
Yeah.
talk therapy, CBT potentially, but like there is no
What
like.
point
See,
you're trying to make.
okay. The point that I'm trying to make is like if you say to somebody like, what is the treatment modality if you are an alcoholic? The first thing people say is like Alcoholics Anonymous right off the bat. They say go
Well,
to a 12-step program.
Well, first of all,
or
that's
they
not
go to.
necessarily that's not necessarily evidence based, and
I
don't know
agree
if
with you.
that's-
It's not
that's
evidence based.
that's
It's a
not what
bad. There
That's
there
not
are
what a
other.
clinician would say, or not what every clinician would say.
I would
so-
agree with you.
so
I would agree with you. But culturally speaking, like if you go to someone and you say this person has an addiction, that's the thing that's automatically suggested to them. I agree with you. It's not treatment and it's not evidence based. Like there are better methods of treatment for alcoholism, but they're not culturally popular because they step outside of like the narratives that we have about addiction.
Okay.
And that's a huge aspect of addiction as well. I mean, this is one of the first things that you learn when you go to Alcoholics Anonymous. Like,
Can
what
I
is
ask
it?
you a question? Can I ask you a question? Just so to clarify, you're saying basically just like with this argument that just because you don't have like a way to treat something, it doesn't exist. Because like, is that what you're saying? Because like, I know Ebola exists. I don't think there's a treatment for Ebola, right? Like, I mean, maybe there's like a quarantine. I don't know, but like, I know it kills people. Cancers exist. I mean, we have some stuff we try, but it doesn't always work, right? Like, so
I'm not saying I am not saying that, right? And you're right.
Okay.
Just because like you say that something exists and you don't know what the treatment is, that doesn't necessarily mean that the addiction is. But what I'm saying is that you are all suggesting, well, not all of you, but many of you here are suggesting that sex addiction is a real disorder that people really suffer from. And if you really believe that, then what is the evidence-based treatment that people who have sex addiction should do? You should know it right off the top of your head. Like, you should be able to tell me. I can tell you what obsessive.
So, I mean, this is directly from Mayo Clinic. It's talk therapy, psychotherapy, medicine. There's like hormonal treatment and self-help groups.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna be the same
So
thing with
my
any other-
my problem.
If I had to take a guess, on
Cognitive
medicine
behavioral
probably like
therapy.
lowers your libido in
So-
the hopes that they can like slowly introduce you back into like a sexual environment and work from there. Like,
Yeah.
there's
so
probably a lot of
I-
steps. To be
wait.
honest, it's probably like a lot harder to treat because it's like rather than being this hardcore chemical addiction, there's probably like a lot more like personal issues that they got to work with you through, and like you probably have to deal with a doctor and therapist working together to like try to get this process like built out for each individual based on like where this addiction might come from. But like that doesn't mean it can't be an addiction. That doesn't mean there can't be like some internal drive that is
No,
affecting
no,
the way
no.
these
It's
people behave.
I don't think.
Now, granted,
it's-
we should
she's-
still punish people if they like commit bad acts, but like that doesn't mean if there's
So,
ways to
I
like
don't-
help
I
them
don't-
kind of move better in the future, we shouldn't try.
Yeah. So
Actually,
like,
I found some like specific drugs that they use. I can name the drugs.
here's the thing, though. I thought this was going to go in a very different direction. I thought what we've done here was actually pretty interesting. So I'm really glad that FQ brought up all these angles here. But like we didn't really touch on like what gets called a sex addiction in the first place. Like, how do we like arrive at this? And like what the article had focused on, the article that I shared with you, focused on is that like there are all kinds of like deviants, right? People who fall outside what a lot of people consider an acceptable range, who would be categorized as having some sort of sexual dysfunction. Whether that be gay people, whether that be people who engage in kink,
Furries?
or who have multiple partners. Like I.
Yeah, like is a furry a
I've-
sex addict?
I've told this story before, on stream. I told this story before, but like there was a period of my time in my life where I had a lot more partners than I do now, which is 0 right now. Like I had a lot more. And because I had a lot more, I decided to get tested, right, often. And I would go to the hospital, and then I would be honest about like, hey, this is how many partners I had. And like I had a nurse who like was actively trying to shame me, right? Like if that nurse had been like trying to been tasked with diagnosing me with something, and sex addiction is on the table, yeah, she would have said, oh yeah, he's
Yeah, but the
definitely-
nurse doesn't diagnose you. Like,
But the
What-
nurse
the
could
nurse-
recommend a
sorry, what'd
doctor
you say?
diagnose, or you see a
What'd
doctor.
you say?
and then like if it
Sorry,
is,
what
I
was the
don't-
first thing you said, FK?
Nurse
the
doesn't
nurse
diagnose.
isn't gonna diagnose you.
But I'm saying, obviously, right now, I'm saying that if that type of person was a clinician and was diagnosing me, right, with that attitude, it would have been as a sex addict, right? And furthermore, we had an individual. The first time she showed up on my panel, she's a therapist, and like she was in chat and we were talking about I think either gay individuals or trans individuals. Anyway, we brought her on because we were curious, like, how does a person handle this? And this person disagreed with the idea of being trans. Yeah, it was definitely trans or trans. And like at first we like the conversation started off like pretty like open and friendly because we were really curious as to what she had to say on this, but then it's like we had trans individuals on the panel and they're like, okay, well, this individual, like, was she saying like what she would recommend if one of them showed up was harmful. At least that's what the trans individuals felt like. Like this was like a harmful thing because just this person's political opinion or moral opinion was that trans people were deviants, right? And like if trans people isn't the example you want to use gay individuals, right? Use individuals who engage in kink. Use people who are polyamorous, right? Like everything that was listed in that article. Yes, you can just search online, and you'll find people complaining that when they go to get help, right, and by help mean they can get help for anything, right, in particular, but they mention these parts of their lives. They try to be honest, like I tried to do when I was in that office, right, that nurse's office. When that happens, they all of a sudden they're being pathologized because something must be wrong with them, right? I know you came here for depression, but like I'm finding out that you and your partner aren't monogamous, and you invite other people into your life. Hey, are you actually taking care of your kids? Right? Like, are you a proper parent? Is that or are you like running around fucking everyone and is your kid being fed? Like these are the things that happen to people. So at least what I gather from Fairy Queen, and the argument that I'll make is that like once you put sex addiction out there, this will be yet one other way to attack individuals who society deems as marginalized. Okay, I rant over.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That was my argument in the
Corey, if you're
beginning.
talking, or you're muted.
Yeah, that was my argument in the beginning, is that this is just going to open doors for more stigmatization, just like therapy culture did.
Wait, but does that stigmatization not happen even when it's not called sex addiction? They'll still attack you for like all the other behaviors that might like revolve around.
They can attack you, but they don't have a mental like disorder that goes with it, right? They don't have like you're not addicted. Therefore, now you have to get treatment, or else you're a shit person. It's just
Yeah, there's a complex conversation to be had where like I totally take the point that let's say it totally happens. I think one of the examples that you brought up, Prime, is like someone who's let's say in a polyamorous relationship, and they go seek therapy for some other miscellaneous reason, but then like the therapist may like zero in on that as like, oh, this might be like a sign of something else that I need to look into. And like, yeah, I agree. Just like morally and ethically speaking, like I have no issues with a polyamorous relationship, obviously amongst fully consenting adults. But like, there's a complex conversation to be had in terms of like, people in polyamorous relationships, like it tends to be associated with other behaviors. Not in every case, there's always exceptions, and there's totally the possibility of like healthy, fully functioning polyamorous relationships. But like, it's also in the context of let's say sex outside committed relationships or like casual sex. It's like there's nothing morally wrong about that, okay, amongst consenting adults. But if you look into the scientific literature, casual sex is associated with other things that may or may not be optimal for one's mental health, and that's potentially something worth willing to explore in therapy. Now,
I hear you, friend. And if we lived in a world where sex was not moralized in the way that it is, right? Like if we lived in a world where like sex was just an activity that humans like get up to, like I don't want to say eating because we moralize that as well.
Everything we do is
but like I don't know, exercise
or
or something, right? But like but something that was like politically neutral, right? If that was the case, and we could just like objectively look at it, because obviously, like at least the point that I'm trying to make, and I don't think Fairy Queen would disagree, is that like you can have a disorder, right, that involves sexual activities, right? Like you can have distress over these things. These things can be involved in like your anxiety and your depression for like various reasons. These things intersect. And if we could dispassionately analyze that, right? If I can go to a clinician and I'm sure they can dispassionately analyze that, then yes, they might be able to help me, right? Yeah, maybe we should take a look at this thing. But like, that's not how the society that we live in.
I agree.
There's lists, right? There's lists among like kink groups, right? Or among gay individuals, right? These are safe therapists to go to, right? Like they've been proven to be safe, because if you go to the wrong one, right? If you decide to go to a Christian-minded therapist, well, then the advice you will get will be very different and possibly very damaging. So, like,
Yeah.
because these things are
Everyone's a
dispassionate,
degen to a Christian if you're just having sex.
I agree.
Surely
and
me.
that's where it's ideally people should do their due diligence when searching for a therapist or whatever. Even though my original position was banned credentials, we should be highly suspect of any credentials, or their psychotherapy should only really be carried out by fully qualified credentialed people that are actual experts. But then obviously that will limit the number of people that can do that, and obviously then that will limit the resources for mental health issues. And so it's like I don't know what the answer is, but like I totally take the point that it would be nice if we can dispassionately talk about these things, but it turns out we can't. And also I also take the point that there's certainly I have no doubt, or I am certain that there are therapists out there, okay, that like they're just old and they're like, they still have in their mind the DSM-3 and they just never update the information. And so like, they might be pathologizing, same-sex relationships. Like I don't want that. Like I see that as a bad thing. But I don't really know how to deal, at least right now, with that problem. But
Like all we can do is hopefully, as time goes on, more people study these issues and try to like come up with better results out of the overturn. At the end of the day, though, some people are sex freaks who are literally goon-brained goblins and probably are better off dead.
Okay. Well, Lactoid, Ali, FQ. I think Lector, you had your hand up.
I mean, I could just say one thing that I wanted to say before, which is that I understand the concern when we're talking about, well, unlike gambling and drugs, right? This involves like sex addiction can involve somebody's body, right? Somebody just trying to exist in the world and just walking through the world. But there is a line somewhere, and there is like a level. We talked about a low cut shirt, whether that fits where things cross over into like being, prurient, which is the legal term, like sexually oriented, aimed at invoking a particular sexual response that is beyond the point where we find it to be unacceptable. I think we all have to draw a line somewhere, right? Because I mean, we're all okay. I think everybody here's on board, right? You shouldn't be able to be in the Super Bowl butt naked. I hope. Woman just like flopping tits around butt naked.
I agree. Ban the Super Bowl.
Sure. Now, what if it's like a super tight dress and she like had iced her nipples beforehand and they're like protruding out like of the dress, and then she's like, and then like the camera's right there in one tit.
No, she's wearing pasties, just blocking.
Just pasties. Yeah, like that's a problem, right? But like a low cut shirt, maybe that would be acceptable, but maybe not. There's circumstances in which a low cut shirt I don't think would be acceptable, like in court or in the classroom if you're teaching kids, right? There's certain circumstances in which no, you should not be wearing a low cut shirt. You should be wearing like modest clothing, and a man should be wearing modest clothing as well, because the unfortunate reality is like our bodies are valuable to gooners, and they are a horny
That's a technical term.
treasure trove. Yeah, absolutely. And so we are somewhat walking drugs, which is, I think,
I'm sorry, but like, would you blame a monkey for looking at another monkey in a sexual way? Yeah. Like, it's just
let me ask you
that. Trying to look at those features to enjoy them. Like,
let me ask you then. Okay, so
we can have the ability to control ourselves.
Let's talk about the acting on it then. Okay, so suppose, for instance, we do have the woman in the blue super tight dress. She has her iced nipples. Okay, and she goes after the game. Okay, and one of the football players grabs her and rapes her afterwards. Do you think, but then there's another woman who is modestly dressed, okay? Maybe she's completely in a burqa, okay? And she also came to the football game, and now she is leaving, and she is also assaulted. She's also sexually assaulted by a completely separate football player.
What am I supposed to say? The sexual assault is bad.
Well, do you think that the woman who dressed inappropriately, like that had like the nipples like bursting out of like her shirt, do you think that she's in any way morally culpable for what happened to her?
No.
Like to it.
So when we say morally culpable, this is, it's, I know it's super uncomfortable to talk about, but like in the law, there's this concept of like contributory negligence. So like, let's say you're walking down the street and there's like a patch of ice and you hit that patch of ice and you slip and fall. there's a question of duties
Oh,
that's
no.
now been established, right? So the landowner has a duty to make sure that there's not ice in the ground, but you have a duty to watch where you're going, right? You have a duty to yourself to watch where you're going. Does that mean, like, when it comes to other actors, like in like doing something criminal to you, is there any culpability on you? Like, morally speaking, I wouldn't blame you in the sense of like make you feel bad about it, but I would try to get you to do actions beforehand that might mitigate the crime from occurring in the first place. So an example, this
Like
could
what?
be
Wear a chastity belt? This is just
no,
clothing
no,
decision.
well, no, no, like for example, like if I would not, I would advise somebody against leaving their car unlocked in the middle of Locust Street, Milwaukee, for 4 days. I would advise against this. I think this would be a very poor idea.
Okay, but
in the
the
same
hypothetical is they
way,
went to a football game.
yeah,
Oh,
a
wait,
football game, a
yeah.
football game, probably not, right? This would appear to be a relatively safe place. But I mean, if we remove football game and we say it's a dark alley, maybe don't go run down an alley naked. It's probably a bad idea.
So just to clarify, Lactoid, so your unlocked car on whatever Milwaukee. So let's say that person didn't follow your advice and like they did that, and then
I wouldn't blame them for
Yeah,
the fact
but
their
like,
car got
and
taken.
just say womp womp.
wait,
Do
so
you-
to further clarify, okay, let's say their car was broken into, like would you advocate for a more lenient sentence?
No, I wouldn't advocate for a more lenient sentence, but I would get angry at the person who left their car unlocked for 4 days in an alley. I'd be like, "What the fuck were you doing? Like, let's change some things about your behavior so this doesn't happen again in the future." Now,
Right, but you
we're
still hold
obviously going to
responsible.
punish the fucking dude who did the crime, of course. But we all have like
What were you
we
doing
should all
wearing
have a
that
level of
dress?
self-preservation.
Yeah, what
right?
were you doing wearing that dress? Ah, I agree.
Yeah.
Ali, go ahead. And guys, just so you know, we did like blow past the time for all this. So if anyone has to leave, it's cool. Ali?
Yeah, so you brought up the burqa thing, and I thought that was interesting. So obviously, I never condone or advocate for assault and rape. We can just take a firm stance on that. However,
Ika, you're muted if you're saying something.
what? Oh,
I stand with you, Ali. It's
yeah.
bad.
However, there are we gonna act like there aren't uniforms to things? And so, like for example, the girls that are wearing the Fashion Nova dresses to the club, to the bar. Yeah, you shouldn't be assaulted, you shouldn't be touched, but like people are gonna objectify you, and that's the intention of what you're doing. Same thing for like men who wear specific types of clothing. If you're a jack guy and you're wearing a tank top walking around the beach, like if someone objectifies you, if someone comes in, none of those things are going to be an issue. And so, like with the sex addict, right? You should be able to walk around the street in whatever that you're wearing. But then, if someone comes up to you, if someone does something, if you feel objectified, well, then I mean, what would be like? There's no issue there. There shouldn't be an issue there.
Here's a way of putting it.
What they're doing.
Here's the way of putting it that even you guys would agree with. If a woman's walking around butt naked downtown, like, is it wrong for me to look?
Not
Yes.
morally.
No,
Avert your
Wrong to
gaze.
ogle?
no, but like I don't know what's the point of
Why
saying
is
that,
it wrong for like? Okay, so you say it would not be wrong for me to look.
Of course not. So, but
What if she said
that's
like, "Don't
not-
look at me"? Like, I don't want people to look at me. I'm just like, I should be able to dress however I want, and no one should be able to.
Yeah, but we've already established that like this is a like being looked at in general for any particular reason is like not a crime. Like that's just like part of society. Is that like if you are in
Being hit on
public,
isn't a crime.
then
Being
you'll
objectified
be-
isn't a
If somebody
crime.
got off to
Yeah.
the idea of a person they
so-
liked, would that be wrong?
it's like people can make unreasonable demands and that's fine, but like whatever, right? Like we
No,
ignore those
so
unreasonable demands.
What I was saying was like Farrakhan was saying that when it comes to a sex addict, you're the commodity, and so there's no way of separating the person from the
Right.
like acts. Like if you're a sex addict, you're just around women. There's like now this inherent problem of women existing, and the problem isn't
All
that
the more
women-
reason to take them out of society. If that's
Yeah,
Yeah,
but what I'm,
certainly.
yeah, I mean, well, you can't just take someone out of society because they're a sex addict, right? They have to do something that
if they've
no.
committed something, yeah.
yeah, you have to commit.
Or,
And so-
or if
Yeah,
we get to
yeah.
the point of, go ahead.
Oh yeah,
And
where were
so,
you
like-
going? Sorry, I'll finish what you were saying, Ali, but I want to know where Electa was going with this because I feel like you didn't get there.
Oh, well, yeah. So what I was saying is that, like, yeah, no, you can't separate the sex addict from the women's society, much like you can't separate the alcoholic from alcohol in society. Like, it's just a part of society. We still hold the person responsible for the action that they've done. So if someone is a sex addict and they committed a crime and they committed a sexual harassment, they're on the streets, right? And that doesn't mean that change the fact that if, regardless of knowing that the person's a sex addict, that you're still walking around the street, there are still sexual predators, and you still have that fear and that worry regardless. So that having the addiction term labeled on them doesn't really change that.
I disagree.
Oh, go ahead.
How would you know?
No,
How would you know?
first.
How would you know if someone was a sex addict? Like if you don't know them, they're
before then,
Well, you
before
don't, so you have to assume that like anyone might be a sex
Yeah,
addict,
so
and
the
therefore you have to
assumption-
dress appropriately and be very careful
Yeah.
about where you go. And
We-
you want to
women
know
already do
something?
that.
It
Women-
doesn't have an impact, and you want to know
I
why?
know.
So part of the reason like why it doesn't have an impact is because like first of all, like you're far more likely to be assaulted by somebody who you know, by a
Yeah.
family member, by a friend, by an acquaintance who probably sees you on a regular basis, and
Yeah.
probably like it's not you walk down the street, right? In in
I understand, yeah.
lingerie, and somebody grabs you and then assaults you.
Yeah.
That's not
So it's
typically
typically a
how
friend or a
this.
partner. It's typically a friend or
Yes,
partner. But I'm saying
it's usually what happens. But even like in cases like in most like this is like from the Washington Post. I just Googled and found this. You can read it yourself. So it's a myth that's been thoroughly debunked by the Justice Department, RAINN, and many others. So a federal commission on crime of violence study found that just 4.4% of all reported rapes involved provocative behavior on the part of the victim.
I understand.
And yep, and most convicted rapists, they couldn't remember what their victims were wearing. Studies show that women with passive personalities who tend to dress in long layers, long pants, sleeves, and high necklines are actually more likely to be raped. In one study, 1 in 3 college men
Doesn't that
said that they would
undermine
force
your
someone to have
argument?
sex
Yeah,
if they could
that's-
get away with it, and that has nothing to do with clothing. But
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
also,
that's
it
that's
doesn't matter
exactly
if
to
you
my
call them a
point.
sex
Is that
addict
women
or not,
already,
these
yeah,
people
women
have-
already
No, but
walk
the-
around.
but- no, but the
women
issue
already
is the-
have the assumption that men are predators before
No.
most things. Sorry, women will talk about first dates and how scary first dates are. That's why
No,
women
that's
will go
not-
through practical things.
no,
so
okay,
so the
the
assumption
point-
that they're all sex addicts
No,
is the
that's-
same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. I'm going to tell you
Why?
why it's not. Okay, it's not
Yeah.
the same thing. Okay, the reason why this data point matters is because if it is the cultural understanding for many people is the reason why assault happens is because she was dressing something inappropriately, which feeds into the idea of sex addiction, because you're tempting someone to do something that is beyond their control, because you were at the bar, you were dressing inappropriately, you were around a bunch of drunk, horny men. What did you think was going to happen? That's typically the way that these narratives spawn and unspool. And so when you encourage and emphasize the idea that sex addiction exists within society, that only emphasizes the idea that, well, if sex addiction exists, you therefore existed to sex and therefore addicted to, frankly, interactions with women, which means I'm the walking bottle of beer, which means I have to be extremely careful with how I present myself in society, as opposed to the reality, which is that often sexual assault and rape doesn't happen because of how provocative behavior or because of how you're dressed. It happens because of relationship and because of power.
There's the other argument of the stigma that it's not just assumed that it's because of what the women were, but a lot of women and some men even are arguing that men are predators before even anything. So women are afraid to go on first dates in general. People they're already assuming that every man that they interact with or that approaches them is already a predator. So they're already having these preconceived notions.
There's more than one axis to this whole dynamic, right? Yeah, sure, that's true. But that also doesn't go against what she was saying previously, right?
The assumption doesn't change if you just trade predator for addict.
But
is what I'm saying.
Sure, but I don't see what that goes against her point.
Well, even
so,
I think
this is just adding a clinical dimension to the
and her point is that adding the
mentioned.
clinical dimension will reduce the I guess
here's the issue
punishment or
moral
stigmatization
responsibility
against the conflict. I just don't agree with that. That's why I don't agree with that.
Before you jump into Gibbs, a lactoid. First of all, the basis of lactoids, not condemnation because he didn't condemn anyone, but of his advice, right? Was that I wouldn't advise you to be scantily clad because in my head I have the assumption, right, the cultural assumption that FQ was talking about, that if you are scantily clad then and running down that dark alley, well then you're going to get assaulted. But the statistics, and I haven't seen those statistics, but I'll believe FQ when she says it. If that's true, then that's not actually the case. Lactoid was demonstrating this for us, and that that's what people will always assume, that hey, you did something not to deserve this, but you kind of put yourself in that situation. And lactoid may not be the type to shame women. I at least I don't think so, right? But there are plenty of people who do exactly that, and then ignore them when they actually are hurt for whatever reason.
So the first question was, should people like be allowed to be naked on like at a football game? And the reason why I was against that, and what we're talking about why I'm against it, is because you're essentially advertising a drug, right? You're selling sex, and advertising a drug is wrong for the same reason why I would be opposed to the Super Bowl having gambling ads or having alcohol ads or cigarette ads. I actually don't think those ads should probably be on the Super Bowl. I know beer would be particularly difficult for the Super Bowl, just given the culture that's around there. But I think that fewer ads about these kind of things is better. And this is also true when it comes to sexual things, right? I don't think there should be naked people on commercials. I don't think there should be naked people like in classrooms teaching kids or anything like that, because we recognize that like when you're doing this, you are advertising a particular drug to your audience. So that's the reason. So the question of like if the person who's naked at the football game gets raped, is it her fault? It's a little bit of a non sequitur, but I answered it anyway. And I don't think it's her fault. I'm read through the Washington Post article. I don't think it's particularly persuasive. It just simply like demonstrates that there's like apparently like 4% or something, a little bit more than 4% of rape victims demonstrate certain like provocative behavior. I don't necessarily know why that's relevant to the question, like what are they defining as provocative behavior? Is that relevant to people who are in positions where they're more likely to be victimized by a crime? I doubt that's part of the definition, but I could be wrong. When it comes to people who are dressed in like longer clothes, they're more likely to be raped. Could there be other confounding variables? Could people be in bad positions that I would advise them to be against, that I would advise them to not be in, but yet, they have this other thing that's preventing this from happening? I just, my intuition is very strongly, and maybe if this is just like sexist assholery, whatever, my intuition very strongly is if I was to walk down a dark alley butt naked and I was to lay down and like spread my butt cheeks and wait, my chances of being victimized are at least like some marginal percentage higher than if I don't go in the dark alley. I could be wrong. Okay, this is just intuition.
Let's run the experiment.
Now,
So-
now
I
if
like
somebody,
when
if
it's
somebody,
over
if
for you.
somebody did this, and I would say, listen, what happened to you was wrong, but in the future, please don't do that because you're engaging in behavior that's making it more likely for you to be the victim of a crime.
Okay. So I actually want to respond to like the idea that the reason we don't want naked people in society is because like a naked person is a drug. You would agree with me that like this is a dumb example. We go to the bathroom in private, right? We shit in toilets. We don't shit on the football fields, correct? And I don't think anybody here would say it's a bodily function. It's a disgusting bodily function, but we don't do it on the football field because it's unsanitary, it's gross, and we prefer it to be kept away. But we don't do it. We don't require you to keep your feces out of the public eye because the act of you excreting, is a drug. We do it because it's inappropriate and because like it's smelly and because it disrespects the environment. It's not because it's addictive.
Well, no one likes it, but like changing in a locker room, we can't just have people changing inside because people would enjoy it, and then technically they are attracted to that thing. So,
Well, the thing that
the difference between taking a shit in a field, which no one likes and everyone has
I mean,
adverse
to be
reaction.
fair-
Well, but I'm comparing shitting in a field with being naked in a field. I'm saying that those are the same.
They're
be
not
fair-
the same. Shitting in a field that no one wants that. There's an adverse reaction to
We're
that.
gonna-
Whereas someone being
Oh,
naked,
Yeah, but there's an
not gonna say
adverse
no one.
reaction.
Some people exist.
You don't think there's an adverse reaction to seeing like some person like with their private parts like bouncing and flying in the wind in front of everyone? I
more
think
positive.
no, I think it's slightly more positive, but it's disgusting. It's gross. Like that's why we ask for it to be
Do you think
kept
because
away.
we think
Well, I think and I'll go to Admiral Gibbs on this because he's been waiting patiently, but I disagree with Lactoid in that like I think part of the reason that we don't allow naked people to be naked anywhere is because it would titillate, right? I think that's part of the reason. But like you brought up school, for instance, and I think like the reason why we don't do it there is because it would be distracting more than anything else, right? Like
More than anything else?
Listen, right? So like if we had a school, right, with a woman, right, very buxom, attractive woman, but she was in an all boys school where we just know all the kids are gay, right? Like we just stipulate that all kids are gay, and they're not interested in women, right? But still, we would not have that female teacher naked in front of them, right? Even though they don't have a sexual attraction. The problem is that it would be a distraction to the kids, right?
It's not just a distraction. It's also like,
I didn't say
again,
just a distraction. I'm just saying
right,
that,
right.
like,
But I'm not even saying it's primarily distraction. Like the reason why we don't have naked teachers in classrooms is because like the idea of sexualizing children or giving a vulnerable group access to a drug that has long-term ramifications in their life is a bad idea. Because this is the same reason why we don't let kids have sex, because they can't consent to like engaging with this kind of interaction or engaging in this behavior because of the long-term ramifications.
It seems like,
I'm-
at least in America, we've already made the decision, and like it or not, that our bodies are like when shown out bare, unless it's in a medical setting or unless it's like in a, well, it'd still be like medical, but like a mother feeding her kid. It's not meant to be anything else outside of like this sexual thing that like you usually interact with in a sexual manner, right? You're not usually naked with somebody else just because you're chilling, unless you have like a fundamental different way of kind of viewing like society.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Let's get Gibbs in, because he's been waiting.
Yeah, I mean, so a few things. One, if you've ever played any kind of sports, then you know that Fairy Queen was only half right. Yeah, I've never seen anybody take a shit on the field, but taking the old soccer piss is definitely a thing. People just lean down, you take a piss on the field, get back in the game. That happens a lot. So they do be pissing on the field. That's one thing I wanted to say. That's the other thing. I'm a little just confused, kind of maybe about the whole concept here. Really, like I'm sitting here and I'm just thinking, right? Like as science progresses, we know that like things get more precise, right? Like, a few years ago, they had whatever some new theory. We've got the evidence to back with brain scans or whatever, et cetera, et cetera. So I just am having an issue with, I get like maybe the argument FQ was making earlier about, oh, if they have this excuse, it normalizes behavior. But it's not even that I think is the issue. It's I think that like why would we not want to name something that we have evidence of existing, right? Like like regardless of what results are happening, we know this is the factual information.
Yeah,
Like
Gibbs advocating for science. I love to see
yeah,
it.
I don't understand the argument to be had against that. Like, even if it's like, oh, well, we gave it a name, so this bad thing happened in the interim. Like, we still have this like data that like shows this thing, whatever we call it,
So,
exists, right?
Just
Like,
because
and
sex
like we're always
addicts doesn't
so
mean
yeah.
predators
But
disappear.
like. And like so, then when it comes to like the other naked people on TV, that's I think just a cultural thing mainly. Yeah, that's the issue I'm having really is the why wouldn't we name something if we have data for it, regardless of the outcome?
So two responses. Number one, right, the data is highly contested, right? There's a reason we're having this argument. And the reason we're having this argument is because the APA and many
That's not what he's
professionally
saying.
licensed accredited places like don't recognize it. So if we have data, right, and that's the question. If we have data, right? If you could prove it, right? But that's the issue at hand, Admiral Gibbs, is like trying to figure out to prove it. Number one, like what were you saying, Corey? I'm sorry.
I was going to ask you, so if that data was there, okay, and then the APA did classify it, would you be advocating to declassify it?
If you could actually substantiate that it's an addiction, then I mean, I still think that the negative after effects would be there, but I would know, because I care more about like what's true that as opposed to like what's going to lead to a good outcome, right? So yeah, of course, if you could prove it, but the problem is, right, it's highly contested and it's not
Sure.
proven. It's not proven, and so that's the first question to you.
But
The second question,
a theory though, right? Like it's like there's like some data.
it's a highly contested theory
so,
that, as
like,
the article,
you
that
need a
as
name
the
for that, right? Like you still need a name for that, correct?
yeah,
Like,
you could just call it compulsive. And like let's be clear, like with the people that are advocating for sex addiction being real, it's often the case that those people have huge biases. They have financial motivation. They are often financially motivated to maintain their practice by claiming that sex addiction is real, because there are lots of wives who are angry at their husbands who think that they have a porn addiction, who want to steer them into therapy. So they want to financially, to keep their business practice open, want to say that it exists, number one. And the second reason why is because of religious reasons, because and this I think ties back into like what you were saying earlier, Prime. We have a conversation about like frequently in these panels and frequently today that like sex has gone too far, that pornography is in our faces, that everything is so highly sexualized, that like people are constantly having, and it's just gone too far. It's bogus, it's bad, and it needs to go back. That's the story we tell about what's going on. But that story is divorced from what many of the effects that we're actually seeing. And what we're seeing is people are having less sex. They're having sex at later ages. People are less likely to have they're more likely to get their driver's license at later ages. Generation Z, like there was a poll in the Guardian that said that they want less sex, they want less nudity, they want less explicit depictions in film and media. We know recently not really a scandal, but there's a controversy with Sydney Sweeney because whenever she comes apparently on the GLAAD Awards, she's a well-endowed woman and her boobs were pushed up. And people were criticizing her and saying, you need to really cover up. You need to put your breasts away. So the story we tell about the cultural moment we are in is that it's too sex positive and everybody is too freaky.
Yeah.
In actuality, what seems to be the case is that it's probably the case that lots of people are using porn, but that in fact, like people are actually becoming increasingly more critical of sexuality, more critical of like being sex positive, and more critical of like sexuality in general. I think that like there is more of a demonization of like positive, healthy examples of sexuality. And to your point, like Prime, regarding like gay people and trans people and vulnerable populations of people and examples of people who have alternative forms of sexuality that aren't necessarily bad. This is all getting coupled in with the bad stuff, which is part of the problem with talking about things like as an addiction, like sex addiction and porn addiction, is that this bucket of people who are spending all of their life savings on OnlyFans, who cheat on their wives, who do all of these things, are being put in the same bucket as gay people, as polyamorous people, as people who just might have a weird fetish, like a foot fetish, but isn't actually harmful or detrimental to anyone. And so I actually think, and I know this is going to sound surprising coming from me, we actually, I think, need to have a sex positivity 2.0 movement. One that recognizes, you know, like the bad aspects of porn, like the bad aspects of what sex positivity was, but corrects for it and doesn't demonize sexuality in the same way.
I think that's what Gen Z is doing. I think. Oh, you want?
I don't think that's true. I think that like Gen Z is because like it's sort of rejecting sexuality.
Yeah, I think they saw what happened with like the millennials being like the leaders of like the sex positivity movement, and how honestly for a lot of women it hasn't benefited them. That this idea that sexual empowerment and like being free and free of the nipple for women actually didn't benefit them, only benefited like men, and adversely affected men too, because I would assume that the major consumers of like OnlyFans and like the people that are paying into porn would primarily be like older adults upwards of the age of like 25 and up, because they're going to actually have the funds to be able to do that. And so I think Gen Z saw that with the rise of incel culture, with the rise of simping going on, with the fresh and fit, the red pill coming up. I think Gen Z's seen that. They saw how millennials have acted, and then they don't want sex on TV. They are staying at home more, but that's, you know, because they don't socialize as much. And so because they don't socialize as much, they're not focused on the sex.
I'd like to argue about that, but that's a separate thing. I want to say to Corey though. Corey asked a really interesting question to FQ, and you asked like, well, if there was the evidence and it was the sex addiction was put in DSM 5, would you fight it? Right? Well, I might. If. So let's go back, I guess, to DSM-3. It might have been in DSM-3, right? Where you had the homosexuality was placed in there. And that was a problem for all kinds of reasons, right? But let's say they weren't talking about homosexuality directly. What if they instead had like homosexuality, like anxiety disorder or something, right? That being homosexual, like not saying it itself is wrong, but it's tied with a lot of anxiety and depression, right? And suicide. We know gay kids kill themselves, right? Would I want them to pathologize like being gay and suicide? Like maybe not, right? That could have all kinds of problematic knock-on effects. And then on the other side, there's being trans, right? There's gender dysphoria, right? And there was the push to get that put inside the DSM, right? Where you would think otherwise you wouldn't want to be pathologized, but it gave people access to resources that they couldn't access otherwise. I'm saying that the DSM in the ICD, that these aren't purely medical like texts, right? They are political. They are practical considerations for these texts. And so like keeping in mind everything that our friend FQ has been saying this entire time, and other concerns. So if the sexual addiction did make it to DSM, yeah, I actually might still fight it. Despite that, I can understand that the practical ramifications might be disastrous. Maybe I'd take a few years to actually see if it turned out to be the case. But if it were, then yeah, I would fight it to get it out of the DSM-7 or whatever.
Yeah. Well, if you want to respond, Fairy Queen, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's a concept. This is from Judith Butler, right? But I think that this point from Judith Butler is true, which is she made a point like regarding language and the way we use language, which is that it's the performance that makes it real. It's like what makes you man and wife. Like, so like the example that she gives like in Gender Trouble, like if you read it, is that like what makes you man and wife, it's not just the document that you sign afterwards. It's that like when you go in front of the priest and they say, I pronounce you man and wife, that is what makes you man and wife. It is that somebody else pronounces and says that you are a man, that you are husband and wife at that moment. And so that's sort of like what I think both of us are trying to say, like when it comes to like this word addiction, again, the colloquial sense, not the clinical sense. There's a difference between the two. The performance and like buying into the idea that like sex addiction like is an addiction will reify it in people's minds as it being real, as it being a real addiction, even if it clinically is not necessary, even if that clinically isn't necessarily true.
Well, then, if anything, like then in that case, from what I'm understanding of what you're saying, like whatever, the conversation about the DSM and ICD is irrelevant because already pretty much, as brought up in the article that was linked, it's already like pretty much culturally accepted, okay, as in even though this classification is not in the DSM or ICD, people still refer to porn addiction and sex addiction, okay, and so it's like, then we're having sort of like two separate conversations, and so, yeah, like, the issue, like if you're advocating for changing, how basically how people are not scientifically informed, then I'm all in favor. Hopefully, it's clear by my Twitter interactions that I'm all in favor of people being not being scientifically informed and actually making evidence-based decisions
and credentialed.
Yes, credentialed like Dr. Lactoid there. And so, like, yeah, I fully admit that most people, are misinformed about a lot of things, especially when it comes to mental health issues. And also, people are misinformed about the difference between actual clinical addiction versus physical dependence. Those are two separate things, and that's important to tease out.
And
I don't know how to address that problem, but it is a problem.
I think it's worse when it comes to medical things, right? Like we've seen how academic talk like makes its way into the population. We've talked about this a few times on the channel, right? How academic ideas make its way from academia to the general public, but like mangled and in pieces, right? And then we end up, it becomes part of the culture war, right? Like CCRT, right? So that happens, but I think also with like medical knowledge, because it's something that we all have to grapple with, right? Like medicine, it's easier for things like that to seep out, especially this idea of addiction, since we have a cultural framework for addiction, and certainly for sex, right? That this is certainly one of those things that would leak out, and like we can say that, well, this behavior that we're observing here isn't sexual addiction till we're blue in the face, but the fact that it's out there now, this is a real thing. Then I mean, and when it's a fake thing right now, people still do the same thing. They say that this is sexual addiction. I identify sexual addiction in the wild, but like giving it more legitimacy, like our friend FQ was saying, will make it worse.
Yeah, so I can totally take the point of making it worse and legitimizing it, but at the end of the day, sort of, I think, as Vera Queen said, like, I'm for the upholding of truth, assuming it's evidence backed, but like, so I also, to address your point, Prime, in terms of like, yeah, even if it's classified in the DSM or in the IC, you might question it, and that's totally fair and valid, because like, depending on what level of evidence or what mountain of evidence or not that they're using to justify it to put in the DSM, like I agree, like that matters. But let's just say there are good reasons to believe that at some point 20-30 years down the line, as neuroscience progresses, we will have really good, if not hopefully perfect, close to perfect understandings of these things. where we'll probably get to the point of being able to scan someone's brain and like see the addiction or the addictive process or the brain circuitry behind that addiction. Where to use pretty much the similar example that I use with Fairy Queen of like the sleeping person who kills someone. Like we know enough now of like, okay, if similar analogy or example, if someone kills someone, okay, and then through investigations, we then find out that okay, a week earlier they suffered a traumatic brain injury. Then we scan their brain and we see that there's clear alterations in their brain. Like we know enough now, a little bit about the between neuroscience and the brain and how it affects psychosis and traumatic brain injury, that like, yeah, we view that differently. There's no reason to think that at least at some point when it comes to addiction, even maybe at some point with actual sexual addiction, that if we get to that level of evidence, that like, yeah, we should classify it as an addiction, and that's regardless of whatever the public reactions to it.
FQ Gibbs, we're gonna wrap up soon. Just so you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. So I just wanted to respond really quickly. So I would agree with you. Like whatever the data shows, like that's what we have to follow. We have to follow like what the evidence shows, like what the research shows. And if it showed tomorrow that but that's the question, right? It's the if, right? And even the example, the analogy that you gave, Corey, right? So if we did an investigation and we found out that this person was in fact asleep when they went and they shot and they killed, the person that came into their house, right? But all of that is hinging on the knowledge that that if you know that, and if you can prove that the person was asleep, you have to have some evidence and knowledge of that. Barring knowledge of that, you shouldn't assume that somebody picked up their BioFire, smart gun and walked into their living room and shot someone and they were completely asleep the entire time. Like if I came to you and I said, it might be the case that they were asleep. It might be the case that they were not asleep. We just have to wait to see what the data was. Well, no, you wouldn't say that. Like, yes, you would try to ensure to make sure that was the case. But barring any evidence that proves otherwise, that proves in fact that this person was asleep, you would assume that this person was wide awake when they went and they committed the action. And it's the same thing when we're talking about sex addiction, and the same thing that we're talking about porn addiction. Until we have a scientific consensus, like a wide amount of evidence, and there is consistent agreement that sex addiction and that porn addiction exists. It's the same thing as me going to you and saying, well, maybe the person was awake, but maybe he was asleep. No, we don't assume that. We assume that there is no addiction until it's proven otherwise.
And I would also say, and then I'll go to Gibbs, and after that, we'll wrap it up. I would say that if Corey, we had like more advanced abilities to measure these things, right? And I hope that we do in the future, because there might be something to this, and I would want us to advance truth. I think you were said something along those lines, right? To have a more knowledgeable world. But if that was the case, then for practical reasons, I want to be very specific in whatever diagnosis we're going to give out, right? Like maybe that guy is a compulsive penetrator. I don't know, right? Like I don't know, right? I'm making stuff up, but that then we would but because then what we could say is that okay, what we're seeing in that man is different than what we're seeing in this woman who seems to have a very high libido, but it has anxiety about that, right? Like we wouldn't say that this is like this umbrella term sex addiction, where people, whether they be lay people and clinicians, are going to put a lot of individuals in, right? I'd want it to be like either hyper specific or
you want high resolution.
Yeah, or come at it at a different angle, right? Like, okay, well, if there's depression involved, then like this is like sex-based depression or something like that, right? Rather than addiction. At least that'd be my preference. Go ahead, Gibbs.
I agree with
you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really struggling with like the idea that you don't name something based off the data, even if it's like an incorrect theory or the data is like not whatever. Like maybe don't like classify it in the DSM, right? But like it seemed like even there was objection to even having this like as a potential thing, right? And like I mean, it looks like there is some data that supports this or something. I mean, at least for somebody to come up with a theory, and I feel like it's like almost like necessary like to always be like naming things and advancing science and putting stuff out there, right? Because science, as I understand it, even though like people can get science like stuff to skew one way or the other sometimes, that's like bad science. But science objectively, is supposed to be what? Objective, right? And so like I feel like it shouldn't matter like the public outrage, like or like whatever we got going on with some of these things, just in the regards like at least with the science aspect, because if you don't name this, what if they do discover like, oh, well, there is like an aberration in the brain, we could fix this or we could change this and it'll stop this addiction behavior, or like there's all these things, like there's so many different like ways this could go as the tech advances, right? That we might probably can't even consider, but they're like stop something just because the moral outrage over a potential like misnaming or something, or the naming like gives it legitimacy. Like I think that's a bad logic to stop advancing things just because of the fear of that.
Again, like as I said before, like when we're talking about something that is more of the heart of the cultural miasma, it is the performance that makes it real. So I'll give you an example. Okay, I use the man and wife example. So suppose, for instance, like you bumped into a child bride. Okay, you happen to meet like an underage person who was quote unquote married to an adult man. Okay, now technically you could say, well, objectively speaking, this person said the marital rites, they attended, they said I do, they were in the temple, right? They technically legally are married. But no, we wouldn't refer to that, even if you could objectively say that they have passed through all of these markers for being, this man's wife and for being married to this man. We don't call that marriage. We don't call that marriage, and we wouldn't call that child his wife. And we don't do that because the way that we understand marriage, we very explicitly define marriage as existing only between adults. And we do that because even if there are cases of where there are marriages that take place between pedophiles and between children, we don't recognize them as being real. And the reason we don't recognize them as being real isn't because there aren't cultures or there aren't countries or there aren't parts of the United States where they aren't recognized as real. We refuse to recognize them as real because because again, it's the performance that makes it real. By accepting the idea that yes, this is Mrs. Smith, you are contributing to a cultural understanding that it's acceptable for a child to be married to an adult. And so that's the reason, and that's kind of
But
like
the
what I'm getting at here with the
performance to who? Because at the end of the day, there are like there's Mormon groups where there's 14-year-olds getting married off to their like 60-year-old fucking
I know.
teacher, right?
That's
And
exactly
like,
what I'm referring to. And that
but like
do you refer to the 15-year-old? Do you think that like the anchor, like when they go on and they report on what happens, they should say this 15-year-old girl this is Mrs. Smith, right? She is the wife of Mr.
If,
Joe.
Specifically the anchor you like does, or does it matter if like all of the neighbors around them go like, oh yeah, that's his wife, and then doesn't matter if like every one of the people in that community recognize that as like a legitimate marriage, and the church that they're heavily involved with has recognized their marriage to each other, and they move that forward like that.
It
like,
does, but when you get onto
heavily control these like very specific titles just feels like pointless to me. Like at the end of the day,
pointless.
There are some people who are going to be like predators, and that's a title that they hold, and there's some people who are going to be addicts, and that's a title they hold. And
but part of the way that we avoid normalizing bad behavior like this is by refusing to use the word given. That's part of the way that we avoid normalizing ideas and normalizing types of behavior. It's by refusing to use the language in question in reference to the act. That's why
your language more murky, and you're like
isolating
yourself from the ability to define like what's going on.
That's not true.
Because there's going to be some people. Because there's going to be some people who the reason.
I can't hear.
FK.
FK just cut out.
Hey, FK. So we'll continue on the conversation. I just want to end the stream because I feel like some people might want to get out of here. But I don't forget your point, and FQ don't forget your counterpoint. So you guys can continue on this. Hey everyone, thanks for being here. If you've appreciated this conversation, if you had a lot of fun, consider supporting the channel before you head out and. Sub to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs, or using a super chat. That does help us out a lot. So help out this community. So I continue bringing you this content because I think this was a really good discussion in the end. Because we have great participants who come through on a regular basis here. So yeah, consider helping out the channel and follow the channel if you haven't already. Lactoid. Thanks so much for being here. Friend, you put up you had you made a lot of great points, and I really appreciate you coming through.
Thank you, Prime. If you liked what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. The last thing I want to say is that, it dawned on me during this Ramadan that the solution to sex addiction has already been discovered. And much like the West has done with mathematics, I think we should borrow from the Muslim world and institute the
Start
one
fasting.
cure we know for sex addiction, which is the niqab. We should implement this on a wide scale, and then
On men
fix the
only.
problem right now.
Masha'Allah, Lactoid.
Mashallah.
He has figured it out.
Wow. Okay. What else from Islam we're
Alhamdulillah,
gonna
brother
implement,
Lactoid.
huh? Anything
No
else?
pork, right, Lactoid?
Yeah.
No, we're keeping the pork and we're keeping the alcohol.
No alcohol. No, okay. Oh, all right. Oh, all right. Okay.
Half
Interesting.
Sharia law.
Well, thank you so much, Lactoid. And thank you for bringing your technical doctor skills to bear here. Wouldn't have been as good of a conversation about it, honestly.
There's only so many doctors in the panel.
Yeah. 3 specifically. Let's go to our friend Gibbs. Gibbs, thank you all as well for coming. But I'm like honestly disappointed. Because like you managed to go through an entire panel without saying the word whooping. Like not even once. I've been waiting for it. Edge of my seat.
I just
You've been edging.
I hadn't had just a real opportunity, like really, drop it in, sprinkle.
We need
it in.
some merch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
for sex addicts.
Whoopings, but no, I don't know. Yeah, my name's Admiral Gibbs. You can find me at Admiral Gibbs everywhere. I'm really happy. This has been a great stream. Always fun. I'm really excited about these new doctrines that I have coming in. I can't wait to get the frames and put them up here in big bold letters in the back. I've been just really lord over my
You should wear
fellow
them as pasties.
doctors. I would, right? Wouldn't that be great? Maybe that'll be the merch right there. Admiral Gibbs, Dr. Admiral Gibbs merch right there. Let's go. But yeah, it's been great. It's been real fun. Thanks for having me. And woo!
You
God bless
should
you.
like list that like in literally every message you send to our friend Corey. You should like list. Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah.
Right? Just so he knows, right? Who's the boss here, right? So, Corey, thank you so much for coming through and putting up with us, honestly. But Corey, like you were fantastic, and I really appreciated your insights. They were actually quite useful.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here. And a couple of things to say to Gibbs. First, for your credentials, when you start using them, nothing says PhD, like when you have PhD in all caps. That's critical. It's capital P, capital H, capital D. I'm sure Fairy Queen will back me up. That's the only way to have legitimate PhD.
Of course.
All right.
It's pronounced Pud.
and also, I need to apologize to you, Gibbs. I insulted you. I used some ableist language, and I apologize, and I retract that. I should not have done that. But yeah, it's always a pleasure to be here. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84. You can find me on X, Twitter, taking it to task to, bad scientists. And on YouTube, Instagram, it's Corey Campbell. I know it's great to get into a heated discussion with Fairy Queen and others. And as a result of the heated discussion, I've changed my mind, actually. Fairy Queen, you need a cold plunge. That's my prescription.
Oh, okay.
And so, Cal Rich, Ali, Fairy Queen, FK, Gibbs, Lactoid, always a pleasure, and love you, Prime.
I love you too, friend. FK, I'm happy that you were here. Like FK normally surprises me, like with his takes, right? Like he usually comes at things seriously, like from a different angle than I would expect him to. So he keeps me on my toes often, whether I agree with him or disagree with him. FK usually has an interesting take on things. So thank you so much, FK, for being around.
Thank you for having me, Prime. I'm just going to use the quick end to finish off what I was going to say and kind of sum it up. At the end of the day, like we can try to control language by being like, I won't say certain things to avoid like ideas being spread. But I think it's much more beneficial because when you're trying to control, you're trying to restrict, and trying to restrict is just going to make it so people like, want to be part of the counter. It makes it more murky. Some people start using different language to represent different things, and you start creating these weird barriers that you're not going to be able to push through. Whereas you can accept that, okay, we could use the language of like addiction for this, but then we just have to specifically define like what we mean by addiction as a society, or we start making those cuts. Like we can argue with each other: is this an addiction? Is this person behaving in an addictive manner or a predatory manner? Is the predatory like more obvious that we can work through? Shit like that. I think we shouldn't try to restrict ourselves from language, because that language is like pretty vital in being able to communicate and understand each other. That's what I'm gonna end it off on. It's been fun. Shout out to politics. It's been fun talking with all of y'all. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I'm gonna hold off on FQ for a second. We'll have her last. We'll go to women should be opposite, but Ali, thank you for thank you for being here, friend. Taking more of the Muslim cultural mores. Thank you, Ali, for coming through. This is a lot of fun, and like I love it when you get invested in these conversations, because you're great. Like you throw so many things at the wall, and it's really appreciated.
These are easily my favorite Mondays. So you make Mondays a good time, Prime. All you guys, actually, it's an amazing time having a conversation with you guys. I love being the token Muslim Arab. The occasion sometimes I have to share the spotlight, but it's okay. It's okay. But yeah, no, honestly, I love being here. Thank you for having me. Sociologic on Twitter. Other than that, yeah, have a wonderful night.
And it's actually really great we have people with different backgrounds, because like their perspectives honestly add a lot to it. So thanks so much. Aikau, thank you for the standard Christian perspective. Thank you for coming through. You didn't mention God once, but it's fine. Thank you for being here, friend. Much appreciated. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't always, because I'm also like a secularist, right? So there's a little bit of tension there. And on this particular topic, I was coming at it mostly from that perspective. Although, I mean, I could give you the Catholic perspective on this as well, but I think there's some daylight there between me and the church on some of these issues. So I didn't want to like muddle what it was I actually believed.
Fair enough. But thank you. You're fantastic. And finally, Fairy Queen. Wow. MVP. This was amazing. All right. You really held up that conversation. Honestly, so I think about like the possible participants, like when I'm writing these things, like hopefully, we'll have some sort of friction here. I thought you were going to be on the other side of this. Like every time we've talked about like, sexual relations on the stream, like you and I have been at odds, and I was assuming that would be the same here, but you completely surprised me, and like as always, like you never actually need any help when you're arguing, right? Like FQ never needs any backup because you're so good at it. So thank you so much, FQ, for spending time here and doing all that for us.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me, Prime. Like Alice said, it's so much fun to be here every Monday. Like Monday evenings are now part of my favorite time of the week, because I get to come here and yell at all of you wonderful faces. Thank you so much for putting up with me. I know things got a little bit heated, like as we were having our conversation. Please know it was not personal. I apologize if I offended or bruised anyone tonight. But it was a really, really fun time. And I am passionate about this because we talk about porn addiction so frequently in this space. It's people say it over and over and over and over and over again. And it drives me very much crazy. And the reason why it drives me crazy is, and I'll end with this, okay? I am concerned about like what promoting this as a cultural like understanding will do for people who are victims of sexual assault, or for women, and specifically for women and for children. Because like we do have this history of women and children being blamed when they are the victims of sexual violence, that they should have behaved better, that they should have dressed better. This is true. Like I want to talk about children for a minute as well. This often happens like in many families where the children will be blamed like for their older like grandfather or aunt or uncle like sexually abusing them for doing something inappropriate. It will be like framed to them as like something that they deserve to have happened to them. And I think that this aspect of when we're talking about porn addiction is sort of lost. like when we're having these conversations. And I do take it seriously, and the stakes I think are pretty high, which is why I wanted to bring out this aspect of the conversation tonight. But thank you all for putting up with me. I appreciate you all. It's always fun to talk to you. And you can find me at Fairy Queen's Cottage on YouTube, and you can find me at Fairy_Queen on Twitter. Thank you all so much.
Absolutely. I'm going to raid out to, let's try Lactoid. Now what's gonna happen is Lactoid is gonna receive the raid and it's gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna go to bed immediately, whatever. All right. But you can do whatever you want with the raid.
Early day tomorrow as a doctor.
Yeah.
I got a lot of patience.
But we're gonna rate him in which way, because we really appreciate Lactoid. Lactoid's fantastic, and always like every Monday for like years and years and years. Like 2 years, I guess. But he's